A couple of months ago, my husband and I went road tripping across the United States. At about 3 a.m. one night, we stopped at a rundown gas station in the middle of nowhere. By the middle of nowhere, I really mean it. The middle of nowhere. This gas station was the only building in the area for miles. It was surrounded by just nothing but empty fields. It was 2 miles off the interstate. At 3 a.m., it was pitch black outside, and the lights at the gas station were the only thing that illuminated the area. Since the gas station itself was closed, though, we were the only people there. My husband filled up the Jeep, and we spent a few minutes rummaging through our bags. I couldn't seem to find my purse anywhere. After a while, an SUV pulled up right next to us. The driver was a man in his late 20s or early 30s. At that point, I was sitting in the passenger seat, and my husband was about to get into the driver's seat. The man approached my husband and said, "I've lost my phone somewhere nearby. Have you seen it anywhere by chance?" Suddenly, a sense of dread filled the pit of my stomach. As I observed the man closely, I noticed he already had a phone, a flip phone attached right on his hip. I studied his face. While he looked unassuming, there was something off about his gaze, something sinister. "I must have left it in that field over there." The field he pointed to was pitch black. "Can you help me look for it?" My husband had already pulled his iPhone out and set his flashlight app up. He's such a good Samaritan, he'll try to help out anyone. He started to follow the man, but I quickly whipped out my phone and texted my husband to leave immediately. He saw the text and turned around to look at me. I must have looked completely terrified because he ran and jumped right back into the car, and we booked it out of there. As we were leaving, I looked back and saw the man hurriedly jumping back into his SUV. We drove for about 20 miles on the interstate to a rest stop and slept there. After a short time, my husband woke me up and told me to look through the passenger side window. The man had pulled up right next to us. There were many empty parking spaces at this rest stop, yet he'd still parked right next to our car. The creepiest part is that we were parked at the very end. The spot next to us wasn't even a parking space. We had our seats down to help us sleep, so I don't think he'd seen us in our Jeep. We quietly watched him get out of his car, look over our Jeep, and walk into the building, probably looking for us. As soon as he entered, though, we snapped our seats back up and hauled ass out of there. We drove for another 50 miles and found a hotel about 6 miles north of the interstate. We didn't see the man again after, so I guess we lost him in the end. In the summer of 1999, my family and I took a trip to Yosemite National Park. While at the park, we stayed at a motel called the Cedar Lodge. It was a nice place in a remote part of the park. My 15-year-old self came down with a huge fever though, and instead of infecting everyone else, my mother decided to get a separate room for me. My time there was spent laying around in bed sick as a dog. When my AC stopped working, I called the front desk and asked them to come fix the damn thing. A short while later, the door just magically opened, and in comes this gruff-looking man with a very distinct handlebar mustache. After entering, he proceeded to just stare at me. I remember being pretty scared, actually, until I noticed he was in the motel uniform with a tool bag as well. This must have been the guy they'd sent to fix the AC. He didn't say a single word to me. He swiftly moved over to the AC unit, knelt down, and began fixing it. Every few minutes, though, he would turn around abruptly and stare at me like I was a piece of meat. The entire time, he never said a single word to me. After he was finished, he walked to the door and stopped as if he wanted to say something. He didn't, though. He just closed the door behind him. That was that. Fast forward a few days later, we'd arrived back in Florida after a great trip, besides me being sick, of course. My grandparents and I were watching TV. The main story for the program that we were watching was a serial killer that had been caught in Yosemite National Park. I immediately started getting a strange sensation in my spine. They said his name was Cary Steiner. Then a picture of the Cedar Lodge appeared on the television. At this point, I was about ready to wet myself. I just knew I was going to see that mustache on the very next screen. Evidently, he'd murdered 4 women right before we traveled to the park. To this day, I still get shivers when I think about it. I was all alone with that man. He easily could have added me to his list of kills. It's strange when I think about all those gazes he gave me, probably contemplating about what he would do with my dead body. About 6 years ago, my neighbors went out of town for a while, and I was tasked with feeding their fish, as well as taking care of their house and the pool. This also meant I could use the pool whenever I wanted, so naturally I did what any 20-year-old would do. I brought my girlfriend at the time over there at night. It was a nice summer night with no wind at all. The moon was out with no clouds either. We couldn't figure out how to turn on the pool lights, so we just said screw it and went in anyway. With the moon being so clear and bright tonight, it was as if the light was on anyway. The only thing this really changed was that the water looked like a sheet of black glass in the moonlight. Imagine a peanut-shaped pool, where on one end was me and my girl swimming in the shallows, and on the other end was the deep end, with the water slide. We were just swimming along, not really doing anything wrong, maybe just a bit of hugging and talking. We both stopped dead, though, when we heard deep breathing. We looked over to the deep end of the pool, where the sound seemed to be coming from. In the moonlight, we could see the black silhouette of a head sticking out of the pool, right by the water slide. The noise was coming directly from that shape. Normally, that would be enough to scare anyone. But the part that really freaked us out was the feeling that we both got from whoever this was. It was a feeling like someone was twisting a knife in our gut, like something extremely evil and wrong was there. All I knew is we needed to leave right now. We didn't get away though. We stood there frozen in fear and looked at one another, then looked back at the shape. Whatever it had been, somehow it was already gone. There were seemingly no ripples in the water, no lighting changes. It was like it just disappeared, and with it went the deep breathing noise as well. We both got out and tried to see if there was someone in the pool with us that we didn't notice. There was nothing though. We both grabbed our towels and ran like we'd never run before. As I was running out of their backyard, my girlfriend was ahead of me. I crossed into the front yard when I felt 2 hands grab onto my shoulder blades. There was a forceful push that made me faceplant right into the grass. I got back up and continued running, but when I eventually looked back, there was no one there. After all these years, I tell people that it wasn't the head, the noise, or the push that scared me. It was that gut-wrenching feeling of something being extremely wrong that did. My ex will still not talk about it to this very day. I was playing with walkie-talkies as a kid. Those old 70s mega-sized walkie-talkies. It was summer and I was with my brother and 3 friends. We were all about 12 years old. As we were having fun together, suddenly a stranger's voice came across our walkie-talkies and began to talk to us. It was obvious it was a nearby person trying to mess with us, but he did it in a real sadistic way that still gives me chills to this day. I try to tell myself it was a really sick joke or a prank. He was a grown man, not a kid or a young adult. As we listened to him, he began to tell us what we were all wearing and where we lived as well, how he was going to come over and rape and kill each one of us. He even mentioned what my friend had been wearing the day before, not currently. So we knew that whoever this was must be real, and he must have been following us long before this moment, in a super calm, serious, monotone voice with no laughter at all. He told us each of our names and our individual residences, also details that seemed way too observant, like when we'd last played at the basketball court together, as well as what we'd been wearing at that time too. The last time one of us went swimming, he even pointed out that my buddy loved orange creamsicles and he would grab one whenever we went to the corner store. That's all fine and dandy, but none of those areas were anywhere near each other for him to know this. He would have had to have followed us quite far. For him to be this specific and observant, he really knew a lot about us. The youngest of us, I'll call him Billy, he knew everything about Billy though. The things he liked to wear, the things he liked to do, even random stuff he did on a whim in relative privacy. So not a parent or someone who was watching us either. As he continued on, it wasn't only what he said though, as much as how he spoke also. He kinda spoke like how the Zodiac Killer spoke on the phone. That's exactly how he sounded. All of a sudden, in the middle of intimidating us though, he just stopped altogether. No see you soon or something similar. He just stopped talking. We tried to go back and forth, figuring out who this could be. When he'd stopped, he hadn't totally stopped though. He'd stopped responding to anything we said or did. But we could still tell he was listening in. We went from ha ha, who is this, to no really, who is this? We tried pretending not to be terrified. We all stayed together at my house that night, and on a dare we turned on our walkie-talkies about 2 hours later. We didn't speak into them though. We just listened in for any sounds. It was completely silent, except for the sounds he clearly wanted us to hear. We would hear a broadcast every 10 minutes or so. The sound of walking around as he whistled a creepy tune, or what sounded like knives sharpening and rubbing on each other. After an hour or so of just listening to these bursts of sounds, he stopped in the middle of whatever he was doing. In one last transmission, he whispered, "It won't be tonight, so you can all go to bed now. You're smart to stick together." That was it. There was never another direct transmission, but we thought we could hear similar random sounds about 3 days later. The adults got home about an hour after this all happened, and we explained it all to them. They took it as some fuck messing around, basically saying, "Relax, you're fine, go to bed." It really messed with our heads though. I think they thought we were exaggerating, but something on a very deep level was disturbing about this. It wasn't us kids being scared of the boogeyman or something like that. It was my first real taste of what I'd call real sickness. I've dreamt about this incident a couple of times this year alone, dozens of times over the years since. His vocal demeanor was almost worse than what he said. How he gleefully spoke about how he would kill us as the others watched and nobody would ever be able to find our bodies. Depending on how good we acted, he would decide if we'd get to go back to our families. That kind of specific creepy stuff, told in a terrifyingly relaxed monotone. The horrible stuff he would say as if nothing was wrong at all. I hate to play it off as anything but a sick guy being sick and messing with us, but a couple of years after, a young boy really did die nearby. He suddenly couldn't be found. Then his body was found nearby a couple of hours later. About a decade after that, another kid around the same age was horribly murdered, and it's never been solved either. It made the national news even. No connections, other than the town and general area, but it leaves very little doubt in my mind. I told the police this story way back then, and multiple times since too. I hope it narrowed down the location of a suspect or place to look. You really had to hear this voice though, and what he said to really understand just how chilling it was. When someone knows who you are, but you have no idea who they are, zero idea, it feels so scary. I don't know, he just had to be there. My name is Jeremy. I live in California, and back when I was in 6th grade, I had a very close friend. Let's call him Devin. Devin was a super energetic kid, and we would always laugh and joke around, play ball at recess together. Those were some of the best days of my childhood, until Devin went and ruined it all. I had a strong, healthy childhood, and a great relationship with my mom and sister. Devin was not as fortunate though. His mom was extremely irresponsible. She would frequently expose him to drug use, abusive boyfriends, and other horrific circumstances over and over. Sometime in the month of May, during the year this happened, Devin had become prone to extreme anger. Every time I tried to approach him, he would always scare me with the scariest look I had ever seen. One day, Devin never came back from recess. I was in the bathroom later in the day, and it sounded like some kid was laughing in the other stall. There was lots of this metallic tapping going on. I finished up quickly and ran out of there. As I was heading back toward the kickball field, something big and hard suddenly hit me in the back of my head. I felt blood began to trickle down my neck, and my vision immediately became blurry. I dropped to the ground unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself tied to a tree about 50 yards from the play area. My head seemed to have stopped bleeding, but it was still pounding intensely. I looked around in a daze, trying to figure out what just happened and who had done this to me. I tried calling out, "Hey, this isn't funny. My head really hurts. I need to go to the nurse's office." "It's all your fault. You've always had such a nice life, and I never did. I'm going to fix that." The person who walked around from behind the tree to face me turned out to be none other than Devin. I stopped struggling and heaved a sigh of relief, realizing this had to be a bad joke. When I asked him to untie me, though, he bent over and smiled a deranged and sickly grin. He proceeded to rant about how much he despised me. He was jealous of my life, and how I had a mother who appreciated me and didn't treat me like an inconvenience. It was then that he pulled out a kitchen knife he'd stolen from the cafeteria. I looked on in pure terror as he licked the blade like some kind of fucking psycho. I began struggling with all my might to get free, but he had somehow gotten his hands on some climbing rope from the gym. There was no way I was going to be able to break free against that. He raised the knife and swung it down, slashing my arm and nicking the rope as well. I began crying, which only seemed to make him even more upset. He threatened that he would hurt me even worse if I didn't shut up. I began kicking and thrashing my body weight around in terror, until the tear in the rope worsened enough for me to get free. I rushed Devin and pushed him down, then started running for the cafeteria, screaming my teacher's name at the top of my lungs. As I was running for my life, I could hear Devin 10 feet behind me, keeping pace with my sprinting. Fortunately, my teacher heard my cries, and she witnessed Devin chasing me into the gym. Once we were indoors around other people, I thought I would be safe, but he still lunged at me, and we hit the wooden floor hard. My eyes went wide, and I suddenly felt time begin to crawl. He put his knee onto my back and raised the knife again. In that moment, I thought I would never see my mom or sister ever again. Suddenly, Devin was grabbed from behind by the gym teacher and restrained. We were surrounded by dumbfounded-looking kids as the cut from my arm was bleeding all over the floor. I was taken to the nurse's office and questioned by the police. Devin was eventually expelled from the school. Word stuck around about me being attacked after. I learned that day that you never truly know someone until you see the hatred in their eyes. I never saw Devin again, but I do hope he got the help he needed. This story contains elements of sexual abuse. I'm a 20-year-old woman. My story takes place when I was about 8 years old, though, in elementary school. I'm from Mesa, Arizona, and attended the same school from 1st to 6th grade. In the school I went to, it was a requirement to take music class every year. There was only one music teacher for every grade, and he had been teaching there for many years. He was a middle-aged, heavy-set man with black and gray hair, and a beard to match it. I don't remember all the details of every situation that happened with him, since it was about a decade ago, but I do remember some really weird and specific things about him. I remember he was very talented with many different instruments, and would often play some of them to impress the class. I also remember we had an activity we would do before class, where he would play music and everyone would run and skip and hop around in a circle. He would move around, poking and prodding us while we ran. He would do this thing where if you were wearing shorts, a skirt, or ripped jeans with exposed knees, he would come up to you and tickle your knees. Then he'd squeal, "Naked knees, naked knees." I always hated when he did that. He was my teacher every school year, and even though he always weirded me out, he never really gave me that creepy pedo vibe. We had these little plastic recorders we would play sometimes in music class. It's like a small flute, I guess. The school provided white recorders for us, but I had my own black recorder at home. Being the unique kid I am, I brought my own. The teacher was excited to see I had my own one, and even asked if he could see it. When he took it, he started to play on it quite skillfully. He handed it back to me, and I noticed his spit all over it. I went to go clean it in the sink, but when I started to go over and wash it, he yelled at me and told me to leave it alone and sit down. I emphasized that I wanted to clean it off, and again he told me to leave it as it was. I refused to play my dirty recorder, and so he sent me to the office for not participating. A few years later in the 6th grade, I wanted to play the trumpet, so I decided to join the band. You can probably guess who the band teacher was. There were many occasions when he would pull up my shirt for me and told me it was a little low cut for a young girl, or touch my back or play my instrument and not want me to clean it afterward. If you play any brass, you know how gross that is. I especially recall one incident that happened at a band rehearsal. After the class had ended, there were only a handful of students left and a few parents left in the auditorium we'd practiced in. The teacher asked me to come with him into the music room and help him clean up, bring in the chairs and instruments and the like. I brought some chairs into the room, and I started to put a few things away. Then, though, he asked me if I could stay a bit longer to help him clean up some more, even though everything was pretty much done. I don't really remember anything after that. Nothing at all. Actually, I've always thought I said no because my parents were here or something, but I honestly don't remember what happened. All I know is that for years after that moment, I had a lot of issues that young girls shouldn't have. I suddenly became addicted to watching porn on my computer. I would make my dolls imitate having sex with each other. I started going to therapy after my mom found my Ken doll with the crotch area completely melted. I don't remember him molesting me, but I've read that traumatic memories can sometimes be blocked out and forgotten. Fast forward several years later, I got news that my old music teacher had been arrested for child molestation. A girl I knew from my old band class came forward and said he'd raped her in the band room. It happened when being asked to help clean after class. After she spoke up, a few other people came out with more allegations against him. He was found guilty and sentenced to 15 years in prison. I have links to articles about his arrest. The article says attempted molestation, but he was convicted all the same. Mr. LaMonica, I don't know what you've done to me, but I hope I never see you again. Keep in mind that I'm a female, and this took place when I was 21. This encounter still scares me to this day. I used to work at a Subway, mostly during the night shift. As some people know, some pretty interesting things are known to happen during such shifts. This particular one, though, was most definitely the worst I ever had. I was working alone during the closing shift one night. This old man who looked to be about 80 years old walked in and started asking for a meatball sub. He was asking in a very heavy Swedish dialect though, so obviously I couldn't understand him very well. The language barrier seemed to really irritate him, and he attempted to even teach me a bit of Swedish for the sake of the order. I tolerated this short lesson and made a bit of small talk with him, as that's part of my job. He paid for his sandwich and left soon after. Not too bad, right? Wrong. He started coming in every single night, even on nights I didn't work, and would always ask to see me specifically. If I wasn't there, he would try to get my coworkers to give him my work schedule, and would only ever permit me to make his sandwiches. He would ask my coworkers to text me whatever he felt like telling me at any given moment. They would act like they were doing it. What they were actually doing, though, was texting me he was there, and that they were getting pretty creeped out by this guy. Luckily for me, though, it was against subway policy to hand out people's work schedules or personal info. The instances where I was actually there, he would come in and get the same thing every time. He would always tell me things like how pretty I was, and if I was just a few years older, I would be exactly his type. He would then proceed to tell me what he did to himself at home while thinking of me. The weirdest thing is, he would always do this to the sandwich I'd made. These miserable attempts at flirting with me would continue for hours on end, even if I had other customers around. Remember, this guy was clearly like 80 years old. I told my manager about the situation, but she wasn't of much help at all. She would just check the camera from her phone every couple of hours while she sat at home. She wanted to make sure he wasn't bothering the other customers. Eventually, I went to my area supervisor, and he said if this guy showed up again, I was to call the police immediately. The following night, he did come back in, but unfortunately, I couldn't get to a phone. He had this crazy look in his eyes, and I was afraid of what might happen if I tried to do anything with him in front of me. I just made his sandwich and told him I had other things to do, that he had to leave so I could attend to my duties. Thankfully, he left without much fuss. I told my area supervisor again what happened, and he banned the man from the store. The next week, he came by right as I was walking up. I struggled in a hurry to get the gate open. He was trying to talk to me. At this point, I was visibly shaking, and I was just hoping he wasn't going to touch me. He was inches away from my face. He was so close to me, I swear I could smell what he ate that day. I proceeded to tell him that he had to leave me alone, as he'd been banned from coming to the store again. I told him if he didn't leave, I was going to have to call the cops. He glared at me. I see what kind of fucking person you are. You're just a bitch like everyone else around here. I thought you were different. By this time, I had fastened the lock shut and started walking away. Oh, by the way, once you're done calling the police, why don't you go ahead and fucking kill yourself? I ran to my car and called my mom and fiancé and told them what happened. After that, my fiancé always walked me to and from my car and sat in the restaurant with me every night. I also started carrying a taser, a pocket knife, and pepper spray to protect myself at work. I won't go anywhere by myself anymore, and anytime I see someone that remotely looks like him, I start to freak out and cry. About 3 months later, I left that job. I was too scared to be alone anymore. I found out later that not only had he stalked me, but some female workers at Walmart as well. He would find out where their cars were parked and leave things he'd found in the garbage as gifts, along with creepy love notes. I also found out he would hop from subway to subway and do this to whatever female worker he happened to choose as his target. I hope I never see him again. Back in 1984, when I was still just a baby, my parents were having a real tough time making ends meet. That was all because my parents thought it would be a genius idea to have 4 kids with no savings to speak of. They couldn't even afford an apartment, so we had to move into a local motel with weekly rates. We lived there for about a year or so. My dad was the only one working, and my older sister was in 2nd grade at the time. My mom was stuck tending 3 children under the age of 4 for most of the day. She had to do it all on her own, too. I don't remember living there really since I was so young, but I was told about the place more once I started growing up, which I assume was a reminder of how far we had come as a family. One morning, when Dad was getting ready for work and Mom got my older sister ready for school, Mom noticed the shadow of a man against the pulled curtains of the bedroom. My mom is a notorious scaredy cat, so she hustled my sister toward the bathroom where my dad was, then hissed that there was someone outside the window peeking in. My dad kind of rolled his eyes at her, but looked out toward the front anyway to see if he could see anything. When he really saw the shadow there, his attitude changed quickly. He snuck quietly across the room and opened the door. The man who had been standing outside the window immediately turned and ran away from the motel. He ran out into the street and traffic blindly. My dad narrowed his eyes at the retreating man, then closed the door, figuring if the guy was violent, he would have tried to start some shit right there, instead of running away. He advised my mom to keep the curtains closed over the windows and to stay home with the door locked until he got back. My mom didn't want my dad to leave, of course, but he reminded her that he had to, or else he wouldn't get paid for the day. Mom reluctantly agreed and sent my dad and sister on their way. Later that afternoon, I was being an annoying little crybaby, so Mom instructed my older brother to play quietly with my younger sister and watch Sesame Street while she tried to soothe me into a nap on the couch. My mom was sitting down patting my back while I bawled my eyes out for no reason. She glanced out the front window to check if anyone was there. Sure enough, there was. My mother freaked out, snatching me up from the couch, which caused me to cry even harder than I already was. She locked the 3 of us in the bathroom together so she could call my dad at work. Then she locked herself in with us after she did so. My dad skipped out of work and ran back home. When he got there, the guy was still standing at our window with his hands cupped around his face, like he was trying to get a better look into the gap in the curtains. My dad didn't even give this guy a warning. He just slammed him in the back of the head as soon as he got close enough. The man stumbled away from the window in a daze, and my dad smacked him around silly, all while yelling things like, "You think it's okay to scare people, huh? You think it's okay to scare my wife and kids? I'll show you what happens to fuckers like you who creep around windows." My dad hit him many times before the motel manager showed up and stopped him, thinking my dad was just beating some random guy to death. The window creeper got away during the confusion. He never did come back after though, so I guess that's a victory in the end. My mom and I were living in a small house in Laguna Beach back in the early 80s. My mom was out of town one day, and I was home alone. Before I went to bed, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows. This was around the same time when Richard Ramirez was terrorizing Southern California. I woke up in the middle of the night suddenly because my dog, who was sleeping on the bed with me, started to growl. I looked around to see why he was growling, only to see the figure of someone standing in my kitchen, staring into my bedroom. I couldn't make out any features or even any clothing at all. They were just a dark shape. They didn't move or make any noise. They just stood there. I ducked under the covers in terror, and my dog jumped off the bed and ran out of the room. I couldn't hear anything else. Eventually, after hours of being terrified, I fell asleep out of exhaustion. When I woke up in the morning, I double-checked all the doors and windows, but they were all still locked. My dog had somehow gotten outside onto the back porch though, so I guess that's how they got in the first place. About 10 years ago, I had just started dating this girl I had a massive crush on. We were fresh out of high school, and her parents were out of town for the weekend. That meant I was finally gonna stay at her house that night. I was so amped up, I was having trouble sleeping. I have a bit of trouble falling asleep in a new place though, so I was awake well after she'd already fallen asleep. I tried to keep my eyes closed and let sleep come naturally. Just as I'd actually started to drift off though, I heard a sound like scratching on wood. It was quick and getting even faster. I opened my eyes and oriented myself again. I started to notice that it didn't seem to be scratching at all. It was whispering, and it was getting louder. My girlfriend was staring right at me and was rapidly whispering something. The whispering continued until suddenly she stopped mid-sentence. She closed her eyes and rolled over, leaving me with a very what-the-hell feeling. I asked her about it in the morning, and she said she used to talk in her sleep a lot as a kid. I have no idea if she was just messing with me or what, but it was easily the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in the middle of the night. I don't believe in ghosts, but there was something that woke me in the middle of the night. My family and I were in our cabin in the mountains, far away from civilization. I didn't see anything at first, but when I woke up with a start, I found I couldn't move at all. I held my breath out of fear. Sleep paralysis, maybe? Suddenly, I heard my mother from the adjacent room, whispering my name as if trying to get my attention. I was too paralyzed to reply, though. Eventually, I fell back asleep out of terrified exhaustion. The following morning, my mother said she'd seen me sleepwalking. My sister said that she too had awoken with a start, and she'd also seen me walk by her bedroom. Thing is, I don't sleepwalk. I'd been laying down in my bed the entire time. This was probably 10 years ago. I was about 13 years old and I was at my house with my brother, who was around 11. There were also two of our friends and neighbors, who were brothers as well. They were the same ages as us. Both our parents and their parents had gone out together for the evening. Our house has large double front doors. The second of the two doors, which is hardly used, has a locking mechanism where you have to unlatch it along the bottom of the door frame to open it. The main door is just your standard front door though. We were playing video games in the basement when I decided to let our dog out for a while. I went upstairs and unlocked the main door. I let her out and shut the door behind me, then locked it again. I went back downstairs and we continued to play whatever it was we were playing. I totally lost track of time though. My friend named Steve noticed that our dog was now sitting next to the couch we were on. I was so confused. Had our parents perhaps returned home without me noticing? I hadn't gone back up to let her back in. I called upstairs for my parents, to which I received no response. As I looked up, I noticed both of the front doors were now wide open. Not only had the main one been unlocked and opened, but the latch on the second one had been undone too, and that door had also been left wide open. I was immediately terrified. I slammed both doors shut and locked them, then grabbed the home phone and sprinted downstairs. I let the others know what happened, and we hunkered up together in a spare bedroom. We called our parents, and they immediately left where they were to head home. Nothing ever came of it in the end though. To this day, I have no way of explaining how those doors opened, but it was completely terrifying. My wife and I were out camping back in 2012. We had spent 52 nights in the backwoods that year. Every weekend we would camp on Vancouver Island and enjoy the solitude together. We were on a beach a good distance away from anywhere. To get to the trail to leave the beach, there was a kilometer-long stretch along the beach you had to walk on, and 2 kilometers to the road through the forest. There was nobody there except a guy named Leon from New Zealand. We had met him earlier that day on the beach. He was planning on sleeping in his van just up the road. We'd invited him down to the beach to join us by our fire, and we brought out a bottle of wine we could share. He came out and we talked about all sorts of things. As the three of us were hanging out together though, we kept on hearing what sounded like female voices. It sounded like they were coming from behind us, hidden in the bushes. I figured it was someone who had anchored offshore, and the sound was bouncing in a weird way towards all of us. All three of us clearly acknowledged, though, that we really could hear these voices. It was getting quite late at night, so Leon hiked over to his van. We stoked the fire, because my wife was creeped out. We stayed up very late, and eventually the voices stopped altogether. We decided to put out the fire and go to bed. We'd scanned the cove with a flashlight several times, looking for any boats that could be the source of the talking. It must have been about 3 a.m. when we were risen again. It was about 15 minutes after we'd initially laid down. We heard footsteps in our camping area. They were over by where the fire was, and they'd come from the direction of the bushes. That direction was not easily transversible by people. We laid there, hoping it was a bear or something, because the island did have black bears. They were easy to deal with though. You could just scare them away. The footsteps went from the fire, then over to our tent, then back to the woods. 5 minutes later, the footsteps went back to the fire. We could hear two female voices talking gibberish very loudly. They were having a full conversation in the dead of night, so far away from civilization, without using any lights to navigate through the dense brush. After they were done at the fire pit area, they walked over to our tent, still talking. They began to circle around us. We couldn't make out anything they were saying. It all seemed to be just gibberish, or perhaps another language. Whoever this was stood over us and continued their conversation for minutes on end. Then it went completely dead silent. They went back into the woods, never to be seen or heard from again. We just laid there, completely frozen and afraid, for who knows how long. We woke up around 11 a.m. the next day, because we'd had such a late night. That was the last night we stayed outside for at least a year. This story is told from the perspective of a female. I'm 33 years old, but this story took place when I was 18. I had this friend named Xavier, who lived across the street from my apartment building. We hung out quite a lot. I met him through a guy named Jake. At first, he came off as very charming. We began dating, but after a short while, I realized his sweet attitude was just a facade. He was a bit of a pothead who would become violently jealous if he even thought other guys were looking at me. He even told me I wasn't allowed to go to the club because he didn't want other guys hitting on me. Eventually, he started harassing me for money to buy pot. He never did lay a hand on me though, until one day when he demanded money from me and I refused. Usually, he would just whine like a bratty little child for hours on end, until I finally relented and gave him some cash to shut him up. This time though, he decided to slam my head against the air conditioner in his room. I shoved him off and walked past him and out of his apartment, telling him we were now through. I was actually secretly relieved he'd given me such a concrete reason to finally end it, because now I could go hang out with my friends again. Skip ahead to that weekend. I'm at the club, and he shows up to harass me about breaking up with him. Thankfully, the bouncer noticed him pretty quickly and threw him out. Every weekend after that, he tried getting back into the club to harass me, but was never allowed in. I heard through a male friend of mine that he was spreading nasty rumors I had an STD. He'd also asked a guy I knew to hack in my computer and plant a virus. One weekend, this guy I didn't even know came up to me in the club and told me Jake had given him a knife outside and told him to go inside and kill me, because nobody would ever dare to leave Xavier. I should have called the cops, but I didn't, mostly because I was young and foolish. I was determined not to be intimidated by these guys. I made sure my male friends would walk or drive me home and watch my back. Skip ahead a few months, and Jake disappeared just like that. I stopped being harassed by him with no explanation. I was thrilled that this had happened, don't get me wrong. I eventually heard through my friend that Xavier had been arrested as well. Apparently, he and his friend had beaten a guy into a coma with a skateboard. Skip ahead 10 years later. I get a message on Facebook from him telling me he's out of prison and that he wants to get back together with me. He saw that I was married with kids, but regardless, he said I should leave my husband to be with him and that he would take care of me and my kids. I thought, you think I would leave my husband for a crazy convict stalker? He told me how his mother died and left him a place in Manhattan, and I should come to live with him. Without even pausing to breathe, he then asked me for nudes. I immediately blocked him. About 2 years later, my good friend went missing in the Bronx after leaving his brother's house. A few weeks later, they found his body in the river. As far as I know, they never found out who killed him. Those two may have had nothing to do with it, but they're the only violent people I ever knew. Sadly, my friend left a daughter behind, who now has no dad. As far as I know, Jake is still wandering the streets of New York City. I'm going to start this by saying I'm a pretty big nerd when it comes to anime, so I naturally love attending conventions while cosplaying. My husband and I had recently attended an anime convention, but unfortunately, my experience was ruined when I encountered someone I hope to never see again. Thankfully, he didn't actually recognize me, but regardless, it brought back an awful memory I had managed to bury deep within my subconscious. I'm a 22-year-old woman, but at the time of this chilling event, I was only 15 years old. My friends and I were attending our very first convention. It was a smaller than average one, I suppose, but we didn't really mind. We were just happy to take part in the experience. We met some great people there. There was one person I had a confrontation with, though, that will forever be burned into my memory. We decided on the first day of the convention to make sure and coordinate our cosplay outfits. We'd all decided to dress up as Vocaloids, which are a group of anime hipster characters based off different text software companies. I'm not joking, by the way. You can Google them and see they're real. We were exploring, taking pictures, and having a good time when we saw someone dressed up as a fellow Vocaloid. Thinking, what are the chances, we decided to ask him if he'd mind taking some pictures with us. He agreed with a good-natured smile on his face, and we had someone take a few group photos of all of us together. Afterwards, we made some small talk with him, and he introduced himself as Patrick. He said he would introduce us to some other cosplay enthusiasts. We agreed because why not? That was kind of in the spirit of why we were all there anyway. We met up with Patrick's friends shortly after, and they informed us there would be a party in their hotel room later on. We were all invited. We reluctantly explained to them that we were quite underage. Patrick's friends apologized for the misunderstanding and told us that instead we would see them around the convention and to have fun and stay safe. It seemed like they were having quite a hard time convincing Patrick to leave with them though, as it looked like he wanted to linger and talk to us. Eventually, he was made to begrudgingly leave our group and join his friends at their continued insistence. We told them goodbye and that we might catch up with them tomorrow. It was getting quite late anyway. All the panels that were still open were strictly 18 years and older audiences. Patrick shrugged. Well, it's not like any of you haven't seen hentai before, so having an age limit is pretty much bullshit. He offered to buy us hentai books from the vendors if we decided we wanted some. Of course, if you actually know what that is, we were far more embarrassed than flattered. He did have a point, given we had all experienced hentai graphic novels at one point or another. We told him good night, though, and went back to our room, without really thinking much about him. The next day, we got an early start and dressed up in different cosplay outfits. I decided to dress up as Lolita for the day. We bumped into Patrick downstairs, and he injected himself into our group again. We were all having a great time, but after a while, I started to realize that he was just constantly staring right at me, not in a shy or subtle way either. I was wondering if maybe the bow of my outfit was crooked, or if my contacts were messed up or something. I asked him if something was wrong with how I looked. He replied almost too quickly. No, I guess I forgot to mention to you ladies that I'm a big lolicon fan. You just look really cute. I felt myself blush and wondered just how hard of a lolicon fan he was. Was he the type that looked at all sorts of child-themed mineral? I eventually tried to brush off his statement and have some fun. After a short while, we made our way down to the vendors, and I ended up getting separated from my friends. Somehow, I found myself all alone with Patrick. I was suddenly feeling very vulnerable. I pulled out my phone to call my friends so we could regroup. I then realized my phone was dead. Swallowing my pride, I asked him if I could borrow his. He told me his phone was up in his hotel room, and if I didn't mind, we could go up there together and get it. I replied that I would simply find my way back on my own and plug in my phone instead. He seemed aggravated by my apprehension and insisted it would be quicker to just get the phone from his room. Being the dumb and trusting girl that I was at the time, I gave in and followed him up. On the way up, he started telling me about this hentai comic he'd read about an elementary school girl who lies to an old man about her age, telling him she's in high school and willingly having sex with him. I was more than slightly creeped out by that. It only got worse when he proceeded to tell me he got really turned on by a certain scene involving the character I was dressed up as. Wouldn't it be so great if I could reenact it for him? Before I could think of an excuse to separate myself from him, we were outside his hotel room. I told him I would wait outside while he grabbed his phone, but he insisted I come into the room with him. It would only be a minute after all. It was easier to just accept than to argue, so I went in and stood in the doorway while he went over to his bag on the bed. He began digging around inside. While he was preoccupied though, my eyes wandered around the room, trying to find anything I could use as a weapon should I need one. I noticed a charger hanging out of a wall outlet and grabbed it. I figured I would lock myself in the bathroom and plug my own phone in. Then I could just call for help. I told him while he searched that I would use the restroom and I would be right back out. He turned and looked at me with the most sadistic look I had ever seen and asked me if I would rather just use him as a toilet instead. Without even thinking twice, I abandoned my plan to hide in the bathroom and sprinted out of there. I sprinted down the hallways and the stairs back to my own hotel room. When I reached the room, to my surprise, my friends were already there. They had been waiting for me. They figured my phone had died and that I would make my way back to charge it up. I explained to them what happened and told them to avoid Patrick at all costs. We hung out in our room to calm down for a while and avoid bumping into Patrick for as long as possible. We eventually left the room a few hours later, sticking together as a tight-knit group. Eventually, we encountered Patrick's group of friends from the day before. They asked us if we had seen him around anywhere. We replied and told them no. One of the women in the group informed us that we should steer clear of him because he seemed to have an unhealthy interest in young girls. We asked him why they were at the convention with him then, if he gave them such bad vibes. They told us they had been friends with him for a while, and they had to keep an eye on him as best they could to prevent him from doing anything bad. Occasionally, he would slip away out of embarrassment. I didn't say anything to them about what happened with Patrick. Apparently, he still goes to conventions in my state all the time. I know this because my husband and I bumped into him last year. I was relieved when he didn't recognize me and didn't try to approach me either. Due to my husband being with me, I guess Patrick didn't want anything to do with it. I hope he hasn't successfully baited any other girls into his room. One day, I was taking a nap in my bedroom. At some point, I woke up and thought someone was in the room with me. Sure enough, it looked like my girlfriend was quietly moving around the room, probably going in and out of the bathroom or changing clothes or something. I'm a very light sleeper, so it didn't surprise me that she'd accidentally woken me up. No big deal. I just tried to get back to sleep. When I didn't hear her leave, though, I started to wonder. I couldn't really see her, as it was pretty dark. All I could see was that it was the silhouette of what appeared to be a woman. I was pretty sure it was her, though. At one point, I saw her just standing there staring at me. I asked her what was up, but she didn't respond at all. "Hey, what is it?" Nothing. I reached over to grab my cell phone and shine some light on her to see what she was doing standing there. As I looked up to get some light into the room, though, she was already gone. The room was empty, and I was all alone. I didn't think she'd left. As I was reaching over to grab my cell phone, the bedroom door squeaks like a motherfucker, and it had been dead silent, aside from my white noise machine, that is. There was no one in the attached bathroom either. I wasn't sure what happened, but it kinda ruined my nap though. My girlfriend was in the house, but when I asked her, she said she didn't come into my bedroom while I was napping. If that wasn't her, then who was that in my room? What did I see? Was I still mostly asleep? I sleep so lightly that I don't really have an in-between state, so I would assume that's not the case. As far as I can recollect, I was fully awake and alert. I still have no idea what happened on that day. About 3 or 4 years ago, I'm 18 now, my brother and I shared a room. We had these twin beds that had drawers on one side. They were hollow on the other side though, so they were meant to be put against the wall and be incredibly easy to move. My parents had just finished yelling at me about something or other, and I had gone to my room to do some homework. It was completely silent for a good while, when suddenly I began to hear the sound of shuffling in my room. Naturally, I got creeped out and started to look around for the sound. When I calmed down and got back to my work, the same shuffling began again. This time I looked up just in time to see my brother's bed moving upwards slightly. By that time, my heart had completely dropped out of my chest, and I sprinted out of my room to go find my parents. When they came back to the room, they didn't find anything except the bed now flipped upward. I didn't go back to sleep for the rest of the night. I was on a stag do in Amsterdam. The theme was rugby players, so we were all dressed up in the 70s style Wales rugby tops, white shorts and red socks. We had been drinking since about 9 a.m. Around about 5 or so, a couple of us had lost the main group, so we went to the bar. One of the boys rolled up a joint. I never mix alcohol and weed, but for some reason I decided to do so that night. Not even halfway into the joint, I could feel that familiar whiting feeling. I didn't know the guys I was with that well, and I didn't want to go crazy right in front of them. I mumbled some excuse and tried to leave. I had a map, but if I stopped to look at it, there was a chance I could be sick. Also, I thought I had a pretty good idea of how to get back to where I was staying. Turns out I really didn't. I kept staggering around in different directions, trying to get back. I wasn't too worried or anything. I would either find my way back there or end up getting a taxi eventually. I started to notice, though, that there were no people around me, and the area I was in was not lit up at all. It looked more like a housing estate than the center of a city. At some point, I looked behind me and found a group of about 4 to 5 guys stalking behind me. I did a few turns here and there completely at random, and they followed me quite closely. I was freaking out big time. I knew if I stopped to look at that map to find out where I was going, I would be mugged immediately. I needed to look like I knew where I was headed and that I wasn't completely lost. Hard to do when you're dressed in rugby gear and staggering all over the place. Using the looking down a street to the side technique, I could see the men were getting closer and closer to me. I was getting ready to be knocked on the back of the head when I came across a street that finally had decent streetlights on it. Luckily, a taxi happened to be passing by as well, and I flagged it down. I got out of there before the guys could reach me. It had turned out I had walked 8 kilometers in 4 hours. I was way off the tourist map I had. Now, whenever I'm somewhere foreign, I make sure I know exactly how to get back to where I'm staying, because you never know what could happen when you're in a foreign country. I was 15 on some church trip to the University of Tennessee for a big youth conference one summer. Everyone stayed in the various dorms, guys on the guy floors which were even, and girls on the girl floors which were odds. I roomed in Macy Hall on the 4th floor. It was late at night, and I was sneaking over to the girls' floor below to meet up with a fellow Christian and get to better know her. When I poked my head out from my room to check for any chaperones, I began to hear a girl softly crying. It sounded like it was coming from my floor, so I checked around both corners of the U-shaped hallway. I checked the bathroom too, but I couldn't find anyone. The crying still continued though. It was a very pitiful sobbing, but very quiet. I was more curious than creeped out at this point, so I snuck downstairs to see if I could still hear the sound down there. It was on my way anyway, so it's not like it caused me any trouble. Right when the door to the stairwell closed though, the sound stopped completely. When I opened it back up, I began to hear the sobbing again. I pretended in my mind it was just some TV or radio playing too loudly, and continued quietly down the flight of stairs to scope out the 3rd floor for more chaperones. As soon as I cracked open that door though, the sound of the girl crying returned immediately. Somehow it was the exact same volume as well. Nobody was awake on that floor, so I looked around both corners again to see if I could find anybody there. There didn't seem to be anyone around, just this disembodied sobbing. That's when I started to feel really anxious about this whole thing. I told the girl I was meeting up with and her roommate about the sound when I got to their room. When they went out to check the bathroom for a crying girl though, there was nothing there either. In fact, they said there was no sobbing sound at all. I wasn't going to let it deter me from getting an inexperienced handy, and when I left the room a bit later, the crying was gone from both floors. I really don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was my imagination or something, but I distinctly remember making a conscious decision to look for the source so that I wouldn't have to worry about it creeping me out later. That makes me believe it really must have been happening in the environment around me. This is something that happened about 8 or 9 years ago. I would have been around 25 at the time. I live in London and my parents live outside it. I think I had gone back for the weekend or something. They had mentioned to me that they would be out at a concert, so I should let myself in and they'd probably see me the next day, unless I was going to be staying up very late that night. Anyway, I logged onto their computer and went to use the internet. I was listening to some music when I started to hear my brother walking around in his room upstairs. I was kind of used to this sound, so I didn't really give it a second thought. The muffled footsteps continued to walk around his room for a while, before walking up the corridor and into the bathroom upstairs. A while later, I figured I'd go upstairs and say hi to him. I walked upstairs, only to find no one there. I saw the door to his room open though. I looked in his room, my room, the bathroom. There was no one there. I was thinking, what the fuck? Maybe he'd gone to see his girlfriend without me hearing. I go downstairs, sit down at the computer, and call my mom on her mobile phone. I couldn't get through. Probably because they were still at the concert, I decided to try again later. She picked up the phone while they were on their way back home, though, and I asked if my brother was going out tonight because he'd left really quickly earlier. What she said next gave me chills. "What do you mean? He came to the concert with us. He sat here right next to me." My jaw dropped and I ran to lock all the doors. I just sat on a chair staring at a wall until my parents got home. I was too scared to even turn around. I don't believe it's anything paranormal or anything like that, but man, the absolute shock of hearing my mom say he's in the car with us when someone else had been in the house made me want to vomit immediately. Usually, people find me to be somewhat creepy because of my bizarre fashion, build, and accent, but I actually have a creepy story that happened to me. One time, I had gone to the local library to print out a school assignment. My home printer wasn't working at the time. I did print it out, but sadly, as I was going to leave the library, this strange kid started to pester me. He walked up to me and asked me if he could stab me in the eye with his pen. Needless to say, I was extremely confused. I tried to walk past him, but instead he blocked my path. There was a cop nearby, so if I tried to push him out of the way, they would have been right on my ass, and I knew that kid could have made it way worse on me if I tried. He just kept asking me again and again if he could stab me, and what would I do if he gouged my eyes out. I told him to try it if he felt so tough. He was too short and my leather was thick as hell, so I wasn't too worried about him trying to get through. Damn did he try his hardest though. He kept stabbing me over and over before his friends rushed over and told him to leave me alone. I think he'd actually managed to poke a hole in my leather. As I left, he kept staring at me with the most furious look on his face. I never saw him or his friends again, but I imagine he's up to no good now. When I was 10, me, my sister, and her friend were staying with my mom for the summer. It was for a few weeks in a really small village in Scotland, near Aberdeen City. We lived in Glasgow, also in Scotland, not the Australian one. We were not used to these tiny villages, so the place to us seemed harmless. Right through the village ran a quite busy road, especially for delivery trucks and tractors. At the top of the village where my mom lived was a small shop, and at the bottom was a much larger shop. So this day we were walking down the main road to get some decent sweets and juice from the larger shop, then pop over for some fish and chips or something. All of a sudden this car drives by with two guys in it, both about their early 30s or so. They were blasting their music, shouting profanities out the window. Not particularly unusual. Guys trying to scare the shit out of young girls seems to be a common pastime for many the asshole. So we keep walking, when we notice the car starting to drive by more and more, multiple times. That meant it was purposefully going to the top of the village, doing a U-turn, and doing the same at the bottom, just to freak us out. Well, I got freaked out enough that I decided to call up my mom. She told us not to worry, and that people like that didn't dare to cause trouble in such small towns usually. Just continue on our way. As we were coming to a lay-by in the road with some benches and a World War II memorial, the car came racing down and pulled in so fast, a guy jumped out and began to charge at us, his friend maniacally laughing in the driver's seat. We were so surprised we were frozen still. Luckily for us, at that exact second, my mom came running down the hill. The man who had been charging at us bolted back to the car, and they both drove off in a hurry. Who knows what would have happened if my mom hadn't turned up. She said she'd gone off the phone and thought she may as well take a jog down to us just in case. We did give statements to the police, but nothing ever came of it in the end. Back when I was about 16 or so, my friends and I would always do some delinquent stuff. Being young boys, we decided to make bombs out of dry ice, water, and plastic bottles. So we go down to the beach at about midnight or so and just start blowing up piles of sand and whatnot. Good old-fashioned boy stuff, you know? We were walking down the beach with our homemade IEDs, just enjoying ourselves and having a good time. As we were walking, probably at about 1 or 2 a.m. at this point, we see someone approaching us in the distance. It was a cold and foggy night, so you couldn't see more than about 40 feet in front of you or so. It was a person-shaped thing coming our direction, but from the other side of the beach. We were near the sandy dunes, and they were more towards the ocean. As they started to get closer, I began to see their shape better, illuminated by a pale moonlight and the glare of the fog. They were wearing what looked to be a fisherman's outfit. They had the big long coat, the hat, the boots, the whole works. At first, I was thinking, great, he's gonna come talk shit and yell at us kids. But no, he didn't attempt to say anything. As he got closer, I could see he was dragging something long behind him, lurching forward and lugging it about. I began to see it was this huge chain, like the kind you'd see on an industrial boat anchor or something. The links in the chain were probably just about smaller than my wrist. I'd estimate they were about 5 by 10 inches in dimension. They were huge as fuck. And the chain wasn't like 4 feet long either. We're talking a 30-plus foot chain. Seeing this dark figure lugging this massive chain down the beach in the middle of the night was bone-chillingly creepy. Hairs stood up. Hearts started pounding. We all stopped and watched this creepy fuck walk down out of sight, dragging this long chain behind him. Later on, I posted on Facebook about this, and a friend of mine didn't believe me. Said I was making shit up. Well, my other friends attested to the truth. We really had seen it. After doing a bit of research, he then linked me to a website that had a book about ghost stories on the Oregon coast. There was a story about a lost soul of a fisherman who would drag chains down that particular beach at night. I almost fucking shit myself. There was no way anyone could drag that huge of a chain down the wet sandy beach by themselves. It had to have weighed like 1,000 pounds. So, yeah, turns out it was a fucking ghost from a ghost story, a legend where I lived. I was 16 or 17 when this happened. My boyfriend and I had just had a big fight while at my house. He got on his bike and rode home. In my mind, I thought the most logical thing to do in that moment was to jump on my bike some 10 minutes after he'd already left and try to catch him before he got home. Obviously, that was never going to happen. Anyway, I didn't want anyone to know that we'd had a fight, so I sort of snuck out without anyone knowing. I was about 3 minutes into my secret bike ride when a car slowed down next to me. The driver wound down his window and began yelling incoherent gibberish at me and gesturing to pull over. Another car came up behind him, so we just parked right there in the middle of the street. I turned down the next street to detour back home, only for the man to find me again, this time on a much quieter street though. I was in complete freak-out mode by this point and kept shaking my head. Somehow, I managed to dodge him by riding in between things. Thank goodness bikes can get to places cars can't. I continued the ride home, only for the man to appear behind me again and attempt to run me over this time. When he missed me, he continued driving onward and disappeared into the night. With jelly legs, I rode home and couldn't walk normally for about a half hour, even after I made it home safe and sound. The creepiest part is that no one in my family even knew I had left, so it could have been ages before anyone even knew I had gone. That seriously strange car driver seemed genuinely angry at me for no reason. It almost felt personal, but I had never seen him before, and I haven't seen him since either. When I was 12, I had just moved to Connecticut with my mom. We moved into a new development of the typical 3-story townhome. It was around 5 o'clock midwinter, so it was already dark this day. Snow was falling everywhere. I decided to take the mutt on a walk to do a little exploring. We started down the street of our court. It was not 5 minutes in, though, when this creepy windowless van, also known as a rear van, crept by. It was grayish blue and had rust spots all over. Just the sight of this van kind of spooked me. I decided to cut through a gap in the buildings to another part of the development. After climbing through 2 feet of snow, I made it to the next street over, and the van was nowhere to be seen. I started walking again, only to see the van coming down the street toward me. This time, the dog and I sprinted down to the next gap and trudged through the snow to another street. About 2 or 3 minutes went by, and my senses were on high alert at this point. The dog and I were walking who knows where, when I saw the van cut ahead of us again, the exhaust coming from the back as it idled near the side. I stood there for a moment, trying to figure out our next move. I saw the white reverse taillights come on. Now, let me tell you, I thank my lucky stars I had a 2-year-old golden retriever who could keep up. I never ran so fast down a street in my entire life. I cut through several more gaps to get back to my street. I ran into the house and locked the door. I told my mom about what happened. She wasn't sure if it was just my imagination or if it was being serious, though. I'll tell you, I never saw that van again after, and I'm very glad for that. My friends and I were chilling outside one summer night with beers in hand. We decided to take a group picture. The area behind us was fenced, with some gapping in between, evenly the whole way across. It was not a massive gap though, just about small enough to poke the tip of your thumb through. Anyways, we took the picture and didn't think anything of it until the next day. My friend was trying to tidy up the picture a bit. He said something about removing a red eye. He explained to me that he seemed to be having trouble removing something from a gap in the fenced area. We looked at the picture, only to see that something was staring through the fence as we were posing for the photos. That might not seem like a big deal, but just seeing that red eye there, and the thought of us being completely oblivious to someone watching us, makes me feel very uneasy. He eventually worked it out though. It was an animal with its paws up on the fence looking through the gap. It had been attracted by the smell of our barbecue ribs. One evening, when I was about 15 or so, I was taking the bus back to my parents' house from out on the town. It was dark out. I specifically remember it being winter and icy as well. I was sat at the back of the bus, and the only available space was right next to me. Some older guy I vaguely remember, who appeared to be around 50, sat down. He spent the entire 30-minute bus ride trying to get my phone number, asking where I was going, and asking where me and my friends like to hang out. I was pretty freaked out, so I just politely declined all his questions. When I reached my stop, I went to get off, only to notice he was getting off as well. I sprinted out and ran towards my parents. He followed me the exact way, taking each street turn the same. I eventually sprinted down the street and ran right into my parents, who were walking back from the shop. I turned around, only to see him ducking through an alleyway out of sight. I saw him a few more times after that, and always refused to get on the bus if he was in the queue. I would phone my parents to pick me up. It still freaks me out to this day sometimes, even if I see someone who vaguely looks like him. So there were 4 of us, Gold Coast, Australia. We all lived pretty close to each other, over a span of maybe 10 blocks or so. just a group of school friends all around 17 years old. One of the guys had a badly sprained ankle and needed crutches but didn't want to use them. I had stolen them from him and was derping about with them. We had been visiting one of the other guys' houses when it came time for one of the girls in our group to go home. It was about 8 p.m., so just after dark. Since we all lived near each other, we offered to walk her home together. We took the longer way past the highway so we could have a bit of a smoke on the way there. Me hobbling on the crutches and still fucking around. That was until I noticed a strange car on the highway, passing us and going the opposite way. It was a Jeep, but the strange thing was it was painted entirely in camo. Odd at that time for the Gold Coast. I pointed it out and had a laugh, but no one else really seemed to care. A block or two later, we were going down one of the side streets, chatting, smoking, walking, and in my friend's case, limping. The camo Jeep drove past us again. I freaked out. One of the other guys showed interest as well, but mostly everyone else was more involved in hanging out together and having random chatter. We decided to cut down an alleyway. It was between the houses, a pedestrian alley. Disturbed by the Jeep a little, me and one of the guys were sort of joking about it, trying to play it off as a coincidence. As we continued walking through the alley onto our female friend's street, we turned, only to see that exact same Jeep driving really slowly towards us. Everyone was paying attention now. It drove past, the sole shadowy occupant clearly watching us as it drove by. How it even got there was anyone's guess. It would have required tons of speed to cut us off like it did. We keep walking. The Jeep turns, it follows, its lights go on full beam. It follows even closer behind us. There was still a ways to go, and we were all nervous now. I took the crutches and flailed them above my head in some display of fuck knows what I was thinking. The Jeep followed. I started to feel faint. We could see her house now just across the road. Luckily, I still had the crutches. We got her to her door and her mother answered. The Jeep parked right out front of her house, bold as shit. It waited for a second, then drove off in a hurry. Never saw it again, not a one of us. The odd thing is that it knew its way around so well that they had to be a local of the area, but we never saw that car again. A little over a year ago, I was living in an apartment trying to save up some money. It was a small one-bedroom arrangement, and the rent was somewhat manageable. At the time, I wasn't dating, and I surely wasn't looking to date either. I was happy enough going to my 9-to-5 job, then coming home to relax with some video games. The apartment building itself was alright. It was nothing to write home about. Everything on the inside worked, and for the most part the tenants were quiet and kept to themselves. The one downfall for me, though, was the view from my balcony. I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I wanted the third-floor apartment so I could sit outside and read, or take in the fresh air. The fact that I had another apartment building in my direct line of sight was kind of a buzzkill for me. It wasn't like it was a huge deal, though. I did end up making peace with it after a while, and just learned how to ignore it. It's strange how the separation of the building makes a huge difference, though. For example, my apartment building was just a little nicer, and had very little of any type of crime. Meanwhile, that other apartment building seemed to always have police cars swarming outside. The area itself spanned multiple blocks, and I think there were 6 or 7 different apartment buildings there. When I say buildings, I mean different apartments altogether, like each block of apartments was a different leasing company. The first few were really nice, and the further you progressed through the blocks of apartments, the less nice they became. I was in the last building before they really started to go downhill. Like I said though, I got used to that sort of thing. Every once in a while I would get to see a show, better than you could watch on any cop show. At some point during the lease of my apartment, I had come home from a hard day's work and just wanted to sit outside and relax a bit. It was one of those beautiful nights in the early summer. I didn't want to go inside. I grabbed my laptop and started watching stuff out there with my headphones on. Before I knew it, it was well after midnight, and I was still sitting outside enjoying the free breeze. I finished up what I was watching and decided to just sit outside and really soak in the air for a while until I went inside to go to sleep. Immediately after taking my headphones out, though, I noticed something strange from my balcony vantage point. I saw a figure pacing back and forth outside the apartment building behind me. I felt comfortable practically spying on this person, since there was no way he could possibly see me. I mean, I was dressed in all black on a third-floor balcony, slouched back in a chair. I watched this person pace and continue for 5 minutes. I was trying to theorize what this person was doing. My first thought was that maybe they'd gotten locked out and were pacing waiting for someone to let them in, but that theory faded quickly when I noticed how suspiciously he looked when he stopped pacing. He would look all around himself, like he was trying real hard to be secretive. I could clearly make out some of his features once he started to look around too. He had a very thick beard and was wearing an Atlanta Braves baseball cap. He had a hood on top of the hat as well. I could see long hair protruding from the sides of it. This person slowly approached the sliding door. It must have been locked or something, because after a couple of attempts of trying to open it, he stopped and walked over to another apartment. When he reached that next apartment, he grabbed the door as well. A car drove by though, and he jumped away from the door and pretended like he was just walking down the road. Once the car was out of sight, he went back to the door and tried to open it again. No such luck for this man, it seemed. I oddly felt a sense of relief when he started to walk away. Whatever intentions he had, and it didn't seem like they were good, it looked like he was abandoning them. I felt a bit of relief lift off my shoulders too, because I'd been having an eternal battle on the inside of whether or not I should call the cops on this guy. I mean, of course, I probably should have. But for some reason, calling the cops on this guy was giving me crippling anxiety. I can't explain why. I guess the police just terrify me, so I avoid that confrontation at all costs. Just as the relief was setting in completely though, the man turned back around and went back to the apartment he was just at seconds ago. He didn't look around this time. He grabbed onto the sliding door and started to yank on it hard. Thankfully, his failures continued. After that, he went to the last apartment on the ground floor that was in my vision. To my horror and surprise though, the door opened right away. He crept inside, as though he was trying to be silent. I wanted to grab my phone and call the police, but I didn't want to lose my focus on the man. The lights weren't on in the apartment, so I couldn't tell where he'd gone once he went inside. Once I'd lost sight of him completely, I grabbed my phone and called the police. I told them my suspicions, and they said they were going to send a car over right away. I sat on the balcony and continued to watch the sliding door that he'd left slightly open. I saw a light turn on in one of the windows, and within seconds I saw the man running out at full speed toward my building. Even though I knew this man couldn't possibly see me, I slid down in my chair even more. I was so tense. Before the man was even out of sight, a large shirtless man ran out of the sliding door with a baseball bat in hand to chase him. He only took a few steps out though before retreating back into his apartment, closing the sliding door and standing at the window with a bat in hand. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. I instantly felt guilty for not calling earlier. Then though, I reassured myself it could have possibly been much worse if I didn't call at all. When the cops did finally show up a few minutes later, they talked to the man. I was still watching everything from my balcony. I saw a woman join the big man, as well as 2 teenage children. Within just a couple of minutes, cops were swarming the area. After a lot of conversations with the family, the cops finally left, and eventually the night was quiet once again. I went to bed that night terrified that someone was going to open my sliding glass door, even though it was on the 3rd floor. I feared my apartment was going to get broken into every night until I eventually moved out. I still think about that night all the time, even though it didn't directly involve me. Sometimes being a fly on the wall and witnessing something horrible can be just as traumatic in other ways. At the end of the day, though, I'm just happy I don't live anywhere near those apartments anymore, and that the family from the apartment was physically unharmed that night. I can't imagine the psychological damage they're still dealing with today, though. This memory of mine begins about 3 years ago, when I graduated from high school. I had grown up with my grandparents, but decided to move to a different and much larger city to live with my dad for the first time in 12 years. I'd went to the city already because I'd spent my summers with him, but this would be the first time I would have the freedom of an adult to come and go as I pleased. Drive my car anywhere, smoke cigarettes whenever I wanted. I was excited. I was sad, though, to have to leave all of my friends behind. As soon as I was settled in, my dad and stepmom sat me down to discuss a few rules and what I needed to know about the basic things. Go whenever you want, but let us know when to expect you to leave and when to come back, even if it's at 2 a.m. so we know you're safe. You know, that sort of thing. I had to park on the street because the apartment complex had limited parking. They both told me to watch out for the neighborhood creep, whose name was George. He was well known to all the women in the complex, as well as the police that patrolled the area. He was tall and fairly huge. He looked very intimidating. My parents were pretty certain he would leave me alone for one reason. My dad thought George had a habit of stalking women in the complex, but he would always stop and find a new target if they had a man nearby. If they made a show of being at their place, be it a brother, a lover, or a father, it didn't matter who or what the man was to the woman. He would back off immediately. Since I was living with my dad, who was quite tall and very intimidating, we felt confident I would be all right. For a time, I was. It started about 6 months after I'd initially moved in. My stepmom and dad were fighting a bit at the time. Eventually, they separated. One night, I was on the porch having a cigarette and browsing Facebook or whatever. I wish I could say I felt like I was being watched, but I ended up just happening to look up coincidentally when I felt a bug land on me. George was standing 15 feet away, a little bit behind a tree, staring intently at me. I nearly dropped my cigarette in surprise. I shakily stubbed it out and went inside. I was home alone at this moment, so I made sure to lock all my doors. Then I started playing video games in my room to relax. I told myself I was probably just being paranoid. The next morning, I got up for a cigarette and some coffee. Lo and behold, only a few minutes after I'd stepped out onto the porch, George came ambling out of his apartment to look my way. I finished my cigarette and went back inside. This pattern continued for a couple of weeks on end. It was like George was always stood at his sliding glass door, peeking out and waiting to see when I would emerge. I told my dad about this, and he tried to sit down with me whenever I would smoke. If my dad was with me, George wouldn't so much as peek his head out the door. Of course, the other woman in the apartment complex had already tried to call the police about George. But since he lived there legally and staring isn't technically a crime, there wasn't much they could do. I didn't know how far George had taken it with the other woman before. With that info in my mind, I knew calling wouldn't be much use. Things slowly began to escalate once my stepmom left, though. I had access to her parking spot now, so I had 3 ways to get from my car to the apartment, depending on how I chose to go. One of the ways went just past George's apartment, about 5 feet from his door. Since I got off late most nights, I avoided that route as much as possible. Slowly but surely, though, he memorized my schedule. He would always be on one of these 3 paths when I was coming home. Not directly on the concrete, but a few feet away, hiding in the grass or behind a tree. It's like he really thought I couldn't see him. Almost like a child hiding very terribly behind an object. You could see 90% of his body. That's how he would always do it. I would brush past him and avoid eye contact, but prepare to scream if I heard him coming after me. I started to carry my keys between my fingertips, and I brought a pocket knife with me. I would walk from my car with it halfway open already, even though I'd never been in any fight before in my entire life. I believe it was around this time my mother was trying to find me free self-defense classes, since I couldn't afford anything with my tight budget. My dad was steadily getting more and more pissed off as George got closer and closer to escalating. As the days went by, it went from November to May. If my dad wasn't home, I would have to lock all the doors and keep my knife under my pillow. I would Skype all night with my boyfriend, just in case someone would need to call 911 for me. I put a bunch of flower pots in front of my bedroom window so no one could get inside silently. I started to sit on the floor of my porch below the wall so I would be out of sight whenever smoking. I would anchor myself though so I could see him if he ever tried to walk up to it. I had constant nightmares of me being kidnapped, raped, and murdered. They began to invade my dreams every night. One day, I was gossiping with my neighbor. "Hey, did you hear about George?" "No, what about him?" "He got arrested last night in the parking lot of the complex. There's this big sort of electrical power box that stands about waist height. It's about 2 or 3 feet wide. About 10 minutes before I was supposed to come home and park right in front of it, some lady and her kid were walking by. They saw George sitting behind the box masturbating. He was waiting there for me, jerking off to the thought of me seeing him. It kinda makes me want to puke, but it also scares me at the same time. I was relieved for a few days of my stress, but it was only a few days that he was gone. He went right back again to the same old routine soon after. One night he got even braver. It was about 7 p.m. I went out for a cigarette with my dad. A neighbor walked up to chat with my dad, though. George came outside and stood out in the open staring me down. "Dude's asking to get his ass kicked," my dad said. He went back to chatting with the neighbor. I rolled my eyes and went back inside and played some more video games. I was healing in World of Warcraft when I heard my neighbor shouting. I was healing, and that's a pretty important job. I figured she must have been talking to someone else. That was until she burst into my room with panic in her eyes. Her eyes were huge. She hopped from one foot to the other frantically, like she was doing some kind of dance. "He's bleeding," she said. I asked who in bewilderment. "It's your dad. Come quick." I made some teenager huffing sound and left my computer, certainly pissing off the rest of my guild. I grabbed my little first aid kit and filled it with band-aids. I thought my dad was doing something stupid like tossing his knife and trying to catch it or something. But when I stepped outside, I found myself face to face with a real horror. 6 people were surrounding my dad, including my neighbor. My neighbor Caleb was holding a shirt to my dad's side, with my dad facing away from me. His entire back was covered in blood. It was like he'd just been mauled by a bear. Caleb's hold on the shirt slipped, and blood spurted out. I felt queasy writing this down. I had never before in my life seen an emergency like this. Blood makes me lightheaded, and I have anxiety attacks over not being able to find a specific bookmark. All the adults around me were panicked aside from Caleb. I threw the first aid kit onto the porch and told everyone where we kept our towels. Shell rushed inside to grab one. "Has anyone called 911? I shouted. 5 pairs of eyes turned to look at me, like they'd never heard of 911 before. My dad shouted he couldn't afford an ambulance, but I told him to shut the fuck up. He told me that the guy had stabbed him. I dialed 911 and we told them our address and the reason for the emergency. My dad was being a real champ, even though he was spurting out blood all over the sidewalk. I ran back and forth along the walkways to get the police and show them what house George lived in. Then I ran back and forth to get the paramedics. They were so agonizingly slow. They walked calmly, and I wanted to scream at them that my dad was bleeding out. They got my dad packed into an ambulance. I was about to jump in when the police stopped me and told me I had to stay, so I could give them a statement. My dad shouted at me to call his boss. 2 years later, and all these memories are still burned into my brain. I gave my statement to the police. Then they made me sit outside the complex on the sidewalk for 2 to 3 hours. They kept me updated on my dad. Once I'd called my boss and answered my stepmother's message, that's when I allowed myself to break down. It felt like I cried on forever. One of the cops was nice enough to go into my house and grab my cigarettes and a bottle of water for me. He stayed with me the entire time to make sure I didn't run off or something, but he was very nice. He even offered to let me sit in his cruiser a few times to get me away from George. He had been waiting in his apartment when they came. When they took him out, I was there. 14 cops were leading him away. He still kept trying to stare at me though. I stared back and felt such hatred I'd never felt before in my entire life. I wanted to go over there and murder him. My babysitting cop looked over and saw George staring at me, so he shined his flashlight in George's eyes to keep him from looking at me. Once it was all over, I was allowed to go back into my house, where I waited for more information about my dad. He was in the hospital for 9 days. Apparently, he shouted at George to leave me alone, and George had started shouting back at him while I was in the house. George had screamed at my dad to face him like a man, so my dad jumped over the porch and walked up to him. This creep had been waiting with a 12-inch blade held to the side of his leg, which he struck out and stabbed my dad in the back with. The knife missed his kidney very narrowly. It traveled up and punctured his diaphragm. My dad didn't even realize he'd been stabbed at first. He got George into a headlock and beat the shit out of him, thinking the dude had just punched him in the back or something. George dropped the knife, then rolled in the grass and picked up another knife he'd been hiding, and stabbed my dad again. This time, it was an upper back wound that was much more shallow, but still required stitches. This is when all the rest of the stuff went down. The blood stayed on the pavement until about noon the next day, when one of my neighbors kindly washed it off for me. My dad spent more time in the hospital in critical condition than George spent being held in jail. I felt like it was all my fault. I'd been addressing that in therapy, but I feel awful about what happened to my dad. Throughout the week, while I was on the porch or even just outside, many women came up to me and told me they had to thank my dad. All of them had been terrorized by George at some point, and now they were certain he would be put away for good after his trial. Several women, George had even stalked them up to their apartment door and pull his pants down demanding sex. I can't believe the cops didn't do anything. One day, one of my neighbors came up to me and told me that police and neighbors had searched the complex and found that George had stashed many knives all over the place, buried in gardens, stuck in trees, under his doormat. I shudder to think that maybe one day he planned to grab one of his targets and do something far more sinister than stare. George was declared guilty for assault with a deadly weapon, but the attempted murder charge was dropped. He was out of prison by Christmas on good behavior or whatever. My dad and I have a lifelong restraining order against him. He's never again tried to come after me, so I can only hope he's terrified of my dad. I wish I could tell you guys I took a self-defense course and learned how to fight like my dad did, but I'm still a bit of a punk who can't even slap a spider, so there's that. My dad's doing okay now. I probably owe my life to him. If he hadn't fought George for me, I might have been the first victim George decided to stab. About 4 years ago, one of my work colleagues asked me to dog sit and watch over their house while they were out of town for a few nights. I was decently close with this coworker, so I told them it wouldn't be a problem at all. I'd love to do it actually. I had met their dog Candy on a few occasions and knew I would have no problem being with her for a few days. She could be a little hyper, but usually pretty low maintenance. I figured if I just brought her a new toy, it would distract her for most of the time. I packed a small bag and went over a little bit early so I could get all the details they wanted me to do before they left. Where the dog food was, how often she was to be fed, where her harness and leash were, etc., etc. They had a security system, but they decided they would leave it off while they were gone, so I didn't have to worry about it every time I came and left during the day. They lived in a nice neighborhood anyway. Obviously, I would still lock the doors though. There was a dog living there. I really had no need for the security system to actually be on. She did let me know that even when the system wasn't armed, if the doors opened, you would hear a faint chime. That was the security box letting you know one of the doors had been opened. After getting the rundown, they were off on their trip. I was outside hanging out with Candy the first night. It was fairly uneventful, outside of Candy occasionally trying to eat some grass and dirt. She was perfectly well behaved and even came and laid down with me on the couch when she got tired. I was a little bit annoyed with myself though that I'd brought her a new toy, which so happened to be a squeaker. After 2 hours, I thought I was going to go insane. I didn't sleep well that night either. Something about being in someone else's home alone just couldn't make me relax. Candy couldn't figure out where she wanted to sleep, so she was going up and down in the guest bed to the bed with me, which wasn't really allowing me to get comfortable. The first night came and went. Soon enough, it was already my last evening staying at the home. I remember it was getting kind of late, and I wanted to get some pizza. I ordered it on my phone and ran out to pick it up. I came back and put on the TV. There I was, enjoying my pizza and breadsticks. Before I knew it, the sun was already down, and I was starting to doze off on the couch with Candy. She seemed to be very restless, though, which she hadn't been at all before. I figured maybe she needed to go out to the backyard, but when I opened the door to let her out, she just stared out into the backyard and started to whine. She wouldn't go out. She wouldn't go outside, even when the motion light turned on. I didn't close the door right away though, so the faint chiming from the security system was going off to let me know the door was open. I went to go get Candy a treat to see if I could calm her down. I moved her harness and leash out of the way and grabbed her a treat, which she looked very excited about. Her tail was wagging like crazy. I realized it was because she'd heard the jingling from her leash and wanted to go on a walk. It was late and I wasn't sure if I should take her. But if she had to go to the bathroom and wouldn't go in the backyard anyway, I figured I would just take her on a quick walk and calm her down. I almost fell down the stairs trying to lock the front door while she was pulling me in the opposite direction. I started walking down the street, as I wasn't super familiar with this area. I noticed that down the road there seemed to be a park, or at least an area with some open grass. The streetlights gave me a little bit of guidance in the dark. As soon as we went to the grassy area, Candy stormed around and then went to the bathroom. I was relieved and thought this was definitely what she'd needed. As I was done picking up after her, I noticed her ears were raised, and she started to whine again. Her whine turned into a low growl. I asked her what was wrong, and looked toward where she was looking. There was a person sitting on one of the park swings all by themselves. The park itself wasn't lit, but some of the area around it was being lit by streetlights. The person wasn't moving or swinging at all. They were sitting still as they could, staring in our direction. The only thing I really remember is they had some sort of striped outfit on. The pants and shirt were vertically striped, almost like you'd see on a clown or something. I pulled on Candy's leash to try to get her to move, but she was stuck in place. I shouted under my breath, "Candy, let's go!" As she looked back at me, the person stood up from the swing, staring in our direction. Candy started to bark, and I started walking back towards our house. Even though I was very far away from the swings, I remember starting to jog just to try and get out of there. I wanted to get back to the house as quickly as possible. Once we got back, I gave her another treat and figured we would sit down on the couch. She got into her little dog bed nearby with her toy and laid down, while I put the TV on and started scrolling through my phone. About a half hour later, I kept feeling like I was hearing something, like Music, maybe. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It was nagging at me, so I walked out to the kitchen and realized it was the security alarm unit chiming and saying the back door was open. My heart sank. Why was this door open? I remembered when I tried to let Candy out in the backyard before. I guess I'd forgotten to close it all the way and lock it. That definitely was against my nature even at my own house. I always locked and closed my doors as soon as I got inside out of habit. I closed and locked the door and started to walk back to the living room when Candy was already in the kitchen. She was whining and kind of half growling, barking the exact same as she had earlier at the park. She turned her attention to the stairs leading down to the basement and started full-on barking. As I tried to calm her down, I noticed the light switch to the basement didn't seem to be working, or at least the switch wasn't turning a light on. I walked back to the living room, then went back to the basement stairs after calming Candy down a bit. I turned on my phone light to try and mitigate some of the darkness, and heard what I could only describe as a laugh. I didn't know how else to describe it. I remember turning around and booking it up the stairs, grabbing Candy and running outside. Not knowing what else to do, I called my friend from work and told her what happened. She said she would phone the police and let them know there was an incident, and that I was house-sitting. They could expect me to be there. About 20 minutes later, the police showed up and did a walkthrough of the house and property. They didn't find anything, but they did say the back door was slightly ajar and unlocked. I told them that it had 100% been locked, as I remembered doing it less than an hour ago. They gave me a number and said if anything else out of the ordinary happened to give them a call. I called my friend and filled her in, and apologized for having them worry while they were away. She said they would be home first thing in the morning, and walked me through how to set the alarm for the remainder of the night. I made it through the rest of the night with no other strange occurrences, and I never did get any answers as to exactly what happened. I was working at a hotel in Albuquerque. I was on the graveyard shift, and I had been talking to the security guard a bit. He asked me if he could get a ride home, so instead of waiting for 30 minutes for my shift to end, I just left and left a note for my boss that said I'd left early because my brother was stranded outside of town and needed me to pick him up. It was a total lie on my part, of course, but I needed a good excuse to leave early. I dropped off the security guard at his place, then went home and went to sleep. After a couple of hours of sleep, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my brother. He told me he really was stranded outside of town, and he needed me to pick him up right now. I told my brother the lie I'd told my boss, and how much of a coincidence it was that he was calling me and saying this. He said that wasn't the weird part, though. He said he'd show me what was weird when I got there. When I got there, I asked him what he was talking about. He put his phone up to my ear and played a message he'd received when he woke up that morning. It was a voice that sounded kind of roboticized. It was creepy as hell. The voice message just kept saying, "You're stuck, you're stuck, you're stuck," over and over. It freaked us both out. We never figured out where the call came from. It's the strangest and creepiest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. When I was little, I would go over to my grandparents' house frequently with my sister and my cousins. My grandparents have an attached mother-in-law apartment, so we always played in there while the grown-ups would talk in the main house. One day, we were playing hot and cold with a little key we'd found in the apartment. One person was hiding it when they accidentally dropped it, and it fell under the door to the basement. I opened the door to go inside and retrieve it, only to find that when I did so, there was a man standing at the bottom of the stairs. I didn't recognize him at all. When the man saw me, he screamed at me to close the door. I was so freaked out I slammed it behind me and bolted upstairs immediately. I ran into the main house to tell my parents. My dad went into the basement to look around, but he couldn't find anyone. To this day, they all tell me that I imagined it, but my sister and cousins insist it was real. Well, about 5 years later, both my grandparents unfortunately passed away. Because of this, I was helping my dad clean out their basement. It turns out they were actually missing a lot of stuff down there that was supposed to be there. I haven't gone back down there or to that house ever since. When I was in 8th grade, my parents separated. Basically, my mom packed her and I up one night, and we moved into my grandparents' home. We didn't look back. We ended up living there throughout my high school years. When he died, my parents officially got divorced. My mom remarried, and we moved into the city with my stepfather. My grandpa lived on the first floor of the apartment, and the owners, an elderly couple who were family to us through marriage, lived on the second floor. The property also had a small in-law cottage out in the back. That was where my uncle lived. For some reason that I'll never understand, there was no lock to get into the actual building if you entered through the back. The back door just opened right into a landing, where there was a locked and deadbolted door right to our apartment. Then 2 sets of stairs. One led up to the also locked and deadbolted door of the second floor apartment, and the other led down to the basement. There was also no lock on our front apartment door. It could just be entered from the front of the building. In order to access the second floor apartment or the basement, though, you had to go through this landing. The basement was actually pretty nice, and at one point they had started to convert it into its own apartment before they ultimately decided to make the in-law cottage instead. That meant the basement was right there, with a full kitchen, complete with an oven, sink, and refrigerator. There was a washer and dryer, which was shared by all of us who lived there. That was also in the basement. There were some general storage stuff down there too. It was entirely open except for a back room that was full of more storage. That room had one of those swinging saloon-type doors where you could see above and below them. The storage area was longer than it was deep, so you couldn't really see that much behind the doors though, aside from all the shelves in there. You had to walk in and then turn to really observe the room. One night when I was in high school, I think I was around 15 at the time. After taking a shower, I saw the laundry bin in the bathroom was pretty full, so I grabbed a ton of laundry and headed down toward the basement. It was pretty late at night, but I figured I would at least get it started and move some things over in the morning. I tossed everything onto the ground and started sorting out the colors. That was when I got hit by this horrible feeling in my gut. The basement was not all that creepy at all. It was well lit and pretty welcoming, with the kitchen and everything in there. For some reason I can't explain though, something just started to feel wrong to me. Anyone who's ever been hit with the feeling they were being watched knows exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't know how or why, but that feeling just rushed over me. It was something I couldn't shake no matter what either. I found myself glancing over to the saloon doors, the only part of the basement I couldn't see in its entirety. I don't know why, maybe just to assure myself I was being a big baby. I started to walk toward that back room. I stopped myself just as I reached out toward the swinging doors. I've been a horror fan for as long as I can remember, and I'd seen more horror movies than I could possibly count. I knew that if this was a movie, I'd be calling myself a dumbass and saying not to go into that room. I quickly snatched my hand back and ran up the stairs, leaving all the clothes behind me. I ran into our apartment, where I locked the doors that could lock, and immediately told my mom about the feeling in the basement. I was super creeped out, despite me not being that type of person. She basically rolled her eyes at me and told me to go to bed. I ended up doing as I was told, though it took me quite a bit to shake that feeling and finally fall asleep. Later that night, my bladder woke me up, and I stumbled out of my room to go to the bathroom. I didn't turn on any of the lights as I started making my way toward the bathroom. Usually that would wake up my grandpa, and I didn't really want to bother him. When I got closer to the bathroom, I noticed my mom standing in the doorway of her bedroom. Something looked off to me. It took me a moment to realize that she was clutching her phone. When she noticed me, she whispered to me to get against the wall, which I did without hesitation. It took a few moments for the grogginess to wear off and for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. As they did, I began to see what she did. My mom's bedroom was immediately off the kitchen. The kitchen was where the back door that led to the landing and basement was located. The door had a tiny window up top with a small but thick curtain. It was thin enough, though, that you could see that someone was outside the door, thick enough to not be able to make out any of their features. There was someone definitely there. Every now and then, the doorknob would turn, and you could hear a scratching sound on the other side. I'd never been so afraid in my entire life. I'm not sure how I managed to do what I did next. It was like someone else took control over me. I slid down against the wall I was clinging to and crawled against it toward the darkness. I crawled into the kitchen. My mom looked terrified, watching back and forth between me and the back door. She kept whispering for me to stop and go back, but I kept moving forward. I reached the counter, where I grabbed up a butcher knife. I was shaking the whole time. I moved with knife in hand on the ground next to the fridge, which was next to the door as well. The man was still trying to get in. I had this horrible feeling something bad was going to happen. I wasn't going to go down without a fight, though. I stood there next to the door with a knife in hand, my mom hiding in the bedroom doorway across from me. It was only for a few minutes, though. My mom had already called 911 before I'd even woken up and stumbled my way toward the bathroom. Lights from approaching squad cars soon filled the kitchen, and from the other side of the door I could hear a sudden clamoring and commotion. There was a slam of the back screen bursting open as the would-be assailant took off running. It was around 3 a.m. or so. That meant it was completely dark outside. We lived right next to some train tracks and very thick bushes and trees, which made it very easy for the man to escape. The police came in and took statements from my mom and I. My grandpa, who was partially deaf, had managed to sleep through most of the entire thing. That was until the police came inside to search through the apartment and make sure we were okay. The outside door and the doorknob were both covered in deep scratches, like someone had been going at it with a knife trying to figure out how to get in. That wasn't the most horrifying part to me. That was reserved for the basement. The clothes I had brought down there were not where I had left them. They had been thrown about and shoveled into the back room. The one with those swinging doors I had stopped myself from going into. The boxes that were out of view had been thrown about, all opened and obviously gone through. There were some things missing, and there were wrappers from food on the floor. He had been down there looking for something to steal. Apparently he was down there when I went down to do the laundry. I had almost walked right into that room with him. Based on what we had seen from the door, he had a knife with him. To this day, I can't help but find myself sometimes thinking about what would have happened had I walked into that room. I've never shared this story with anyone outside my immediate family. It may sound insane, but I promise this is the truth. When I was 15, my parents and I moved to a newly constructed housing development in Beltsville, Maryland. We lived right on the end of a cul-de-sac, but our house was the only one that was completed so far. Granted, our lot was just one giant patch of dirt so far, but we didn't really mind. We loved the experience of living in a brand new house in a quiet corner of the neighborhood. All the other houses around us still needed the finishing touches put on, such as windows and siding. Because of this, none of them were occupied. During the day, there were contractors all over the other properties, hard at work finishing building them. At night, though, it was peace and quiet. My parents and I would take long walks around the area and sneak peeks at the inside of the other empty houses. About a week after we moved in, I woke up at around 2 a.m. It was from an awful pain in my foot that turned out to be an ingrown toenail. I didn't know that at the time, though. I limped downstairs trying to find my Game Boy. I figured if I was going to be stuck awake and miserable, I might as well play some Pokemon Blue to make the time pass faster. I didn't turn on any lights in my downstairs, though. I found the Game Boy on the coffee table by the light of the street lamps outside. I walked back past the front door to head back upstairs when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I paused next to our front door. We had a long window that gave us a perfect view of our porch outside and the driveway beyond. My mom had intended to put up a curtain, but she hadn't gotten around to it yet. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look outside. After squinting for a few moments, my heart began to hammer inside my chest. I'm sure my eyes went as big as stop signs. In the dark, it was hard to tell for sure. The only light I had to judge was a street lamp at the end of the driveway, but it looked like there was a figure of a man standing with his back to me, literally just off our porch, as if he had just stepped off of it right then. He seemed to be staring in the direction of an empty house across the street. That was scary enough, but what terrified me even more was how dead still he was standing. He wasn't shifting his weight or fidgeting in any way. I blinked hard and tried to tell myself I was just seeing things. Maybe this was a shadow or just my imagination. When I opened them again, though, I realized I was not crazy. This figure definitely was there. I should have cautiously made my way back upstairs and woken up my parents, but instead I did something very stupid. I'm not sure why I did this. I guess some part of me just wanted to try and make out if he was even breathing. I moved closer to the window and practically pressed my face to the glass. That's when the figure must have either heard me or felt my eyes upon him. His head spun around to face me. Not his upper body either. He just turned only his head, jerking it violently around to look over his shoulder. He almost looked like an animal in that moment. I saw 2 pale pinpricks of light staring directly back at me, and I knew those were his eyes. I launched myself away from the window and screamed for my parents. I practically flew up the stairs and started wailing that there was a man on the front porch. My parents don't believe in guns, so when my dad saw the terror on my face, he grabbed the closest heavy object within reach, which happened to be metal tubing from the vacuum cleaner. He then made his way down the stairs. I threw myself into my mom's arms, and I heard my dad cursing and hollering. Then there was a moment of silence. We heard my dad drop the pipe, and then he called upstairs to my mom. His voice was desperate and terrified. He told us to call the cops right now. My dad is a big guy, 6'4", and at the time easily 250 pounds. Back when I was just a baby, he even used to work part-time as a bouncer. But in this moment, he sounded terrified in a way I'd never thought was possible for him. There came a hard pounding from outside the front door. I hid in my parents' closet while my mom called the cops. My dad was halfway up the stairs, yelling at this guy to just leave and that the police were already on their way. After what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably closer to 3, the pounding stopped. The police arrived 10 minutes after that and searched the entire property and the surrounding houses, but they couldn't find any signs of the man. I stayed upstairs while my mom and dad spoke to the officers in the driveway. The police did routine drive-bys for the next several nights, but as far as I know, they never found the man. I didn't get a good night's sleep for weeks after. I just kept remembering how the man's head had snapped around to face me, his pale eyes burning themselves into my mind. It was several weeks later when my dad finally told me what scared him so much. When he had reached the bottom of the stairs, the man had his face pressed up against the window. There was a knife in between his teeth. My dad dropped the vacuum pipe when he saw the man push the tip of his knife through his own cheek. The man then started using his blood to trace outside the window with his finger. After the police arrived, they found the streaks of blood all around the siding of our house, as if he had encircled it, continuing to run his bloody fingers across the outer walls. My family never took walks at night again, even after the other houses were eventually occupied, and to this day I never peek out through the curtains at night, for fear I might see those eyes again. My story takes place in Lancaster, Florida, back in 2007. I was 18 at the time, a senior in high school. I had picked up a job as a sign waver. You know, those people who stand outside on street corners waving promotional signs around for businesses. Yeah, it sucks just about as much as you might think it does, but as a high school student, it paid fairly well. By the way, please stop throwing things at us from your cars while we're out waving our signs. It's just not cool. The job is demeaning enough without having fast food launched at our heads. Anyway, I had been standing on my corner for about 2 hours swinging my sign around, waving at passing drivers. That was when I noticed a bald guy sitting across the street from me on a bench, looking my way. I waved to him more or less just to keep the rhythm going. He immediately gave me the finger. It wasn't just a casual flip off either. He raised his entire fist like he wanted to hit me and started shouting at me from across the intersection. I couldn't make out exactly what he was saying, but I could hear a few cuss words definitely being used a few times. I avoided eye contact with him and focused my attention back on the cars again. Soon after, my boss pulled up to the curb and told me that I was free to leave. Our company had gotten laid off, and all the sign wavers were going to be replaced by a different team. I was disappointed I would be out of work for the foreseeable future, but in that moment I was just relieved to be able to sit down somewhere out of the sun. I was about to tell my boss about that bald guy when I noticed the bench across the street was now empty. I wasn't exactly sure when he'd left, but I simply shrugged it off and got into the car with my boss, who told me my replacement was going to be there within an hour. Over the course of the next hour, I went home, got changed, and was meeting a friend for lunch before going to see a movie. That was when notifications on my phone started exploding non-stop, with people asking if I was alright and telling me to call them right away. Needless to say, I was very confused. I immediately called my mom, who burst into tears when she heard my voice. I went home to be with her, and immediately found out what all this concern had been about. The news was reporting that a sign waver had just been shot and killed on the very corner I'd been standing on less than an hour ago. When the victim had fallen, the sign had covered his face. He didn't have any identification on him, so most of my friends had jumped to the horrible conclusion that I was the one lying there dead on the sidewalk. The creepiest thing was, the victim looked very similar to me. We were both Latino with short dark hair, about the same height, and were even wearing identical outfits. I was eventually interviewed by the police, and I mentioned that bald man who'd been shouting angrily at me from across the street. To the best of my knowledge, though, they concluded the shooting was gang-related. Either way, the situation really shook me, and I didn't feel safe or relaxed for a long while afterwards. I felt terrible the other guy had died, but at the same time, had my boss not come when he did and picked me up, who knows if it would have been me that was shot and killed. I have a wife and child now, and sometimes when I look at them, I think about how different everything could have been if I was the one there that day. I'm 17, and I live in the city of Estonia in Europe. English is not my first language, so I apologize for any mistakes. It was around 2 p.m. or so, and I had just finished another boring school day. I had guitar lessons on Wednesday after school. I considered skipping the lesson and going straight back home, lying to my parents that the teacher had been sick and there was no lesson today. I decided to simply man up and go to class anyway, though. That turned out to be a big mistake, ironically enough. I got to the entrance of the building when I spotted a weird man wearing a red hooded jacket, sitting cross-legged in a puddle right in the middle of the parking lot. I stopped and stared at him for a minute in confused fascination. He didn't seem to be moving at all. It had rained the night before, and there were dozens of small puddles scattered around the parked cars. It looked like he had intentionally gone out of his way to find the largest one in the lot to occupy. Multiple other people were giving him sideways glances as they entered the building, but no one was really saying anything. Eventually, I just shrugged it off and made my way to my lesson. After 2.5 hours of sitting in the classroom, I had completely forgotten about the man. As I left the building, though, I noticed to my surprise that the man was still sitting there. He hadn't moved a single muscle. I was very creeped out, and I did something very stupid. I walked over to him, and once I got within 10 feet, I pulled out my phone and like a smartass, I said, "Hey man, don't move." I took a photo of him. I've since lost the photo because I had to change phones. After I took a picture of the guy, his eyes instantly shot up to make contact with mine. My heart skipped a beat. His head didn't move at all, just his eyes. The man's skin was extremely wrinkled and weather-beaten. His eyes were gray, and he had an incredibly long beard. He smelled like he'd been living in a heap of garbage. The look in his eyes sent a chill up my spine. It was almost like he wasn't even human. I took off at a brisk walk toward the sidewalk, not letting myself look any further. I crossed the street and stopped at the opposite crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. My guitar case was feeling twice as heavy as it usually did. I glanced back toward the parking lot, and my heart immediately sank. The puddle man had stood up and was now walking directly toward me. His eyes were staring at me with an intense hatred. He didn't even bother to look both ways before crossing the street. I immediately called out an apology to him again and again, but his expression didn't change at all. It was then that I noticed his clothes were soaking wet from sitting in the puddle, but it wasn't just a trail of water he was leaving behind. He was bleeding heavily from both hands, or possibly his wrists. It was hard to tell. He was leaving dark red pools on the concrete as he continued toward me. I immediately dashed across the crosswalk without waiting for the light to change. In retrospect, I'm actually pretty lucky I didn't get hit by a car. I started running as fast as I could down the sidewalk without looking back. I know I probably should have just called the cops, but I was panicking and holding my guitar case with both hands. I didn't want to free one of my hands to use my phone for fear my case might slow me down. Every so often I glanced behind me and noticed the man was still chasing me with long, determined strides. After about 5 minutes of running, I felt like I was going to collapse. I still had another half-mile to go though before I reached my apartment building, and the puddle man was closing in on me. Knowing I was going to regret this later, I ditched my case on the sidewalk and sprinted forward down the dark street. I didn't look back once I got into my building. I ran up the stairs and down the hall and ducked into my apartment, slamming the door behind me. I locked it and started gasping for air like I'd nearly drowned. My mother yelled at me from the kitchen for making so much noise. She asked me if I was okay, and I just nodded without responding. I don't know why I didn't tell her what happened. Probably because she wouldn't even have believed me. Surely she would have just screamed at me for abandoning my guitar and would have made me go back to retrieve it. I simply told her I'd left it at school overnight and locked myself in my room until I was finally able to relax. The following morning, I woke up at 6 to walk the dog and get ready for school. This is the part I'm not sure people are going to believe. I promise you it's the truth though. When I opened my apartment door, I gasped and my legs nearly gave out beneath me. My guitar case was sitting right outside with dried and crusted blood all over the handle. That was terrifying enough, but what freaked me out even more was the outside doorknob was covered in blood as well. My guitar case doesn't have a tag or anything on it with my name or address. I have absolutely no idea how he found out where I lived. I immediately washed the blood off the knob and the handle, and I never told anyone. Not the school, not the police, and definitely not my parents either. I stopped going to my guitar lessons after that. I haven't seen the Puddle Man since then, but sometimes I lie awake at night and fear knowing that he knows where I live. He's already tried to get in once. Thank God I remembered to lock the door that night. "4 years ago, I was finally able to move to a big city, one I had wanted to live in all my life. I had just turned 23. I had a well-paying job, and many of my friends already lived there. I rented out a shabby studio apartment and got myself a cat as well. I was absolutely in love with the city for a while. It all started at a punk show in an unkempt dive bar. You know what I'm talking about. And doodles on the walls, sticker toilets, my natural habitat. I had been drinking quite heavily and got very sociable. I made the rounds to greet my group of friends and got some free birthday beers to boot. All in all, I was having a pretty great time. I stood right at the stage for most of the show because the band was genuinely amazing. Because of this, it took me a while to notice the tall skinhead guy standing about 5 feet from me. When I say tall, he was very tall. Not fat or skinny at all either. I think broad would be the right word to describe him. He had a shaven head, boots, braces, all that decor. I didn't pay much attention to him as I was too focused on the band playing. During cigarette breaks and while watching the band, I noticed he was sort of nearby me always. I assumed he must be socializing with common friends or something. At one point, I was standing in front of the stage, and a mosh pit had formed behind me. He was in it, and whenever he circled back around behind me, he would sort of attempt to grab me into it. I didn't really want to join, though. I was wasted, and I knew I would get hurt if I did. The show ended, and everyone was saying their goodbyes, when I realized somehow I'd lost my bus pass. It was too far to walk home, and none of my friends would let me crash over at their place. I was in the middle of begging all my friends for a ride or at least bus money when the skinhead approached me. He offered to drive me home, even though he was clearly intoxicated. I knew I shouldn't ride with a drunk driver, but I was drunk too and it was raining, and I'd never made the best decisions anyway. While in the car, I got a better look at the man's face. He certainly wasn't ugly, but it looked like he could pass for about 40 or so. He drove surprisingly well for a drunkard and got me home safe. At the apartments, he asked if he could hang out inside. I told him no because my cat didn't like strangers. He seemed fine with that and told me good night. He left soon after. Exactly 1 week later, I discovered flowers at my front door. There was no indication of who had sent them, but I hate flowers, so I threw them away. A few weeks later, he called me up. Apparently, he'd gotten my phone number somehow. He asked me if I wanted to go to dinner that weekend. I was really creeped out by this, obviously. I wasn't used to men just calling me up randomly and hitting on me, nor them being so direct. I declined, saying I had to work that weekend, which was not true. That weekend, I went to a house show instead. There were no other skinheads attending the show, so I thought he wouldn't be there. Of course he was, though. I avoided him for most of the night and did my best to have a good time regardless. I started to realize that technically this guy had done nothing wrong. In fact, he'd been quite helpful to me. Maybe he just had a crush on me. Why was I being so cold to him and getting creeped out for no reason? I decided to let go of my preconceptions and say hello to him, be a little bit friendly. He acted friendly back and we shared some whiskey and chatted. At one point, he put his arm around my waist and people teased us for looking so sappy. Around 3 a.m. or so, the party died down, and everyone either left or passed out around the house. I was outside smoking on the front curb when he came out and bummed a smoke off me. He started to get really angry with me out of nowhere. started going off on me for lying about having to work that day and refusing dinner. He accused me of being a tease. His outburst was so sudden and unprovoked, he caught me off guard. He'd been so nice just seconds ago. I tried to tell him I'd taken the day off, but he didn't believe me. He asked me if I liked him. At this point, I was starting to realize he was kind of unhinged. I told him I did. Now, keep in mind I was drunk, and I said this attempting to avoid a physical confrontation. That turned out to be a terrible mistake. He gripped my arm fiercely and started dragging me towards his car. He said if I really liked him, I would go to his car, let him take me away, and fuck him all night. I tried pulling away and yelled something like, "Leave me the fuck alone!" When I turned around to go back inside, he grabbed the back of my hair and slammed me to the ground. My head hit the pavement real hard. I couldn't comprehend anything for a while. He was above me yelling, but I couldn't understand anything he was saying. I only remember lying there, not able to move or say anything, with a pounding in my head. Apparently, I had been screaming loud enough to wake most of the people in the house, though. They told me they ran outside to see what all the commotion was about, and saw me lying in the road screaming and bleeding. He was pounding my head against the pavement. I have no recollection of that fierce beating. They chased him off. After he got in his car and drove away, they took me to the hospital, where I had to get multiple stitches. I had a broken nose and a concussion. I was released 2 days later, when they confirmed that I was fine now. I learned more about this guy from my friends. Apparently, he had been telling people we hooked up that night he gave me a ride home, and that led people to believe we were seeing each other since then. His roommates told me he would often leave, claiming he was hanging out at my place, and return early in the mornings. As far as I know, he never did show up at my house, though. It's possible he stalked the place at night. The same roommates of his assured me they would take care of him from then on. He jumped states soon after. He hasn't tried contacting me again since. It took me months to heal fully physically, and I've become very paranoid and untrusting towards nearly everyone. I've lost many friends because of what happened. A lot of people didn't seem to believe me, except for the ones who directly helped me out that night. The guy's roommates practically ran him out of the whole state. They become very close friends of mine and helped me get through this ordeal. I don't live in the city anymore. I do really miss it sometimes, but I feel much safer in my small town. When I was a kid, my dad and I moved in with my grandparents for a while. My grandparents' house was very large and out in the middle of nowhere. The entire house was built out of wood and sheetrock, so the outside was a dark wooden color. So were the rest of the areas that hadn't been covered with sheetrock as a design quirk. Everything was always creaking, as the house was very old. Every single decoration my grandparents owned looked like it belonged in a museum. My room was in the basement, which in this house wasn't completely below ground. The windows in my bedroom faced out into the open backyard. Like I said, this house was in the middle of nowhere, so when it got dark, it got real dark. There were trees surrounding the house on all sides. The driveway wasn't even a straight path. It curved through the surrounding forest before meeting up with the main road. I was home alone quite frequently, as my dad worked and my grandparents liked to go out. So, without even having any pets in the house, that meant I was left alone quite often, and I was isolated because of it. I was probably the only person around for miles and miles. My bedroom in the basement happened to share a wall with the laundry room. The laundry room was only accessible if you walked out of my room, up the stairs, toward the front door, then turned right and went down a second set of stairs. Down there was another basement-type area, but it wasn't connected to my section of the basement, if that makes sense. I know it's a pretty weird design. That section of the basement also had a side door that opened up to the side of an attached shed. A lot of times when my dad came home, he'd forget to lock the door behind him. It was kind of a door in the middle of a hallway really, if you count the shed. Anyway, despite the laundry room being literally right there, it was an extremely long walk from my bedroom to there. Whenever people would do laundry, I would hear them climbing up the creaky steps and slamming the door of the dryer, and all those mechanical sounds as well. One day, I was home alone after school, as usual. I was sitting on the couch drawing, when I heard someone knock on the front door. I peered out the window to see who was standing there. Me being 15, I thought I was old enough to be an adult. I got up and went to the door. The door had this large glass window on either side of it, so I could easily see who was outside. There was a man standing there. He was a Caucasian male with a large beard. He had brown, messy hair and was dressed in flannel and overalls. He literally looked like a stereotypical lumberjack. Thanks to the windows, I could see him easily, as could he see me. I was about to open the door and ask what he wanted, but he stepped up to the windows and stared inside so quickly that I froze and stood there. I could see he was excited, almost like he was expecting something. It was then that I decided not to open the door after all. Hello? I called out hesitantly. He greeted me in a voice that was way too loud. Is Mary home? Mary was my grandmother's name, but most people who knew her well called her Mary Lou. I stared through the glass, not knowing what to say. I think I got some of her mail by accident. Could she come to the door so I could talk to her for a moment? They're not home right now, I replied stupidly. The man smiled and looked into my eyes. They left a pretty young thing like you home all alone? I didn't say anything for a moment, then pointed to the bench on the porch. If you want, you can leave the mail on the bench. I'll let them know you stopped by. The man stared back at me. He seemed quite off-put by this, but finally nodded okay. He told me to have a good day. I found out later it was only a piece of junk mail he'd left there. I told my parents about the man when they got home, and they told me they had no idea who it could have been. A few weeks passed by, and I had pretty much forgotten all about that man. Aside from drawing, one of my hobbies was polishing long branches I found in the forest. I would make these kind of staves out of them. I would spend a lot of time in the woods, listening to music and twirling my staves in my hands, teaching myself how to toss and catch them like batons. I got pretty damn good at it after a while. One day, while I was outside doing this, that same man approached me out of nowhere. He had crossed our backyard and walked right up to me. I had my headphones in, so I didn't hear him coming at all. I nearly screamed when I turned around and saw him standing there beside me, practically within arm's reach. He greeted me in a voice that was way too loud again and reminded me he was my neighbor. He'd seen me from his section of the woods and wanted to ask me about my staves. I pretty much just shut him down and refused to answer any of his questions with anything more than shrugs and grunts. What was really bothering me, though, was that I knew there was no place in eyeshot he could have possibly seen me from, at least not from another property. The nearest house was several miles away. I made an excuse about having to go back inside. I went in through the shed entrance, which in hindsight was a really stupid thing to do. From back inside the house, I watched him saunter off into the woods. I didn't even feel bad for blowing him off. This guy had no business walking into our section of the woods and approaching a teenage girl who was by herself. Several weeks later, I was home alone again. I was drawing on my computer in my room when I heard the bottom stairs creak from the other side of the wall where the laundry room was. I froze, wondering who this could possibly be. I hadn't heard the front door open upstairs, and it was too early for my dad to be home. Starting to panic, I left my room and hid in a storage closet under my section of stairs. I used my phone as a light and crammed myself in between two boxes. I pressed myself down as far as I could. I was horrified to hear the laundry room steps continue to creak, even though I was in the next room over. Something in my gut told me this couldn't be anyone I knew. Why would they be climbing the stairs so slowly and carefully? I waited, holding my breath, as I could hear the ceiling above me creak. The footsteps backtracked, as if the intruder was trying to figure out the strange layout of this home. I heard the stairs above me begin to creak. I panicked, as I realized whoever this was had just found their way into my section of the basement. I heard the footsteps suddenly quicken, and the door was thrown open, then shut. A few minutes later, I heard my grandparents walk inside. The man had pretended to wait at the front door for them. My grandparents hadn't even noticed the front door was unlocked. I cautiously came out of the storage area and stood at the base of the stairs, mostly hidden behind the corner. I was peeking out to see what was going on. Apparently, the man saw me because he waved and grinned at me like he was my friendly uncle. I did not wave back, though. He was acting friendly and confident. Not at all like a man who was almost just caught for breaking and entering. We moved a short while later, and thankfully, my grandparents have never heard from him since. I was in 5th grade when this happened. My brother is 3 years older than me, so he was in 8th grade at the time. I'm 24 now and he's 27. We lived on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees. My grandparents' house was 30 feet across from the yard. My dad's job used to require him to work 12-hour shifts. This incident happened when he was working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. At the time, it was only me, my brother, and my mother at home. My grandparents were at home across the yard as well. It was probably around 9 p.m. or so, and we were sitting in the living room watching some TV before heading to bed. From the living room window, you could see my grandparents' house clearly, as well as the dirt road behind it. That meant you could see a car's upcoming headlights long before you could see the actual car itself. While watching TV, I happened to turn my head and noticed headlights coming down the road. As the car came into view, I noticed it began to slow down. I expected my fears to be alleviated when I saw the car continue to roll past the house, but it didn't do that. The headlights just barely managed to shine past the corner, so I could tell the car had come to a complete stop out front. I told my brother and my mother what was happening, and they came to the window to witness it themselves. My mom told us not to panic. Maybe it was somebody needing directions. Of course, I didn't think this at the time, but what person drives down a random dirt road if they're needing directions at this time of night? We all waited at the window for what seemed like the longest few minutes of my life. My imagination was going wild with all the horrible scenarios my grandparents were possibly facing. Finally, the car came into view past my grandparents' house, and within a few seconds, had disappeared down the road. About a minute later, our house phone rang. My mother picked it up. It was my grandmother on the other end. She said a random truck had stopped in front of their house, and a shirtless man had knocked on their front door. My grandmother, who had answered the door, called my grandfather over to her and asked the man if they could do something for him. The man said that he needed my grandfather to give him a ride somewhere up the road. This request was extremely odd because there was obviously someone else still sitting in the driver's seat of the truck. My grandfather declined his request because of there already being somebody with the man. He couldn't imagine why this man would need a ride, especially from him. There was a screen door separating them. After my grandfather declined his request, he became visibly angry and started yelling while beating on the steel part of the screen door. My grandparents closed the heavier wooden door in front of the man's face and watched him from the window. The man ran back to the truck, and they left after. After my mother had gotten off the phone, she called my dad and explained everything to him. Being that he works a good hour and 10 minutes away, and the fact nobody had been threatened with a weapon or anything, he just told my mom to call the cops and have them check out the woods around the houses, just to be sure the man and his companion weren't trying to stake us out or something. We knew a cop that went to the same church as us. He came shortly and brought another policeman with him. They drove both of their patrol cars up the tree line and shined their huge spotlights out into the woods. After he and the other cop had done a thorough sweep of the property, they reported they'd found nothing suspicious and told us to call them if we heard anything else. After the cops left, my mom called my dad back and told him everything seemed okay. The next morning, however, when my mom was taking me and my brother to school, we were driving the opposite way which the truck had gone that night. Before we'd even traveled a mile, we saw something quite strange. There was a black cap along with a shirt and pair of pants lying on the side of the road. They looked as if they'd been taken off in quite a hurry. By the time we came home from school, the clothing was gone. Nothing ever showed up on the news, and the cops said they hadn't seen or heard anything about it either. It's been 15 years since this happened, and to this day I'm still left wondering what would have happened if my grandfather had agreed to let that shirtless man take a lift. This summer started off with a trip to a very prestigious university. It was basically nerd camp. Most people were actually very lovely, except for a handful of rather strange, sex-starved, or just plain socially awkward individuals. The types of people who would make random comments that would send chills down almost anyone's spine. For example, one boy made a comment about how we shouldn't have any qualms about secretly injecting people and the water supply with numerous biological chemicals as a means of testing what's suitable for biological warfare. Another bought a roll of 10,000 condoms and eagerly showed my roommate and I in a coffee shop with the biggest grin on his face, with everyone still around. One of my 3 roommates also had a peculiar habit of waking up in the wee hours of the morning, getting dressed, hopping back into bed, then darting out the door. The only real physical issues I had, though, were at the final dance, when the biochemical kids were introduced to the engineers. I hate to bag on them since most of my brother's friends, including his wife, are engineers, but all these kids were ridiculously creepy. I was followed the whole night by one kid who kept trying to teach me how to feel the beat of my veins in my wrist. That wasn't even the worst of it, though. I have yet to introduce Brett. Brett was what my roommates and I described as the dictionary definition of a tall douchebag. Upon first impressions, he stuck out like a sore thumb amongst the sea of acne-ridden teens with oversized glasses and pants that were too big for their belts. He came from money, unlike most of us. He liked to let everyone know how superior he was to everyone because of this. He sat alone on all the bus rides, and until my roommates and I finally approached him, he only mingled with his fellow Pennsylvanians. He liked to brag about how long it would take him to get ready, and how he probably spent more time on his hair than any girl he knew. He was ridiculously good looking, and he knew it. On one particular bus ride, the 2 of us managed to be stuck together. His response was extremely rude. "Man, I don't know if I could do this." I sat silently next to him as he scrolled through his Instagram pics. Glancing over, I saw him with another girl in formal attire, most likely for a dance or something. I saw this as an opportunity to initiate friendly small talk. I asked him if that was his girlfriend. He answered that no, it was one of his many dates. He started scrolling through Facebook pictures of him with other girls in fancy outfits. There were close to a dozen of them. To be honest, this kind of weirded me out. He also showed me pictures of him at concerts, parties, and other random places, all with a different girl by his side each time. "Man, they're so dumb," he continued. "I know they like me, but I just hate them all. I usually take them out when I'm bored. We get hammered, hook up, and that's it. I could never manage that. I can't even manage a hookup when I'm sober." I was past the point of being slightly uncomfortable. The way he spoke about these people was beyond messed up. He even described several hookups in very intricate details and referred to all the girls as though they were pieces of meat. Then the real crazy talk began, though. "I like to take these girls out to parties and get them super drunk. You know, I take care of them at first, help them to the bathroom, hold their hair back. When they throw up, I like to kick their feet out from under them and shove their face into their vomit. Like to spit on them too, and tell them I'm gonna kill them. You know, these girls, they're so dumb. If I hadn't been so shocked by the words he just said, I probably would have said something like, "What's wrong with you, you piece of shit?" All I could do, though, was respond with a stare equally as emotionless as his own. I guess he found that intriguing or something, maybe a little comforting, maybe even a little attractive, because the rest of his trip was always spent in my presence. He would often follow me around and bother me to talk about how different I was, how I wasn't like other girls, how I didn't give a fuck just like him. He would tell me all these stories about belittling and dehumanizing women, as though I was supposed to admire him. To be honest, I didn't say much in response, because how do you even respond to such a maniac? He got off on treating people like shit. We had the strangest level of friendship, because I fucking hated him, and at the same time, he was objectively attractive. He was superficially charismatic, and had a great sense of humor as well. There was something off about him. It was only because of all that he had disclosed with me that I was able to pick it up. His piercing blue eyes were always empty and cold whenever talking about personal topics or tragic events. He never missed a beat with a sympathetic reply, but I could tell it was disingenuous. I discussed the topic with my roommates, and we all came to a solid conclusion. Brett was a sociopath, possibly a narcissist, but definitely a sadist. No matter how attractive he was, we were gonna do our best to stay away from this fucking weirdo. After the camp ended and we'd successfully avoided him any further, I never thought I would see him again. He would simply be a creepy story to tell my friends around a campfire. However, that was not the case. My final trip of the summer, you better believe it was to accompany my best friend Pamela on her annual trip to visit her dad in Pennsylvania. Somewhere in these wooded forests, though, lurked a monster by the name of Brett. I had no intention of meeting up with him, but I did plan on meeting up with one of his friends. I didn't know it at the time, but I'd hit it off with one of his friends during the camp, sharing many of the same interests and hobbies. He told me before we left that if I were ever in Pennsylvania or DC, I should let him know, and he'd be more than happy to hang out with me. Although he and Brett did hang out every once in a while at camp, I didn't know they were friends back home. They were far too different. Drew was a freckled, paper-white ginger who was 5'10" and 135 pounds. He played video games and hiked for fun. Brett even told me specifically he hated Drew too. Apparently, he believed Drew was trying way too hard to be like him. That was most definitely untrue though. Drew was way too nice for that. Drew, Pamela, and I go hiking around his town. I didn't ask about Brett, but Drew mentioned him because of something we were talking about. My best friend was just dying to meet him after everything we'd told her. Drew said he could invite us to a party and we could all catch up a bit. We ended up going, since apparently Pamela thought spending the night making venison jerky wasn't a preferable alternative to meeting up with a crazed individual. Well, that party ended up being like something out of a nightmare. Raging college kids, a shit ton of drugs, all the stuff that would make me want to hide in a corner. Pamela was having a blast though, and so far I'd managed to avoid consuming any of the things Brett was trying to shove into my hand. He was following me the entire night, trying to pull me into him when we sat on couches, grazing my ass whenever I stood near him. At one point he even tried to press me against the wall and kiss my neck. Not before his date came around though and got very pissy with him. I hid from him for the rest of the night. Eventually the party began breaking up because someone got wind that the cops were coming. Drew was rushing me out to the car, but I couldn't find Pamela anywhere. I looked in the bathroom and found Pamela flipping her shit. She dragged me to the tub. There inside was a young woman. She was surrounded by vomit and water. Her face and lips were pale blue. Both of us began freaking out because she wasn't breathing. I called Drew and raced into the house. The three of us dragged her out to the front, performed CPR, and called an ambulance. Drew was pretty stoned, but he told us to wait in the car. He would explain everything to the cops, since he didn't want us to get in trouble too. The cops came and questioned everyone at the scene. The girl was taken away, and Pamela ended up having to call her dad to pick us up the next day. I called Drew up. He told me the girl was all right. He had also spoken with Brett, who seemed completely unfazed by everything. Apparently, she had passed out while they were fooling around in the basement, so he took the liberty of dumping her in the bathtub and turning on the faucet. He knew someone would find her eventually. He then split because he didn't want to get in any trouble. I know the world is pretty messed up and people can be downright evil, but to witness this firsthand was nauseating. Brett is only 19 years old, and it terrifies me to think about what he's capable of. Imagine in a few years. I truly hope I never have to look into his soulless eyes ever again. That's without a doubt the most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me. I've only told a few people this story, but I feel like I need to share it, just in case it helps any students abroad to be a bit more cautious. For a bit of background, this first happened to me about 5 years ago, when I was 19 and studying abroad in Italy. Our school had its own campus, about an hour outside of Rome. It was in a quiet town where the Pope even had a summer place. Part of our school program in Italy was that we'd leave campus for 10 days to vacation and explore Europe. In October, everyone would split off into their little friend groups and travel around. I didn't really have a group I was attached to, though. Obviously, I didn't want to go by myself either. I asked these two girls I was friendly with if I could join their traveling group. They were best friends and roommates. They were nice enough and said I could go with them. We decided to travel from Rome to Austria, Prague, and Germany, all via Eurorail. That's the train service in Europe. We went the entire trip having a lot of fun, not having any incidents at all, until the very last day, which is where my awful experience begins. On our last day, we were in Munich, meeting up with most of our class as a school tradition of sorts. The two girls I was traveling with and myself had tickets to take the overnight train that night to Rome. It left at around midnight. During the day, one of the girls told me she had changed her plans 10 days ago before we left and was going to stay in Munich overnight, then come back the next day. That was a surprise to me, but I wasn't that worried. She was still going to be joining up with our classmates and staying in a booked hostel with them. I would still be traveling with this other girl then. Much to my dismay, though, the other girl said she was changing her mind as well and was going to stay overnight with her friend. I asked her where she planned to stay then, as she hadn't booked a room like her friend did. She said she would sneak into the hostel and share a bed with the other girl. I told her I was really uncomfortable traveling alone. It wasn't fair for her to just abandon me like this. She told me very nonchalantly that I could simply find a hostel too, or book another ticket if I was so scared. I told her I didn't have the extra money to pay for a separate ticket back to Rome, let alone a hostel for the night. I was a broke college student on a very tight budget, and had already spent quite a lot on this trip. I didn't have that much in my bank account. Despite my pleas and begging, though, those petty girls essentially said I was no longer their problem and ditched me immediately. Luckily, we had already met up with another group of our classmates who felt quite bad for me. They spent the entire last day of our vacation running all around Munich, trying to find a hostel to stay that night. They even offered to pull together money to help me buy a ticket back at a different time. Unfortunately, it was Oktoberfest in Germany, and literally every hostel was completely booked up. Despite my attempts to sneak into my friend's hostel with them, I was stopped and thrown out. At this point, it was nighttime. I was defeated and worried. My other classmates who had tried to help me were still sticking with me at least. I figured at this point the only options I really had were to either sleep outside on a bench, totally unsafe and looking ridiculous, or take the overnight train to Rome all by myself. That wasn't super safe either, but I figured I'd be around other people, so maybe it wouldn't be completely awful. I decided to simply go ahead and take the overnight train back to Rome by myself. My classmates walked me to the station and saw me onto the train as well. Unsurprisingly, those kind people ended up being some of my closest friends in the years to come. Anyway, though, now I was on this overnight train by myself. I headed to my carriage, and the way it was set up was in a room off a hallway with 6 seats and no beds. I was trying to save money. I was the first one in my carriage, so I sat next to the window on one side. I pulled my giant backpacker's pack, which was my only luggage, right next to me. Eventually, 2 German guys in their 30s came in and were polite enough to sit opposite to me. They conversed with each other and got their suitcases out. They were looking at maps of Rome and tourist things to do. I felt safe enough with these guys. They were minding their own business. This is where things started to get bad, though. I settled in and started to listen to some music and try to rest for a little while. Perhaps after an hour or so, though, I noticed that there was a super sketchy man standing right outside our carriage in the middle of the hallway, staring through the window at me. I was completely freaked out, because no one is supposed to be in the hallway, just standing there. Either you're on your way to the loo or you're heading back to your own carriage. Why would you stand there blocking the path, just staring in at someone? He wouldn't break eye contact with me once I looked at him either. He just kept staring at me with this sinister look on his face, like he wanted to eat me up right then and there. I tried to look away and pretend like I didn't really notice him. I waited a bit to see if he was just a normal guy, going to the loo or something. When I looked back, he was still there. He hadn't moved at all. I wanted to go shut the curtains so he couldn't look in at me, but I didn't want to get too close and piss him off or something. I turned to the 2 friendly-seeming German guys and quietly told them this guy there was creeping me out and staring in at me, making me feel very scared. I asked them if one of them could casually close the curtains for me. I hoped since they were men they could kind of protect me and tell the bugger off or whatever. They seemed annoyed and mumbled they would, but they never did so. I brought it up over again. They were obviously pissed at me, but eventually did close the curtain. I thought surely that would make the guy go away. I soon fell asleep. A few hours later, I woke to 3 young Germans in their mid to late 20s joining the carriage. The remaining 3 seats filled as they came in. As I looked out the door, though, I noticed the creepy guy from before was standing exactly where he had been right outside the door. I kind of freaked out inside. I tried to talk to the younger Germans, but they weren't very friendly either. Perhaps they didn't speak English very well. It had been hours at this point, and I noticed I really had to go to the bathroom. The loo was outside the carriage and down the hallway, at the very end of the train. When the younger Germans had come in, they moved the curtain a bit, so I could see the creepy man was still standing there leering at me. He refused to go away even hours later. I noticed that whenever someone walked by him, he just kind of acted casually, like he was waiting for someone or something, and looked away from me. But once they were gone, he went right back to staring at me. I tried to hold it in for as long as I could, but this was a 12-hour train ride. It would be another 4 hours or more before we made it to Rome, and there was no way I would be able to hold it in for that long. At this point, everyone in my carriage had been asleep for a long time, and I didn't want to wake anyone. I had to nudge the young Germans on my way out, though. I tried to tell them I was going to the bathroom. Could they maybe keep an eye on me and this creepy lurker? They brushed me off like I was a jerk for waking them up, and went right back to sleep. I exited the carriage, freaked out of my mind, and also about to pee my pants. I basically ran past the creepy dude standing outside. There was hardly any room in the hallway, and he was not giving me much space at all. He was just staring me down. I'm 5'4", and he was towering over me at like 6'2". I did my best to book it as fast as I could, and lock the door behind me. My heart was racing. I was going as fast as I could, so that hopefully he hadn't followed me there yet. Alas, once I got out, I saw he was right there, with the most disgusting smile on his face. I mean it. I don't want to exaggerate, but I could see evil in his eyes. I was sick to my stomach. I tried to squeeze by him, but he started to press himself against me, shoving me into the wall. I gave him the nastiest face and yelled at him to let me go. There was another man heading to the loo as well just as he tried this. When the man saw us, the creepy dude moved off, and I booked it back to my carriage, where I proceeded to stay for the remainder of the ride. I had thought my outburst would have caused the guy to go away from me and not creep on me anymore, but when I looked up, he was right back there staring in at me. At this point, I was kind of in disbelief that someone could be so blatantly lecherous. I started to wonder if there was actually a seat out in the hallway or something. At this point, I remembered there were no detours or anything. This was a 12-hour trip from Germany to Rome, so everyone in this train was either coming or going from work, or a pleasure trip. All of them at least had a small suitcase of some kind, but this guy had no luggage at all on him. That made my stomach drop. Obviously, this man did not have good intentions, and I couldn't rationalize it in any way. I spent the last hours devising my plan for once the train finally arrived back in Rome. I knew the train station very well, and I already knew that the metro system I needed to transfer to get back to my campus was down several flights of steps. There were also more than a few twists and turns. I was pretty confident that when the train stopped, I would have my things ready. The other Germans got out of the train ahead of me. The creepy guy had to move for them to pass, so I quickly slipped in between them and jumped off the train. I booked it through the station without looking behind me. Thank God it was so crowded. I felt safe and disguised as I flew through the crowd and down the flights of stairs, around all the twists and turns without stopping. When I finally got to the platform for the metro station, I felt safe. I was catching my breath when I saw none other than the creepy man sprinting down the stairs. He began to look around for me. When he saw me, he got that evil, lecherous look in his eyes again. I wanted to cry. I grabbed tightly onto my pocket knife in my coat pocket and made my way over to a group of harmless-looking Italians. I tried to stand in with their group. They seemed annoyed I was standing so close to them. I was several train lengths away from him at this point, but he was starting to make his way over. When the train pulled up, I hopped into my car and immediately tried to position myself near some folks who kept rudely scooting away from me. He got on a few cars away. As the train started moving, he tried to make his way down to me. With each stop the train made, he got a little bit closer. I myself began to move further away as well. I grew increasingly worried that the further outside of the Metro Rome area we got, the fewer people would be on the train and the easier he could get to me. When I'd made it to the last car, I realized I had nowhere else to go. I looked around and noticed he was only one car away from me. He was heading my way as we pulled into the next stop. I grasped my pocket knife tightly and made a last-ditch effort to evade him. I got off the train, only to look at my right and see he'd jumped off as well and was now running toward me. As the last few people shoved past me to get on the train, I realized I had no other options. I threw myself back in without breaking eye contact. The second the doors of the train closed in front of him, I realized I'd made it safely. He was left on the platform, waiting for me, and yelling as the train sped off. Not really believing I'd actually made it, I spent the rest of the metro ride still in fight or flight mode and dashed upstairs to my above-ground bus, up to my campus, making sure I was sitting next to a sweet old lady. The creeper dude never showed up on the bus, and once I made it back inside my campus walls, I fell immediately to the ground and cried. I realized I was so incredibly lucky. I had evaded what was probably most certainly a kidnapping, a murder, or something else. I've never forgotten that man's face, and the look in his eyes, how it made me feel. I wanted to peel my skin off and crawl under a rock and die. I ended up telling of my ordeal to the dean of our campus and pleaded for him to reprimand those two girls who'd abandoned me and forced me into a compromising position which was totally unsafe. I wanted the dean to tell all students and future students it's never okay to let someone travel alone, especially since most of us were young and plain naive and stupid. We didn't know what safe was, not in a foreign country. That weasel of a dean thought I was overreacting though, and that I'd been asking for it. Yeah, it was a school that victim blamed me. I haven't heard of anyone else in my school getting into a situation like me, but I've made sure to tell all the girls and guys who are in my year and below to be careful when they study abroad and not do what those girls did to me. I hope it helps someone in some way, and if you ever see a man traveling alone on a long-distance train with no luggage or briefcase at all, always be wary. As a humanist, I try to look for opportunities to help my fellow human beings to live a life of kindness and compassion. Hopefully, I'll leave the world a little nicer than when I found it. There's a thin line, though, between kindness and naivete. I learned this the hard way 3 or 4 years ago. I was 24 years old. I'm a female and recently single, living happily alone. I left work at around 3 a.m., the joys of the service industry. I happened to give a ride home to a coworker who closed with me. It wasn't a bad part of town per se, but also not the greatest either. Whatever, time to head home and get me some sleep. I was patiently waiting at the red light, street devoid of cars and people. It's 3 a.m., so of course there was nobody out here. That was when I noticed a man and a woman stumbling down the sidewalk to my right. The man walked over and knocked on my car window. I flinched. My car doesn't have electronic anything, and my window was already down an inch. Maybe they needed help or something. Why else would they be staggering about at 3 a.m.? They said her ankle was broken and she couldn't walk properly. The lady was just kind of swaying just out of view, moaning in either pain or inebriation. I frowned. I can call someone for you if you'd like. There's a gas station right over there. Maybe you could... The guy interrupted me by opening my front passenger door, which my coworker hadn't locked. The woman stranger stepped into my car. It happened so fast I was completely stunned, even more so when the guy squeezed in beside her. 2 people now sitting in the front seat of my Toyota Corolla. I was suddenly conscious of the woman's leg pressing against my purse at her feet. Inside was my phone, my Kindle, and my wallet. With all the hard-earned money I'd made in the past 2 weeks of waiting tables, that was my rent. They both reeked of alcohol, and their eyes were glazed over, obviously high as hell. The guy told me to drive them to the Kruger up the street. I just started driving. I complied. If they were armed, I didn't want to find out. The guy was drinking something straight out of a bottle in a brown paper bag. What a class act. What would they do if I refused? They were clearly in a mentally altered state, unpredictable and dangerous. I pressed my lips into a forced smile and tried to be as calm and polite as possible. Maybe they'd have second thoughts about murdering me if I was nice to them, or at least feel a little bit bad about it. They tried to engage me in conversation as we drove. The woman seemed to be about 40-something. Her skin was quite leathery. She would rattle off schizophrenic nonsense constantly one minute, then become incredibly lucid and well-spoken the next minute, talking about complex topics like computer science. Watching her flip back and forth between these 2 states of mind was completely surreal. She told me I didn't need to be so scared. They weren't going to hurt me. All they needed was a ride. I smiled and nodded. The man seemed much older than she was, in his 60s, maybe her uncle or father. He would only speak by giving turn-by-turn directions and would absolutely lose his shit at me if I so much as looked at the girl. Unexpectedly, the neighborhood deteriorated around us. I desperately scanned the roads for a police car on patrol. I would call attention to myself somehow, run a red light, honk, swerve at them, anything. Then I would be saved. There was no such luck, however. My passengers were becoming increasingly agitated and paranoid as we neared our destination. They could sense my fear, I guess, because the woman began to play with my hair and stroke my cheek. Hey, don't be scared. I already said we're not gonna hurt you. You're such a nice girl. She cooed and continued to caress my hair. You're so nice. Such a pretty girl. The man chuckled. I saw the Kruger across the street. They screamed at me to take a left turn, though, into the sketchiest apartment complex I'd ever seen. My heart sank. I thought this is how it was going to end. The guy got out, though, and said he would be right back. And to make sure the girl didn't get out, they had more stops to make after this one. Ah, hell no. The woman stayed with me in the car, and the guy disappeared into one of the units. This was obviously a drug deal. I idly wondered if I'd be guilty of a crime now, an accessory to something. I also wondered if they were going to try and force me to come to a party with them later or some shit. Not gonna happen. I knew that if I got out of my car, that would be the beginning of the end. Once the man was completely out of sight, the woman spread out the passenger seat. I thought she was making herself comfortable, until her legs parted suggestively, and she began sexy slow dancing in my 2008 Toyota Corolla. She looked at me with the most lustful set of bedroom eyes. She asked me if I liked what I saw. Is this really happening? Was this random woman propositioning me while dancing to Evanescence in my car, as if this night couldn't get any more bizarre? I suppressed any reaction and gave an apologetic smile. Thank you, but I don't swing that way. I hastily switched one of my everyday rings to my wedding finger and held it up with a regretful smile. I'm married, you see. My husband is expecting me home soon. Her demeanor dropped like a curtain, her face twisting with fury. What do you think I am, some kind of hooker? It wasn't like that. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, I didn't think at all. Sorry, I'm just very tired. I worked all day long. She stared at me, eyes wide and struggling to focus. She broke into another wide, manic smile and slumped back into her chair. There was an uncomfortable silence here. I had to do something. No way was I going to see how this night played out with me and the two of them. My eyes darted to the unit the man went into, and I leaned over to the woman, my face a mask of concern. Hey, your guy's been gone an awfully long time. Don't you think you should go and check on him? Make sure he's okay? Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. You won't just drive away? I did my best angelic voice I could muster. Of course not, I promise. Imagine my surprise when this actually worked. I watched her get out of the car and close the door. Immediately I booked it, rubber screeching and heart pounding. It was dark, so I didn't bother looking back. I tried to leave the complex, but there was only one exit, the way we came in, which also happened to be right next to where I dropped them off. I pulled into a random parking spot several buildings away, turned off my car, and ducked into my seat. I should have called the police then and there, but I didn't think I was out of the woods just yet. I was safe-ish. I called a friend and broke down in tears, explaining everything over the phone. Once the adrenaline had worn off, I started my car back up, with no sign of anyone watching the gate or looking for me. I made a getaway and arrived home safely, about a half hour later. I called the police, and an officer was sent over to take my statement. I didn't expect anything to come of it, of course, but I wanted the event on record, just in case there was retaliation. They knew where I worked because of my uniform, which also had my name prominently displayed. The officer asked me where I ended up taking them, and from my vague description he instantly knew the location. A high-crime area with lots of drug-related incidents. Great. I still drive that 2008 Corolla. My next car will have electric locks, though. It's not uncommon to go through some hard times in your early 20s, whether that's trying to find a job to save money or starting a family with the right partner, you name it. I'm sure there's a long list of people that share those struggles. I, of course, also went through some hard times in my early 20s, but I'm sure my situation is a little more unorthodox than that. I had every advantage in life growing up. I was funny, athletic, I had a loving family and great friends, and I came from a wealthy enough background that as long as I applied myself, I could have a pretty comfortable life. Yeah, that didn't exactly happen. I was too obsessed with being the funny guy, and I was never going to be good enough to be a pro athlete by any means. I was good enough to play football in college, though. I decided in my senior year of high school that I would rather party and hang out with my friends. Sports isn't everything. My parents were cool with me giving football up, even if it meant me giving up scholarships. I didn't have those sorts of parents that forced me to do sports or hobbies to get ahead. But I didn't expect that giving up that structure of football in my life forced me into doing some shady things in my free time. Long story short, I barely even made it through my senior year, and by the end of summer, I'd had a big falling out with my parents. I never went to college. Instead, I moved across to the East Coast for a few years, just being useless and offering nothing to society, really. Looking back, I was hanging out with questionable people at best, and doing things I'm not very proud of. I have yet to come to peace with it now, and I'm in my 30s. My parents lived in Pennsylvania. I started making my way back up north when I was 22 years old, in an attempt to kind of apologize and turn my life around finally. I had reached my breaking point and decided I couldn't be homeless anymore. I was starting to feel really sick, and I knew that something wasn't right on the inside. I hitchhiked a massive chunk of the journey, and when I reached Virginia, I started walking again. I didn't call my parents, though. I didn't think they ever wanted to see me or talk to me again. I also didn't have a phone or any way to reach them, really. My plan was just to show up on their doorstep and hope for the best. One night, I think I was still in Virginia. I was walking through this nice park. I'm not talking about those playground parks. This was a massive area of forest with all types of trails running through it. I bet during the day, under the right circumstances, this place was probably gorgeous. Tonight, though, the dark trails were quiet and desolate, and for the first time in a long time, I felt somewhat at peace. It was pitch black, but I didn't mind. I always liked the dark, especially since I had been homeless. I considered nightfall to be one of my best friends. I figured I would find a quiet place to lay down and get a relaxing night's sleep before the sun rose. Then I could continue my walk home. I was so exhausted that I fell asleep right away. I don't know how long I'd been sleeping when I was awoken slowly to the sound of whispering. One thing about being homeless is that you learn to kind of sleep with one eye open. I rolled to the side of the big tree I was leaning on and tried to focus in the darkness to see where the sounds were coming from. Well, I didn't need to be a detective to find the source. About 15 feet away from me was a group of men. I think there were 5 of them, but there may have been 1 or 2 more. They had flashlights and were shining them into the forest where I was laying. I heard one of the guys shout from the darkness, "He's over there! I know I saw a person sleeping." The light danced back and forth, and then the beam stopped directly on my face. The guy with the light shouted out, "Oh dude, he's right here!" I heard them continue to whisper and laugh. I didn't know what these guys wanted. As I stared back like some frightened animal, the man holding the light said in a confident voice, "It's okay, dude. Come on out. Why you sleeping out here in the woods?" For some reason, I felt safe about this and started making my way toward the group of guys. I told them I was homeless and trying to make my way back home. As I got closer, the guys were all eyeing me down. They seemed to be smiling, like they were greeting an old friend. One of the guys grabbed my arm and helped me over to some rocks to join them. As soon as I was face to face with the group, the guy with the light shouted, "Oh dude, you reek!" Another guy started to laugh uncontrollably. I started to feel kind of embarrassed. I was going to try and say something, but before I could even get any words out, the man with the flashlight struck me across my face with the light. I fell to the ground, holding my head in pain. I could hear the guy laughing and joking as they all started to kick me while I was down, screaming things like, "Get a job, deadbeat! Stop ruining our parks with your filth!" I gave up trying to fight back after a while and just let the beatdown continue. They stopped after a few minutes. As I was laying there, I could feel the ground spinning beneath me. These guys had done a real number on me. They started to talk among themselves about something completely unrelated, a girl from class or something. I couldn't believe they'd just beaten me so badly that I couldn't even see straight, and they were completely unfazed while talking about this girl. I tried to get up and make a run for it, but as soon as I got to my feet, I felt dizzy. The world started spinning as I tried to take a step. I must have looked real messed up, because the guys started to cackle right behind me. And through their hysterical laughter, one of the guys looked at me. "Look at him trying to run. Look how stupid he looks." I'm not sure how far I made it before I felt an intense pain in the back of my head. Everything went completely black. I remember these passing moments, seeing the guys walking by and laughing. The only thing I can really remember is they were roughly college age. They had to be since they were talking about people in class. I think one of them had a Virginia University shirt on. Next thing I remember is waking up in the woods, surrounded by a few different people. They were hikers on their phone with the paramedics. I was somehow able to form enough sentences to tell them my name and a few details of the prior evening. One of the women who was sitting with me while waiting for the paramedics asked if she could call someone for me. This is when I finally broke down and just called my parents on her phone. They wasted no time and drove down to Virginia to get me and make sure I was all right. After that night, my life changed pretty drastically. It turned around, really. I moved home for a while until I got back on my feet and started online programs for college. Eventually, I got my business degree. When I was homeless, I had seen some messed up things, but none of those things held a candle to that night. I thought my life was going to be over in that moment. Surrounded by insane adults that feel no remorse as they attacked another human being, then laughed as I lied there, nearly motionless and in pain. Monsters aren't always hiding under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes they can be the very normal people we see in our everyday lives. I've spent the better part of the last 4 years taking care of my sick grandfather. My grandmother died over 10 years ago, and unfortunately, my dad didn't have a good relationship with his father. It wasn't easy toward the end, but he ended up passing away a few months back. I took it much harder than the rest of the family, since I spent a lot more time with Grandpa. I guess it should have come as no surprise to me, though, that he left me his house in the will. The house was in pretty bad shape, though. For starters, it wasn't in a great area. My grandparents had built the house almost 70 years ago, when the area was nothing but forests and a few roads. Now, the house was in a busy area of the town. The neighborhood where the house sits is one of the most crime-ridden areas in my hometown. Add that to the fact the house hadn't had any updates or repairs in over a decade, and you have a house that's quite honestly not really wanted by anyone. I spoke to a realtor who told me they would be able to sell the house even though it was in a rough area. It was big, and she told me people would often buy houses in these areas to accommodate their entire families. She gave me a small list of things I needed to do first. Then we were going to list the house the following week. I tirelessly cleaned that house for days on end. In his older age, my grandpa had become a bit of a hoarder and had things everywhere. Not only that, but I just kind of felt depressed being there. I'd spent so much time there as a child, and even into adulthood. One night, I decided I was going to stay overnight and bang out the rest of my cleaning. My husband didn't stay, because he had to work in the morning. I was okay with that though, truthfully. I wanted to be here alone anyway, to come to peace with the fact my grandpa had moved on. I truly worked all night. When I finally looked back at the clock, it was almost 3:30 in the morning. I was shocked and felt good about the work I had done. I went into the living room, which was at the back of the house. I turned on a small desk lamp and started to read for a little while. I planned on reading until I got tired and fell asleep. I couldn't have been reading for longer than 5 minutes, though, when I started to hear a very strange noise. I did listen to it, but I didn't pay much attention to the noise at first. Eventually, though, it became much too hard to ignore. It sounded like movement. I tried to reason with my logic and tell myself it was either my old pipes or my imagination of my grandpa. He'd just passed away after all, and I really missed him. It was entirely possible I was subconsciously trying to convince myself this was a sign from him. I slowly made my way down the long and dark hallway and toward the noises. They were getting louder and louder. At this point, it was just too hard to ignore. When I got to the front door, I was standing right next to the basement door. Whatever this sound was, it was clearly coming from down in the basement. The basement of this house was sort of strange. From where I was standing in the kitchen, it was a long staircase down. In the back of the basement, though, you could just walk out the door. This is because my grandparents' house sits on a hill. I opened the basement door. The sounds were loud and echoing through the staircase. I don't know if it was just because I was sad or plain stupid, but my mind was telling me these noises were from my grandpa giving me some sort of sign from the afterlife. I slowly made my way down toward the basement. As I turned the corner, though, I saw 2 men digging through my grandpa's boxes. I quickly ran behind a stack of boxes and froze in place. The men had a flashlight, and I saw the beam of light fly toward my direction for just a moment, then go back to where it was before. I could hear them talking and shushing each other, but I couldn't make out any words. The only thing I did hear was a muffled voice. "Be quiet. You don't want to wake that old man." Whoever these guys were, they thought my grandpa was still alive. I was praying they would leave and not find me, hiding on the other side of the basement. I was too scared to make a run for it, and I didn't dare take 2 people on at once. My phone was upstairs, and my purse was in the kitchen. I figured my best course of action was to stay hidden and hope they didn't find me. A couple of minutes at least had passed, and the 2 guys ran off out the back door of the basement. I waited for a while after that moment before I moved. Once I decided it was safe, I ran upstairs, got my purse, and drove home. At this point, it was 4:45 in the morning, and my husband would be waking up for work soon. I came back frantically, and my husband woke up. I told him everything, and he called into work so he could stay with me for the day. We went over to my grandparents' house in the morning so we could look and see if the back door was damaged and if anything had been stolen. Most notably, the door was not broken. Whoever had gotten in through the basement had just walked right in. Admittedly, I hadn't been down there that much, so I didn't even bother to check if the other door had been locked prior. We looked at the boxes they were going through. They didn't have too much in them that I would consider valuable. It was newspapers, pictures, and some old knickknacks. I suppose they could have taken something valuable, but I don't even know. What could have been down there that was so valuable anyway? We did end up making an official report. When all was said and done, I didn't expect any answers. By the time it crossed my mind to call the police, I was already almost home, and figured by that point it was a waste of time. We eventually finished cleaning the house during the daytime hours, then sold it a couple of weeks later. I'll never forget that memory of seeing those 2 men standing in my grandpa's basement, rummaging through all his things. Almost 5 years ago, I moved to Vermont from Maryland. Not for myself, but for my wife, who'd secured some type of hospital administration job. I don't really know the specifics of the job myself. All I know was the pay was outstanding enough that it made it worth moving, not to mention her new company paid for us to move. Back home in Maryland, I didn't have what you would call a great job. It wasn't bad either, though. It was enough to make a living off of. I was a manager of one of the local supermarkets in the area. The only issue I really had was that I'd already hit a ceiling for my pay, and my wife was starting at a drastically higher rate than I was already making. That meant it was a no-brainer. We settled into the new place in no time. My wife made friends at her new job almost right away, and life was looking pretty good. I was looking for work all over, and I ended up getting a job at Target. That job only lasted about 2 weeks though, because I got a call for a much better paying job. A small independently owned supermarket was not far away from where we lived, and it just so happened they were looking for a new store manager. I loved this job at first. It wasn't anything like working in a chain store like I had done in the past. It was fairly low maintenance, and the hours were fantastic. The store was only open from 7 in the morning till 8 at night. Within just a couple of months, I was already running that store like a well-oiled machine. The owner loved me and trusted me. Surprisingly, I was making much more at this independent store than I had been at the chain market in Maryland. One afternoon, the owner came in and started ranting about how he hated all the end displays and how they looked. He decided he wanted to do a full remodel. I will say the average person would never notice this, but this guy ran a good company, and he wanted everything to be in top shape all the time. Can't say I really blame him. There he started talking about hiring some extra hands to do all this remodeling. I told him not to waste his money. I suggested instead I come in overnight for a few days next week and knock out all that remodeling stuff he wanted myself. He agreed, and we locked it into the schedule for the next week. I scheduled myself and 3 other employees to work overnight Tuesday through Thursday. I figured having 8 hours overnight uninterrupted would be plenty enough time. Tuesday night came and went, and we made some good progress. I was looking forward to the rest of the shifts because we had a lot of fun that night. We just blasted our favorite music and went to town redoing displays, cleaning, and totally revamping one section of the store. Wednesday night started just like Tuesday. We were doing an awesome job. Sometime during the middle of the shift though, one of the employees, a woman named Jade, came up to me. She looked like she had just seen a ghost. I asked her if she was okay. She shook her head and asked if we could talk in the office for a minute. When we got to the office, I asked her if she was okay again. She looked more concerned and angry at this point than scared and upset. In a low voice, as if she was trying to be quiet, she said, "When I was in the bathroom, someone came in and stood on the other side of the door. I yelled at them, and they just stood there like a full minute. Then they turned around and ran out the bathroom." I took in everything she'd just said. I understood her concerns. Jane was the only woman on my crew tonight, so whoever was in the bathroom with her obviously was not supposed to be there. Jade's a tough woman who doesn't take crap from anybody. She didn't want to tiptoe around this. She wanted to go out there point blank and ask who had gone and followed her into the women's restroom. So, one thing about working for an independent company is that sometimes you can handle things in more unconventional ways. I don't always agree with this, but sometimes it's easier to just get to the bottom of things. I confronted the other employees directly. They all denied it rather passionately. A minute later, Jade joined us in one of the aisles, and a big screaming match ensued. All of a sudden, though, Jade stopped yelling. We all looked at her confused, and noticed she was looking down at the shoes of the other employees. "I'm so sorry, I don't think it was any of you guys." The person standing there had these brown shoes and blue jeans. I could see the fade on the bottom from underneath the stall. I looked over, and all the other employees were wearing sneakers. We all went into the back room as one and made our way to the bathrooms. Located near the bathroom door was some back stock that had been knocked over. One of the boxes looked like it had a dent from a boot in it. I can't speak for everyone, but I felt a pit forming in my stomach. Right above the bathrooms was a storage area, almost like a loft or crawl space. I don't know if everyone else was having the exact same thoughts, but I was thinking that someone was hiding up there. It made sense to me. It was right above the woman's bathroom. and they would have had to climb on the back stalk to get up there. I grabbed a ladder and went up to the storage area. It was a mess up there. All the holiday decorations, extra shelves, old promotional materials, you name it. It was all shoved up there. I got to the top and took a few steps around. I noticed some beer cans on the ground and empty boxes of cookies. I even saw an empty tray of ground beef. I was taking careful steps as I moved through the area, and then I saw him. Right there in the back corner of the loft was a man. He was just standing there, staring right back at me. What was the most horrifying was that he had been standing there the entire time, and I had just noticed him. His eyes were so bug-eyed wide, they looked like they were going to pop out of his head. His hair was wild, and he looked angry. I stood still at first, making eye contact and trying to decide what to do. I heard one of my coworkers yell from the bottom, "Hey, anything up there?" I yelled back to call the police right now. As I finished saying that, the man charged at me. Thankfully, it was such a mess up there that he tripped over something in the darkness and hit his head. He started rolling around in pain, and I started to yell. Two of my employees ran up there and helped me hold the man down as he started to recompose himself. He started to scream and squirm around, but my employees were pretty big. This man was not going anywhere. The cops thankfully showed up quickly as well. The owner showed up too, since I'd called him as soon as we had the guy held down. The cops arrested the man, and we were left with one wild story. We found out after the fact that the man had a knife on him, but he'd never pulled it out since he'd tripped. He used to work at the store apparently when he was 18 years old. He was in his 30s now, and sadly not really all there mentally anymore. I don't know what happened to him. The incident just happened recently, and when it was over, nobody really wanted to talk about it. For me, it was one of the craziest and scariest moments of my life though, being face to face with this man in the darkness. Even if I didn't get physically hurt, I still think about this all the time. Especially when I look up at the storage area. It's just scary to think about the fact that sometimes when you're supposed to be alone, you're really not. The story I'm about to share with you happened just a couple of months ago, so the events are still fresh in my head. I also want to state for the record that my girlfriend does not know the extent of the story I'm about to tell. I realize that some people may disagree with me not telling her the full story, but I'm trying to protect her peace of mind. My girlfriend and I just moved into a beautiful new home. I wish I could say that we bought the home, but we were just renting. Anything was better than living in the cramped apartment we were currently living in, though. We weren't looking for a new place to rent either. It just so happened that this place fell right into our lap. I wouldn't go so far as to say they were a friend, but an acquaintance of my girlfriend's father ran into him. This man, who we'll call Brian, told my girlfriend's dad about this great house he had bought, and asked her dad if any kids of his would be interested in renting it. Of course, knowing our apartment situation, he recommended it to us right away. We were a bit hesitant to see it at first. I'm not sure why. I guess the idea of moving into a place we weren't buying just seemed off the table, since we were both in school. As soon as we entered this house for the first time, though, we both fell in love with the place right away. It was way bigger than it appeared to be on the outside. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were all in the big open floor plan, which ordinarily I don't really care for, but I loved this one. The walls in the living room had this cool-looking built-in bookcase, and I don't mean just a little one either. It was the entire wall. The other wall had a fireplace. It was just such a great ambiance. I loved it even more than my girlfriend. Along with this beautiful floor plan, we were getting 2 huge bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and a massive 2-car garage. Brand new appliances too, including a washer and dryer. The coolest feature though was the basement of the house. The house had a fully finished basement with a built-in theater. All the wires were already hardwired into the wall, and all you had to do was go down and press play. So now you're probably thinking to yourself, well, what's the issue with all this? It all seems amazing. Oh yes, all of that is amazing. But Brian, the landlord, was not so amazing. As I said, we fell in love with the house and told Brian we wanted to rent it. Conveniently, our lease was up in a month anyway. That meant it all worked out perfectly. This guy was really weird though. He was a single middle-aged man that just liked to spend money. He had more money than he knew what to do with, it seemed, hence buying this property just because he could do it. He was short, bald, and slightly overweight, but that's not what made him weird. What made him weird was his personality. He would just stare at you with this strange, uncomfortable look. He would go from extremely erratic and excited to not making a sound and getting a 1,000-yard stare. This may sound like nothing to you, but you had to be there. The look he got in his eyes was so unnerving. It was as if he was always contemplating doing something bad. Fast forward to the end of our lease. We moved in. Every landlord I ever had has been kind of weird, so I didn't really let his weird presence bother me. Besides, we loved this house so much. I didn't find out until we'd actually moved in, though, that Brian lived right next door. That was exciting for me. We moved all our stuff in one weekend, and by Monday we were all set up in our new home. It didn't take very long to feel right at home either. That's thanks to my girlfriend. The first week we were there was when I had my first encounter with Brian. My girlfriend is currently well underway with her nursing degrees, so to make ends meet, she bartends on the weekends. Some nights, she doesn't get home until 3 a.m. The first Saturday night of being in our new home, I was just lying on the couch in the living room, relaxing with our dog. It was probably around 11:30 p.m. She was still at the bar working. All of a sudden, I heard the front door open. I jumped off the couch trying to think why she would be home so soon, and to my surprise, there was Brian. He was just kind of standing there looking at me. I asked him if he needed anything and what he was doing. I was trying to show that I was a bit angry, but for some reason, I was also still trying to be somewhat respectful. My girlfriend's dad was kind of friends with the guy. A few seconds passed by, and he said in a low, drawn-out voice, I was just stopping in to see if you're settling in okay." I nodded, and then he slowly turned around and left. I made sure I locked the door behind him. I thought I had locked it earlier, but it's possible I'd forgotten that night. When she got home, I told her about the encounter, and she just kind of laughed. She said that Brian sometimes had a few too many drinks, and he'd probably just walked into the wrong house on accident. I was happy she was able to laugh it off, but I still felt uncomfortable. A week passed by, and I'd almost forgotten about Brian's surprise entrance. Around 9 that night, though, I heard a car door shut, and I looked out the window. I saw Brian walking into his house. I figured my girlfriend had been right. Probably just mistakenly walked into the wrong house. Happens to everyone every now and then. That night, I ended up dozing off on the couch while watching a movie. I was waiting for my girlfriend to get home from the bar. I was jolted awake a little after 1 to the door slamming. It was Brian again. He looked very angry and a little bit disoriented. He was wearing jeans and a torn-up tank top. He was in the center of my living room just standing there. By the time I got to my feet this time, I gave him some attitude. I grilled him as to why he was inside my house. He looked around as though I wasn't even there. I just wanted to see the place. Before I could lose it on the guy, he turned around and ran out of the house, slamming the door behind him. I was a bit freaked out and concerned. Was this going to be a common occurrence with this guy? My girlfriend was surprised to see me awake when she got home. I told her I couldn't sleep, and that's why I was still awake. I decided not to tell her about Brian visiting, though. I could tell she was under extreme stress from school and work, and I didn't want to ruin the only place she felt comfortable. The next few nights, I barely slept. I would toss and turn in bed constantly, getting up and checking the locks multiple times. A few nights after the last encounter, I got out of bed at 2 a.m. I went into the kitchen to grab some water, only to be surprised by him just standing there. Brian was in the kitchen, facing me and not moving. I can't even begin to explain to you the terror I felt in that moment. He was illuminated by nothing more than the light outside. Trying not to alert my girlfriend, I slowly put my hands up in a defensive position. Without any further words, he walked calmly out of the house and shut the door quietly behind him. I stayed in the living room for the rest of the night, just staring at the front door. The next day, I went over to confront Brian while my girlfriend was at school, but he was gone. I waited all afternoon, but he never came home. After a few days, he still had not come back yet. I casually mentioned to my girlfriend that Brian didn't appear to be home. She told me that he went on a trip to Japan for 2 months. If we needed him for anything, he'd given us the phone number of a friend nearby. Brian's been back home for about a week now, and I've yet to see him. I've been up most nights just watching and waiting for him to try and come inside. I will eventually tell my girlfriend when school calms down for her and I know that we're safe. I still plan on confronting Brian one of these days. I'm just trying to figure out what to say. If anything else happens or there are any further developments, I'll surely update everyone. Does anybody out there have any thoughts to explain this guy's behavior? Maybe he has some type of disorder, or maybe he's just flat out dangerous. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, because I don't think I can live like this for much longer. Sleepovers tended to be an exciting event that always proved to be an enthralling adventure. There's nothing quite like hanging out late at night with friends, talking about anything and everything. As a kid, I would always look forward to the next sleepover. That is, until one dread-filled night from 9th grade that I'll never forget. I've told this story a few times. Some people sort of shrug it off and tell me I overthink things, which might be true, but honestly, this night has stuck with me long into adulthood. I wanted to share and see what everyone else thinks. This night started out like any other get-together with my friends. It was my friend Hanson's birthday, and he had 6 of us stay overnight. We had all been friends since the 4th grade, and every year on his birthday, he would have this awesome sleepover. Hanson had an awesome house. It was huge. Gigantic, really. The house had those big cathedral ceilings and tons of rooms. It was a 3-story home with a massive backyard, so we would often play football in the backyard, then play basketball on the full outdoor court he also had back there. We seemed to always have an endless supply of soda, Gatorade, and whatever snacks we wanted. Just to get to his house, you would have to turn down a long driveway and travel about 100 yards or so down a dirt road until you finally pulled up to this enormous mansion, for lack of a better word. At this point, I'm sure it goes without saying, but Hanson's family had a lot of money. We had free reign of the house whenever we went there. We would often play hide and seek when we were younger. Not so much when we got to be older, though. The only rule from Hanson's father was just to never go in the basement. It kind of reminded me of that Goosebumps book every time he would remind us to stay out of there. Just like clockwork, though, every time we showed up, Hanson's father would drop in on us in the living room and say in his chipper voice, "Hey there, fellas. Just a reminder to you to stay out of the basement, okay?" Then he would just giggle and walk away. Well, this year, my curiosity got the better of me. I asked Hanson what was in the basement. He responded in a normal voice, "I'm not sure. We're not allowed to go down there, so I just don't ask. Probably something to do with his work, I think." At that moment, I realized I had no idea what his father did for a job. I asked Hanson, almost as if it were turning into an interrogation, "What does your dad even do?" This is when I saw the wheels start spinning in Hanson's head. It dawned on me that Hanson had no clue what his dad did either. Finally, he said honestly, I don't really know. I think he does something with finance or something like that. He has to leave on business all the time, but we just don't ask about it. You know, now that I think about it, he told us when we were younger that we wouldn't understand, so we just kinda stopped asking. I guess I don't really think about it anymore. That honestly left me so unsatisfied, but somehow the conversation got changed quickly by another friend, and we started doing something else. All night, though, I was stuck up thinking about that basement and what could possibly be down there. Around midnight, we were just playing video games and eating leftover pizza in his living room. I told my friends I would be right back, so I could go to the bathroom. Actually, though, I was going to see if I could get into that basement. Just standing in the narrow hallway with the basement door at the end gave me chills. My whole body was really tense. I tried to keep telling myself it was just a room, and nothing down there could be all that bad. I got close to the door, but before I even attempted to open it, I noticed there was one of those door cameras on that door, and it was sealed tight with a padlock as well. What on earth could he have had down in that basement that required such security? I walked back to the living room, and at that point I could feel my fascination turning into obsession. Finally, around 3 a.m. or so, we all started to crash. I was sleeping on the floor. Honestly, I liked being able to spread out. I didn't care if I had the couch. I'm not exactly sure what time it was, but I was awoken to a voice. I opened my eyes and looked around the dark room. As my eyes started to adjust, it was dark but not pitch black. The moon was still pretty bright enough I could make out the corners of the room at this point. I figured it was just a dream and decided to lie back down. As I put my head on the pillow, though, that's when I heard it again. This time, though, I recognized the voice. It was the voice of Hanson's father. I rolled over and noticed I just so happened to be laying near a vent that was open. I could hear his father talking to someone down there. Maybe on the phone or something. At first, the sound was kind of faint, but the more I woke up and began to focus, the clearer his voice became. The chipper voice he always greeted us with for years was not present anymore. His voice sounded almost menacing. I don't even know how to begin to interpret what he said down in the basement. I heard him say something like, "No, that's unacceptable. I'm not accepting failure on this. If I have to come and do this for you again, this will be the last job you ever have." Alone, that sentence sounds threatening but not objectively scary. It's what he did next that made my blood run cold. He just started to scream, like irrational screaming. I heard something slamming, the sound of footsteps. It was Hanson's father coming upstairs. I heard the basement door shut, and he walked slowly to the archway that looked down into the living room. I could feel him staring over at all of us. It made me extremely uncomfortable. Somehow I could feel that he knew something was not right. Morning came and I didn't sleep at all. Hanson's parents woke up early and made us all breakfast. His father looked at me and he said in his once again chipper voice, "What's wrong, bud? Not hungry?" I stupidly responded, "I don't feel that good. I didn't get to sleep very well last night." I noticed his chipper smile fade to an uneasy smirk and then a slight frown. "Sorry to hear that, bud. I hope nothing in particular kept you up." Almost immediately, he excused himself and walked away from the table. That morning, we went outside and shot some hoops until our parents came to pick us up. My mom pulled over, and I went inside to grab my bag. I was confronted by Hanson's father. He put his hand on my shoulder. "I saw you were looking at the basement door last night. Got anything you want to say to me or ask?" I nervously said no and walked back to my mom's car. As she pulled away from the enormous property, I could see Hanson's father staring at me from the middle of the driveway. I mentioned this one time to Hanson at school, and he just sort of laughed and said his dad yells all the time. Every other time I went to his house after, his father never greeted us anymore. When 12th grade came around, Hanson left our school and moved away. He said it was for his dad's work, and that was the last time I would ever see him. We're friends on Facebook, but we don't talk much anymore. That story took place almost 20 years ago at this point. For years, I wondered if his dad was doing something shady down there, or if he had a really important sensitive job to deal with. After all, I didn't technically see anything wrong. I didn't even really hear anything incriminating. It was just the vibe I got and the tone of his voice that gave me all these uneasy feelings. Does anybody out there have any idea what this could have been, or what Hanson's father could have been doing down in the basement? Anything would give me some peace of mind. For about 7 years of my early 20s, I worked as support staff for a company that provided residential services to people with mental disabilities. It was a pretty cool job, until this occurrence. The house I worked in was dedicated to the care of 14 to 18-year-old boys. We would often receive different clients who would stay with us for any length of time, short-term, some very long-term. Jeffrey was a 15-year-old autistic teenager. He was a great kid, and I never had any problems working with him or any issues with his behavior. His parents simply weren't equipped enough at home to provide the care he needed. His family, meaning his mother, father, and sister, would come to visit just about every weekend, which was really nice. Some parents would just drop off their children and never return. Jeffrey's sister was also disabled, but not as severely as her brother. We'll call her Sally. Sally is 20 years old, at least 230 pounds, and more often than not reeked of body odor. She wore dirty clothes and had long greasy hair. She had a face covered with acne and scars. Sally would always watch me whenever they visited, not just watching me work, mind you, but watching literally every move I made. She often tried to flirt with me, and it made me extremely uncomfortable. I would usually just ignore it though, as she was a family member of one of our patients, and she wasn't really doing that much wrong. After a little over a year with us, Jeffrey transferred to another residential house. After he had moved, he added me as a friend on Facebook, due to the fact that we no longer shared a professional relationship. I added him back, and Jeffrey began to message me no less than 20 times a day. I would reply occasionally. I figured perhaps he wasn't liking his new house, or maybe he just wanted to keep in contact. Most of his messages were just a simple, "Hey, what's up? How's your day going?" After about a month or two, though, the messages picked up in pace. At least 2 messages an hour, all hours of the day and night, literally all 24 of them. After receiving a message stating it was very rude to ignore someone's messages and not reply, I deleted and blocked Jeffrey on Facebook. Not long after that, it went from being annoying to very unnerving. Everything was pretty quiet for a while and returned to normal for about 1 month. One night after work, though, I came home to my normal apartment. I made myself dinner, played some Xbox, and went to bed. In the early morning, there was a knock at my door. I checked, but there was nobody there. I figured they just knocked on the wrong door, as there were several people living in the same complex at the time. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, my dog started to growl and bark ferociously. I awoke to the sound of the large window in my living room shattering completely. I immediately turned on the bedroom light and dialed 911. To my surprise, though, the attempted intruder was caught almost immediately by security. Even more surprisingly, the police showed up much quicker than I thought they would. They assessed the damage and made sure that there was nobody in my apartment and nothing was missing. Before they left, they brought me outside to see if I could identify the caught intruder. When I walked outside, a part of me was shocked. There sat Sally, handcuffed in the back of the squad car. I was able to identify her immediately. In the aftermath, the police discovered she had been planning this for a long time. She had hacked into Jeffrey's Facebook, which he hadn't used in a very long time. Every message sent from that account had been from her. She had been keeping several diaries and would write about me and fantasize all the time. Her tone would often change from happy and loving to angry and disturbed. She wrote more than once about ending my life. In court, those diary entries were presented as evidence. That was the most disturbing part of it all. She was convicted to 6 years in prison for breaking and entering, and due to her various diary entries, she was also charged with premeditated intent to commit assault with a deadly weapon. Last I heard, her family had moved far away, and I can't say I blamed them much. I eventually found a new place to live. I just wasn't comfortable there anymore. Tensions were high around our apartment complex when I was around the age of 10. In a month's time, we'd had a man commit suicide, a partial fire in a building leading to reconstruction, and a child who had been hit by a car. Even at a younger age, I distinctly remember having a strong grasp on the bizarre events that were taking place. It had to be around spring of '97. My mom was single and raising me and my little sister, who was about 5 years old. She managed a different complex. She would pick us up from school and drop us off at our apartment when she returned to work for a couple of more hours. I have 3 older siblings who all moved out at this point. We had to keep an eye on each other at a young age. This wasn't really a new premise for me. There was no money for a sitter. The oldest just had to assume the role. That was me for the most part. We were really quiet kids. We played with our toys, watched a little television, and sometimes played Sega or Nintendo. On this particular afternoon, I recall playing with my Star Wars figurine while my little sister was doing whatever in the same living room. Suddenly, the doorknob began to violently shake. My heart dropped. I remember that being the first time I ever felt such terror. I rushed to the phone and paged my mom, then dialed 911 to let the operator know someone was breaking in. The operator reassured me that help was on the way. The door handle was being violently messed with the entire time. I was nervous if the deadbolt and flimsy chain would be enough to hold the door. Many loud bangs began to happen, as if someone was ramming their door with their shoulder and entire body. Then it just stopped altogether. The cops arrived shortly before my mom, only to find the maintenance man saying there was an air filter check. Now, the maintenance man claimed he announced himself verbally, but I knew that was horseshit. Of course, the cops did nothing. My mom's complaint with the office didn't result in the man being fired either. Unfortunately, this would not be the most unnerving part of the story. My mom said the guy would stare her down in the parking lot after and just smile at her. The whole situation creeped us out, and we wanted to move. We couldn't afford the expenses, though. One night, a couple of weeks later, I was awoken by a loud thud coming from the roof. I was rattled and ran to my mom's room to wake her up. She checked around to make sure everything was in place and assured me it was probably just a rodent. We went to school the next morning and were dropped off at home in the afternoon as usual. My mom did a quick sweep of the place even before the attempted break-in, but this time something seemed off. It was just a very uneasy feeling that came over all of us. It happened as we walked into our apartment. My sister and I were ordered to stay downstairs by the front door while she investigated upstairs. We waited patiently and felt very unnerved. Our mother's sudden shrieking confirmed our suspicions. She came barreling down the stairs and ushered us out the door. We ran to a neighbor's house and phoned the police. My mother was barking at them over the phone that someone was in our apartment. The police responded pretty quickly, and I was finally able to understand the situation. The bedroom had a walk-in closet that contained a hatch to the attic. It connected the entire building's AC and heat. There were shelves that were pretty high up lining the closet walls. My mother had walked in to find a dirty pair of men's underwear lying on the floor. This was enough to send her running and phoning the police. The investigation revealed something more. The attic hatch had been disturbed. Just to add, the police found full handprints on the shelves in the closet. The noises I'd heard the previous night were more than likely this man hoisting himself back up into the crawlspace using the shelves to climb on. After visiting us, the man was taken into custody. I don't recall what the sentencing was, though. We ended up moving to my grandfather's house shortly after. One summer, a friend and I took a trip to the US. We were both Irish guys in our early 20s. We took Greyhound buses and Amtrak from place to place. Since I'm the more organized one, I looked after our booking, tickets, and reservations. When it came to staying in Chicago, I thought I'd struck real gold by finding a room at the Hilton at a ridiculously affordable price. It seemed like a major upgrade to the places we'd been staying in so far. As we got off the train after our journey from New Orleans, though, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. The hotel was in Addison, Illinois, not the Chicago neighborhood of Addison where we'd planned on staying. It was a blip on the map at the time, consisted of little more than a road sign, a petrol station, a White Castle, and our hotel. Luckily, the hotel offered a discount taxi service through a cab company they were affiliated with. They sent someone out to pick us up. This is where things took a turn. The guy who showed up popped the trunk. Just as we were putting our bags in there was a roar from behind us. "Hey, you can't take that cab. He has out-of-town plates. That's against the law." A burly cabbie was enraged by the fact our driver had to pick us up right in front of a queue of cabs. I got about 2 words into my explanation when our driver lunged for the guy, screaming, "You fucking bastard, I'll kill you right here. I have my iron pipe, and I swear to God I'll beat you till you die." Looking back, this is where we should have brought things to a halt. But the truth is, we didn't have enough money for a normal cab to ride somewhere so far out of town. Being the 2 awkward Irish guys we were, we just got into the car and gazed in the opposite direction. We hoped the matter would resolve itself just fine. I'm not proud of that. After jumping back in the car, still cursing at the other driver, our driver gunned it down the wrong side of the street at rush hour, evidently making up for lost time, all while venting road rage in the direction of any honking horns. It seemed like the man had been drinking heavily, but bailing out of a car moving this fast genuinely seemed like a terrible idea. At some point, between claiming he should have been a race car driver and calling us pussies for wearing seatbelts, he told us a story about how he'd recently beaten the shit out of a customer who didn't tip him enough. In my head, I tried to play this off as just slightly unnerving, if not a terribly effective way of ensuring a fat bonus, but my friend was nervously counting a handful of sweat-soaked $1 bills. That gave me a sinking feeling. While I looked after all the booking and reservations, he was supposed to be responsible for things like taxi fares between us. We had enough cash to cover the trip before the tip. This is where things started to escalate from a vague threat to certain danger. As the cab driver watched us in the rearview mirror, he offered to show us his iron pipe, the same one he'd used to take care of the bad tipper before. Despite our polite objections, he actually grabbed a pipe out from under the seat, turning and waving it around at us with a maniacal laugh, while the car sped on without him looking ahead. I couldn't tell which was scarier, the feeling we were about to crash at any moment, or the looming confrontation when we were inevitably short on his tip. We were going so fast that the force of the wind coming in the open window took my breath away, intensifying the feeling of shock. Definitely the most distressing journey I've ever been on. Miraculously, the speeding shaved enough valuable dollars off the total that it left just enough for a small tip. He decided not to beat us to death. We had been saved by the very excess that terrified us. I jumped out the moment we stopped, searching for help just in case things kicked off. The driver seemed satisfied though. He handed us his card and said to call him any time. He would glad to drink whiskey and get into some fights with us. No thanks. Once we got to safety and our hotel room, we just sat there shaking, shell-shocked and trying to absorb what just happened. This happened 3 years ago, when my twin brother and I were 15 years old. Our bedrooms are situated right next to each other on the bottom floor of the house. My parents' master bedroom is on the second floor. One night, I was awoken to some commotion going on in my brother's bedroom. I sat up in bed, and a minute after I'd sat up, my mom walked in with my brother. It sounded like they were arguing about something. My brother had nightmares often back then, and this night he claimed he saw someone looking in through his window at him. He'd grabbed his cell phone and called my mom as the stranger stood there watching him. While telling her what was happening, I guess the person disappeared. My mom had a feeling he was just having a nightmare, but he insisted he had been wide awake, and there really was someone outside. My dad investigated, but he didn't find any trace that anyone was out there. This same thing happened another time a few nights later. This time, though, it was a bit different. I was awoken abruptly to my brother entering my room in a panic. I asked him what the hell he was doing. Irritated that he'd suddenly woken me up, I saw he was almost in tears, though. He was whispering, "That guy is back. He's outside my window." The tone of his voice suddenly made a chill wash over me. I knew he was not dreaming or having a nightmare. He sat in my dark bedroom with me, but before we even had a chance to think of what to do next, we heard a loud thump against the wall. My bed is pressed up right against that wall, and on the other side was my brother's bedroom. He looked at me in terror. I was rapidly trying to make sense of what the hell was happening. Right after, we heard a second louder thump and sat in disbelief. A minute later, my phone started ringing. It scared the hell out of both of us. I silenced the noise, but I didn't answer the call. It was my brother calling. I looked up at him in horror and confusion and showed him the number on the screen of my phone. His eyes became wide, and he started to tremble. I rejected the call and immediately called up my dad. He answered in a tired voice, and I told him someone was in our house. He asked me what I was talking about, not wanting to believe what I'd just said was a reality. I told him again, though. I heard him promptly rush down the stairs so fast. He practically ripped open my bedroom door. My brother and I told him that just a few feet away from where we stood, in my brother's bedroom, was a hidden intruder. My dad had never faced with anything like this before, so I could tell he was scared when he realized he had to go check it out. My brother and I followed closely behind him. The window was wide open, and my brother's cell phone was lying on the ground in the middle of the floor. We didn't find the person. We installed cameras around the house the next day, but whoever it was has not returned since that night. We think whoever it was that was in my brother's room must have seen us installing all those cameras. When I was in my teens, my parents took a vacation, but left their cars in the driveway. It was just my grandmother who lived in our house, my younger sister, and myself for almost 2 weeks together. One random night, I woke up to our dog growling and the motion sensor lights in our backyard turning on. I got up and walked toward the front of the house when I noticed a shadow coming through the bottom of the door crack. Somebody was standing on the other side. I slowly creaked my way to the peephole, and when I looked out, I saw an eyeball looking in. I froze for a second in panic, then rushed to the phone and called 911. As I was running away from the door, the person began to slam on the front door and gave off a laugh I can only describe as absolutely insane. As I'm on the phone with the police, I run to one of the windows to see if I can see what this person looked like. That was when I noticed an old beat-up car speeding off down the street. I never knew who that was or why they were there. The police believed it was a burglar, thinking nobody had been in the house because the cars hadn't moved in days. I'm not really sure what to think. I was home alone for a weekend a few years ago while I was still in high school. After school one day, I was driving home. When I passed in front of my house, I happened to look up and see what I thought was a lady in white clothes in my sister's bedroom looking out through the window. I cautiously crept into the house and slowly went to her bedroom to check it out, but when I arrived, there was no one there. I was about ready to chalk it up to a ghost or something, but I pretty much forgot about it. That was until later that night when I got a call from a very panicked and scared neighbor. She told me that she too could see some random lady pacing back and forth in my sister's bedroom. I sprinted up to the room to check again, but whoever it was no longer there. I haven't seen hide nor hair of this mysterious woman in white since, and nothing like that has ever happened again. From about 5th through 9th grade, my best friend Natalie and I were pretty much inseparable. We lived only a few streets away from each other, in an idyllic little town in the Midwest. It was the kind of place that feels like living in a time capsule of the 1950s. Charming homes with beautifully kept gardens, huge old maple and oak trees lining every street, and neighbors who actually stop and greet each other as they walk their dogs or mow their lawns. Summer block parties, kids playing in the street until dinner time, that sort of thing. Natalie and I used to walk to and from school together every single day. I often stayed over at her house for about an hour after school, while my parents were still at work. I loved hanging out at her place because her mom was the sweetest person ever. She would serve us delicious snacks, and we would tell her about all the hottest middle school drama. She'd even let us watch a TV show or play a computer game before we started our homework. Natalie's dad worked a lot and wasn't around often, but whenever I did interact with him, something about him seemed off on a superficial level. He was perfectly nice, friendly, and even funny. He had a great sense of humor and was always joking around with Natalie and I. He also joked around with the rest of our friends on the few occasions they were all around. But even though I didn't sense a single bit of discomfort from any of my close friends, I couldn't help but feeling uneasy in his presence. For one thing, he seemed a little bit too touchy-feely. It was subtle, but it was always noticeable in little ways that made me uncomfortable. Here's an example. One weekend, he took me, Natalie, and two of our friends to a cider mill. We picked apples, drank cider, and went on hay rides together. When the ride was over, Natalie's dad was helping each of us off the side of the wagon. I was the last in line. Something about the way he grabbed my friends by the waist and let his hands linger just a touch too long once they were already safely on the ground started to weird me out. When it was my turn, I just jumped off the wagon before he could even touch me. He looked a little surprised but didn't say anything. Fast forward to Natalie's 12th birthday party. She had a sleepover with about 10 girls there. We arranged our sleeping bags on the floor of her living room, since it was the biggest room in the house. The living room wasn't really closed off by any doors. It had a big opening that connected it seamlessly with the foyer in the front hallway of the house. I was sleeping near that hallway, which I wasn't too pleased about. I preferred to sleep surrounded by other people whenever I went to sleepovers. I've always been super afraid of the dark, and having everyone around me was like an extra layer of protection, as silly as that sounds. In the middle of the night, I was suddenly awoken by a hand pressing down on my arm. I didn't jolt awake or anything, but I did slowly open my eyes and turn my head to survey my fellow partygoers. They were all dead asleep, some even lightly snoring. That was when I began to hear a quiet giggling behind me. Still lying down, and now officially frightened, I turned my body to face the foyer. The opening in the wall that connected the living room to the foyer was a big sweeping arch. On the right side of that arch, I could just barely see the top of a man's head peeking out from behind the wall. I noticed his fingertips were spread out on the wooden floor, and he was crouching down. It was Natalie's dad. I honestly had no idea what to do. Was he just kidding around? Didn't it occur to him how creepy this was to do? Should I say something or just awkwardly ignore it and try to fall back asleep? Being my timid, non-confrontational preteen self, I decided to try the latter route first. I turned back on my other side and scooted in as close as I could to my sleeping friends next to me. Somehow I managed to fall back asleep, despite being obviously and understandably petrified. I'm not sure how long it was before I was woken up again. This time it was by a firm tapping against my temple. Knowing exactly who it was this time around, I tried my best not to indicate I was awake, struggling to keep my eyes closed. My breath was slow and deep. Again, I heard the same stifled giggling sound. This was particularly disturbing because it sounded almost manic. It was like he thought this whole routine was absolutely hysterical and could barely contain himself, even though he was a grown man. It had all the giddiness of a 5-year-old playing hide-and-go-seek with his older siblings. Yet again, I had no idea what to do in this situation. I wasn't sure if he wanted me to acknowledge him or what. I turned to face the foyer again, and just barely caught a glimpse of his head disappearing behind the wall, in that same crouched position. More giggling. I turned back and scooted even closer into one of my sleeping friends, partially waking her and causing her to shift around a bit. I hoped she would wake up completely, but she just turned over and quickly drifted back off. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter over my shoulders. I heard what sounded like someone shuffling on all fours down the hallway. I don't remember how I got back to sleep that night, but somehow I did. The morning finally arrived, mercifully enough. Natalie's parents made us all pancakes, but her dad was acting completely normal. He didn't pay any particular attention to me. He didn't make it a point to ignore me either. He just interacted with me like he always did. He was smiling, joking, and friendly. A couple of months later, Natalie had another sleepover. This time, I made sure to secure a spot in the exact center of everyone, far away from that front hallway. Later that night, I was interrupted in the middle of a deep sleep for seemingly no reason. I had been sleeping on my back. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling wide awake almost instantly. I was overcome with the most intense feeling of dread. I felt like I couldn't move. It was like my limbs were being weighed down by some invisible weighted blanket. Even though I knew I shouldn't, I slowly turned my head toward the front hallway. As my eyes adjusted in the darkness, I could see Natalie's dad and mom standing in the entryway, looking directly at me, with the most hateful expressions on their faces. Their arms were stiff and straight at their sides. I'll never forget how disturbing their faces looked, contorted into pure rage that only seemed to grow in intensity the longer I looked at their eyes. Their eyes kept narrowing at me. They showed all their teeth almost like a threatened dog would. After staring frozen for a good few seconds, I felt like I could move again. I quickly turned away from them and pulled my sleeping bag up high over my head, shaking. I barely slept the rest of the night. I never heard any noise or movement from the hallway, though. The next morning, it was all homemade pancakes and warm smiles yet again. I never told Natalie about any of this. I was pretty sure she would think I was either crazy or trying to prank her. Our friendship quickly faded a few years later anyway, which coincidentally was right around the time her parents got divorced. Recently, Natalie and her parents' divorce came up in conversation with my mom. She told me about a comment Natalie's mom had made to her a few years ago, back when Natalie and I were still super close. We had actually taken a few small road trip vacations together with our families. I guess at some point on one of these trips, our moms were gossiping about a particularly wealthy and impossibly perfect family that lived in our neighborhood and had a reputation of being somewhat pretentious. Natalie's mom was skeptical about their apparent perfection. She said, "Well, in this neighborhood, you never know what goes on behind closed doors." That comment is innocent enough on its face, but for me it adds an extra layer of creepiness given what I experienced with Natalie's parents. I'm a 26-year-old female, and exactly a year ago today, I was at a house party in rural Connecticut. A family friend was throwing a college graduation party for their daughter. and had invited what felt like the entire graduating class to their 2-story home. It was an extremely spacious home and felt kind of regal, actually. It had balconies off each bedroom on the 2nd story, 2 full-sized kitchens, and several dozen acres of mostly wide-open property surrounding the house. I was about 4 months pregnant at the time, and after a couple hours of socializing, I began to feel somewhat drained from mingling with dozens of people, most of whom I didn't really know. I retreated to one of the bedrooms upstairs to put my feet up. My husband came upstairs with me and went into one of the bedrooms facing the backyard. Across the hall were several of the younger kids in another bedroom, playing video games together and cheering very loudly. As I lay on the bed, my husband sat beside me, rubbing one hand on my stomach while he sampled a variety of craft beers he had selected from downstairs. We were shooting the shit, and he was giving me his opinions on the various brews, as I couldn't sample them myself at the moment. After about 10 minutes or so, he started massaging my tired feet. It was at that point I happened to glance over to the table where the TV was and noticed something that seemed somewhat out of place. There was a flathead screwdriver perched awkwardly, practically hanging off the side of the table. The screwdriver by itself wouldn't have been too weird, but the fact it was extremely rusty and coated with old dirt made me suspicious. This didn't seem like something the owners of the house would be using, especially in a room where everything was so pristine. As strange as it was, I didn't really say anything to my husband. I didn't want anything to distract him from rubbing my feet. There's nothing sexier than a good foot massage after all. I'd say after another 10 minutes or so, my husband and I both jumped in surprise when someone started lighting off fireworks on the back lawn. An explosion of noise and red sparks suddenly came from outside the balcony window. The rowdy kids in the next room got very loud at the noise too. I heard them drop a few expletives. My husband walked over to the door and poked his head out into the hallway, calling for them to quiet down just a bit. That's when I turned my head and saw it outside on the balcony. There was someone looking in at me. I saw half of a person's face peering around the corner. The silhouette of their body outlined against an explosion of green fireworks. I screamed for my husband as the man outside turned the knob and walked into the bedroom. The best way I can describe the way this man looked is how Brandon Lee looked in the movie The Crow. He was tall, thin. His cheekbones and jawline looked like they were practically tearing themselves out from underneath his skin. He had long, greasy black hair and torn, ragged black clothing with heavy boots. He grabbed the screwdriver off the table without looking at me and disappeared back out onto the balcony. He was only in the bedroom for perhaps 4 seconds, but it was enough time for my husband to turn around and see him. He even shouted, "Who the fuck was that guy?" The man leapt off the 2nd-story balcony. My husband dashed outside and called after him as he walked across the backyard and disappeared around the side of the house. There were around 60 people in the backyard, but most of them had their eyes on the fireworks. The music was so loud they couldn't hear my husband and I yelling. We immediately sprinted downstairs and told the homeowners, but they were half-plastered and didn't take what we said very seriously. My husband and I wanted to call the cops, but the owners blew off that notion like we were waiters offering them dessert. My husband returned upstairs and got all the kids to calm down. He told me that while he was up there, he checked on the lock to the balcony as well and reported it had been broken from the outside. We informed the handful of sober people we knew were there and left. To this day, I don't know who that man was. My husband suspects it might have been the eldest daughter's dealer, as it was her room we were chilling in. Frankly, I don't care who it was. He must have been out there on that balcony for at least 20 minutes, watching me and my husband as we sat peacefully inside. If he had wanted to, he could have easily made to stab either of us with his rusty screwdriver before he booked off into the night. We haven't gone back to that house since. Growing up, I lived in a small town in a heavily forested area. Around second grade, my best friend, who shall be known as Celia, began complaining to me about some very strange things happening in her home. The first thing she pointed out to me was a small hole that appeared to be forming in the walls of her unfinished basement. The walls were made of a sort of brick cinder block type material, but expanding as if the bricks were crumbling. I remember asking Celia if her parents knew about this, and she told me they weren't worried. Fast forward some odd years later, around 4th or 5th grade, the hole had only become larger over time, and we could now even fit a large portion of our arms into the hole. As far as my entire arm could go, I still couldn't reach the end of this hole. We couldn't explain why it had corroded so deep into the house, but it hadn't gotten much bigger in girth. At this point, Celia began telling me that she could hear voices from her basement and that she believed most of it was coming from the hole. I never heard any of these sounds when I would visit her home, but considering we were only 10 years old when this happened, I totally believed her. We frequently had sleepovers on weekends, which was when I usually was exposed to all the creepy things wrong with their house. Her family was kind of strange in the fact they had an abnormal amount of animals. They had 6 cats and dogs, a few rabbits, birds, lizards, snails, frogs, fish. You name it. Around the time when she began hearing the voices, we began to notice her cats and dogs would randomly disappear and be found later in the basement standing right in front of the hole. In all the years I've known her and the animals, they never liked to be in the basement. It started to really scare us. She was telling me she believed there was something living in the walls and that the hole was one of the places it would peer into the house through. At this point in time, I did believe her, but I'd never really seen enough proof to be as scared as she was. At school, she spent most of her time an anxious wreck. The teachers and the other classmates were really worried about her. It seemed like her parents just didn't care. A lot of the adults believed she was only anxious because her older sister had left for college. Now here's where we get to the really terrifying part. I was sleeping over at her house during the weekend over the Christmas holiday. A side note about Celia's room is that she has a huge collection of stuffed animals of all sizes, clearly because of her family's love for animals. Anyway, the first night we were sleeping in her bed, when we woke up the next morning, all the animals were facing and staring right at us. I don't believe now, and I didn't believe at the time either, that Celia could have moved all these toys by herself. I've always been an extremely light sleeper, and some of the animals were on top of a very large wardrobe. We both knew that whatever Celia believed to be hiding in the walls had to have been responsible for this. We put back all the animals very carefully, and never told her parents. I sort of wish we had now, since I was staying the entire weekend. We went again to sleep in her bed the next night. We woke up around the same time. It was still dark out, and we could hear a very low creaking noise that was coming from underneath us. We both knew it was the wooden floorboards under her bed, just like a textbook horror movie. Probably because we were only 10, we thought it was a good idea to lean over the edge of the bed and look underneath. Right as we looked down, we saw and heard one of the raised floorboards slamming back into the ground. We shot our heads back up and held each other and cried. I had never been so scared in my entire life. I called my parents the next morning to come and take me home right away. I refused to ever go back to Celia's house, in fear. She only got worse at school. I don't remember if I continued to ask her about the things in her house. Maybe I didn't because I was just too scared, and we were too young. For unrelated circumstances, my family moved far away from that town that summer, and I'd only seen her twice after that. That was over a decade ago, and I haven't heard from her ever since. I've always wondered what happened, and what was up with that hole. As far as I know, her family still lives in that house today. Many have suggested this might be paranormal or something. I tried to be very detailed and left out my personal thoughts on the matter. The scariest part anyways is not knowing. My theory is that there was a man living in the walls of her house, and that hole was their way of peeking around and seeing what was going on outside. Whenever no one was in the basement, they would use the floorboards to come out. The stuffed animals had to have been moved by someone who was disturbed and wanted to mess with us. That floorboard trick must have been a way to peek out and see if we were still sleeping. Since I only saw one floorboard move though, there's no way of knowing if that was really how they got into the room. They probably had many surveillance points, so they knew when they could move around the house. I don't really believe it was a paranormal encounter in any way. When I was about 8 or 9, an area near me opened up a new arcade. I was at the mall with my mom, and I don't remember why specifically. I asked her if we could stop by the arcade so I could play one of the games there. She gave me some quarters and I walked inside. She sat on a bench right out front. I'm walking about this arcade, trying to find a game I really want to play. Suddenly, this grown man walked up to me. Couldn't have been any younger than 30 years old. "Ma'am?" I looked at him confused. "You're so pretty." I didn't know how to respond. I was a little kid, and this was a grown-ass man. I mumbled out a frightened thank you and shuffled away. I asked my mom if we could leave right now. She was a little bit confused, but we left right away. On the way back, we decided to stop at a yard sale. As I'm perusing the items, I see that very same guy across the street, waving at me. He had this excited grin on his face, like he was so thrilled to see me there. I asked my mom once again if we could leave. We left and decided to do a little shopping at Kohl's. As we were walking to the front door though, I see this guy getting out of his car in the lot. I told my mom I just wanted to go home. I don't know if that guy was actually following me, but for him to come up to me, a child, and basically try to hit on me, then I see him everywhere I go for the rest of the day, I don't know. Seemed a bit sketchy to me. When I was 10 years old, my friend and I took a walk down to the Quick Stop, which was about 3/4 of a mile away from my house. We wanted to buy some Slurpees. When we were about 1 block away though, this beat-up looking white car pulled up right behind us and started honking its horn at us repeatedly. There were 2 skeevy looking guys inside. We got pretty scared and started hurrying toward the store. As we did so, the car accelerated straight towards us, driving straight up onto the sidewalk and barely managing to brake before running us down. All the while, the driver was honking and laughing. Needless to say, we were terrified. We ran to the Quick Stop. I told my friend to memorize the first half of the license plate number, while I memorized the second half. When we got inside, we asked the attendant if we could use the phone to call the police. He wouldn't let us. I asked him to call the police on his own because someone was following us, but he refused to do it. We waited for the adrenaline rush to die down, and then walked home without ever receiving our Slurpees. Fucking Quick Stop douchebag. We ran all the way home, looking over our shoulders as we did. I called the police once we got there, and they said that car had been seen doing suspicious things like this for quite a while. That was the first time they ever got the full license plate though. To this day, I still remember the license plate number of that car, and I get jimmies every time I see someone that looks like that driver. Not the scariest, but this is all I can really offer right now. I was camping in May of last year. I was meeting up with my buddies, so instead of pitching a tent for only one night, I just slept in my car instead. I put my seats down, stuck my legs through the trunk, and cracked open my windows. Good night me. Some undetermined amount of time later though, my phone was in the front seat so I couldn't check it. I heard a loud grunting and what sounded like something walking on sticks around my car. I shit you not. I turned my head, only to see a massive grizzly bear staring me dead in the eyes. It was looking in through my window, with one claw hanging inside my car where my window was open. I was fucking terrified. We stared each other down, until eventually the bear just walked away. Knowing you're literally a few inches and a car's door away from being Leonardo DiCaprio'd was very unsettling. Needless to say, I could not sleep very well after. A few years ago, when I was a freshman in college, I came back from my dorm kind of late, around midnight or so. I had 3 other suite mates, and we had a suite-style dorm. That means a living room that connected to a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. 2 of my suite mates were still out for the night, and my roommate was in our room on his computer. I took a shower, but when leaving the bathroom and turning the lights off, I stepped into the living room. I turned off those lights too, intending to go into our bedroom for the rest of the night. As I turned off those lights though, I quickly turned around and noticed that all of a sudden I could see glowing handprints on every wall of the living room. I quickly flipped the lights back on, only to see no more handprints. Just as I was getting goosebumps popping up on my arms, a knock at the door made me jump. Suitemate number 1 had just returned. "Hey, stand there and close the door. Take a look at this." "Okay." I flipped the lights off and waited for about 5 seconds. All the handprints started to appear again. Holy shit, what the fuck, dude? I flipped the lights on again and they all went away. Now my suitemate and I were both wide-eyed and extremely creeped out. We had been living there for 4 months and we'd never seen anything like this before. Another knock came and suitemate number 2 returned home as well. We do the same thing, and again the same response. I say to them both, "Let's wait with the lights off and tell each other what we see, okay?" Turns out there were not only handprints all over the walls, but as we looked up, also on the ceiling. There were giant creepy smiling faces and writing we couldn't quite make out. That was except for one phrase written on the wall right by us. "Get out." A good amount of yelling commenced. Upon closer inspection, we realized it was all written in glow-in-the-dark paint. Who had put this all here? When did they have the opportunity to do so? We had no idea. 3 weeks later, my roommate, who had been on his computer with headphones and had missed this whole ordeal, was in the bathroom when our power went out. He emerged screaming, talking about faces in the walls of the bathroom, then started yelling some more when he realized the whole dorm had them. That part was fairly amusing. Last October, I took a trip from Washington State to Texas with my boyfriend. He had a great uncle who had passed away and left him a dozen acres of property or so in his will. We flew down to inspect the land and decide whether to keep it or sell the property. It was pretty much a wide open patch of dirt with a nice view of the hills around. Without much to offer us, we decided to sell most of it and build a small house on the land that was left over. We were going to live there during the winter months and rent it out during the summer. After the house was finished building, we flew back down and moved ourselves in for the remainder of the winter. It wasn't anything super lavish, just something simple and small. Something the two of us could enjoy together. After about a week of us being there, we were sitting on the front porch when a dusty old pickup truck with deer antlers mounted on the top of the cab came rolling up. A middle-aged couple got out and approached us in a friendly manner, introducing themselves as former neighbors of my boyfriend's great uncle. The couple seemed pleasant enough, and they even brought a 12-pack of Shiner beer with them. I thought it was kind of presumptuous of them, being complete strangers and showing up completely unannounced, but I figured this must be how people do things down south. We didn't really know anyone in the area anyway, and figured we might as well try to make a few friends while they were here. They introduced themselves as Reuben and Charlotte Wallace. They said they had been hunting buddies with old Uncle Trevor and told stories of their camping trips, shooting the heads off snakes and whatnot. They were polite enough people, but their southern boldness and casual way of discussing killing animals for sport was very foreign to me. I didn't really form any sort of connection with them. My boyfriend, though, seemed to enjoy their company slightly more, and when they invited us over for dinner the following night, he accepted before even consulting with me, which was quite irritating. The following night, we arrived at their very old farmhouse, which was much farther away from Uncle Trevor's former place than we had been expecting. We brought some wine and beer, not knowing what they preferred to have with dinner. We were greeted before we even reached the front door by Charlotte. The house reeked of cigarette smoke and had a kind of musky, unhealthy feeling to it, like the very house itself was rotting from the inside out. Every room seemed to have at least one American flag, one firearm, and one mounted animal head. I really wasn't digging it at all, but my boyfriend seemed unperturbed, so I didn't hesitate to crack open a beer with good old Reuben. We were eating in their dining room, seated next to their wide-open sliding patio door, which I thought was strange. There were a bunch of bugs flying in. We were eating a very unimaginative meal of beans and what they claimed to be venison, but if it was, I don't think it had been preserved properly, or at the very least, it was extremely undercooked. I had tried venison before, and this didn't taste right. After 20 minutes, the casual conversation ended, and instead, more interesting and meaningful conversations started up. Things began to get kind of awkward and quiet. Reuben began paying more attention and stroking his beard, looking at us rather than the food. He began to ask us questions about the uncle's old house and personal possessions. If he had ever mentioned them to us, I began to get a very uneasy feeling in my gut that the Wallaces here were digging for information about old Uncle Trevor. They were slowly starting to drop that whole friendly southern neighbor act. My boyfriend didn't have very many answers for them, as he rarely spoke to his uncle when he was growing up. Instead of taking the hint, though, they kept on pressing us. Charlotte kept staring right at me, watching me eat as she shoveled food in between her gray teeth, hardly even blinking. I decided to excuse myself for a smoke and wandered outside out the open patio door. She said I was free to light up at the table, but I was already outside. I didn't actually want to smoke anyway. I was just using it as a signal to tip my boyfriend off that I was uncomfortable and wanted to leave. I wandered out around their backyard and walked around behind their shed, thinking I could at least snap some pictures with my phone of the horizon as the sun set. There was a terrible smell coming from the shed that practically made me gag. It reminded me of a forgotten dumpster that had been baking in the sun for years. I took a few pictures and casually started making my way back to the house, when I noticed about 15 or 20 pairs of shoes, mostly sneakers and cowboy boots, piled in a heap on the far side of the shed. I walked over to get a better look and noticed they appeared to be all different sizes. Some were so old and dusty I could barely make out what the original color was they had been. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach and cautiously pushed open the shed door. Inside, there were piles upon piles of clothes, hats and backpacks scattered all around the shed, like a nightmarish Goodwill drop-off location. Dark stains heavily covered the creaking wooden floor. I noticed the stains formed a pattern like a trail that led to the door, indicating that multiple things had been dragged out of this shed over time. I backed away, suddenly feeling very nauseous. My heart nearly failed me when Charlotte was suddenly standing right behind me. She started to say something along the lines of, "Now why did you go sneaking your head in there?" That's when I noticed she had a serrated knife in her hand. I've been taught self-defense for young women for many years, so before she could do anything, I struck the heel of my palm directly up to her nose. It was surprisingly fragile and broke right away, blood spurting into the air. I screamed for my boyfriend, who came running out of the patio door toward me. I kicked the knife she had dropped across the dirt and cried for him to run. We sprinted for the car and floored it backwards out of the driveway. Reuben appeared on the front porch and fired a shot from his rifle at our car. Fortunately, though, he missed. By the time he raised the rifle for a second shot, we'd made it to the road and drove like hell out of there. We didn't go home, but instead drove right into town to the police station, where I gave my statement. They sent 3 cars to the house, and we heard an exchange of gunfire over the radio. Ruben was killed at the scene in the shootout, but Charlotte was never found. The police couldn't locate her on the property. An APB was put out for her at local hospitals, just in case she sought treatment for her nose, but nothing ever came of it. We returned home for the night, and a police cruiser remained parked outside their house until dawn a few days later. A detective came by our house and determined that Ruben and Charlotte Wallace were fake names the couple had given us. They apparently were 2 fugitives wanted for several counts of attempted murder in Arizona. Apparently, they made a habit of patrolling the border and shot at any illegals they found trying to cross it. From there, it seemed like they brought the bodies back to their property for disposal. It turns out Uncle Trevor had known about their activities and had been blackmailing them to keep him quiet. I had to excuse myself to go vomit. I didn't know for sure, therefore I didn't say anything to the police. But in my bones, I had a distinct feeling they served us human meat that day. I can't really be sure, though. For exactly what reason, I had no idea. But some reporters came to interview us. We refused to comment on anything. My boyfriend and I still spend our time between Washington and Texas. Though when I say we stay in Texas, we have 2 pit bulls sleep on our front porch to alert us if anyone unwelcome is approaching. To the best of my knowledge, they never found Charlotte, and if she's still out there, I pray that we never meet again. It happened during my freshman year of college, when I was back in my hometown for Thanksgiving break. I'm from a small town in New England, the kind of place you can't wait to get away from, because nothing ever happens there. I guess maybe this was my town's way of getting back at me for thinking along those lines. It was late on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I was at a friend's house, happily reunited with my best friends from high school, since we were all home for the holidays. A fog had settled in that night, owing to the classic New England mix of chill and humidity. As I drove home, I passed by our town's library, which was situated next to a small duck pond. The fog was extra thick out over the water, and illuminated by the lampposts surrounding the pond, it gave an eerie golden glow. Being the film student that I was, I had my camera with me as always. Without even thinking, I turned my car around and pulled into the library parking lot, which overlooked that pond. I considered walking down to it for a moment, but something was telling me not to do that. It wasn't exactly fear, not yet. I remember not feeling any fear at all, actually, just excitement and awe at the beautiful sight in front of me. Still, though, I did not get out of my car. That decision probably saved my life. Instead, I kept my car running, headlights still on. I rolled down my window and stuck my arm out of it, taking a few photos of the pond. I pulled my arm back inside and looked through the photos. They were terrible given how bad of a technique I was using. This was the first time something felt really wrong. As I looked at all the photos I'd just taken, I felt, well, the best way I can think to explain it is that sometimes I have these nightmares about being in open water. I can feel there are sharks swimming beneath me, but I can't see them. I know they're there, though. That's the kind of feeling I was feeling right now, only in my waking life and not in a dream. As I continued to look through these pictures, trying to see what was wrong here, I felt the danger before I even saw it. I looked up from my camera, fully alert, and rolled my window back up. I peered in front of me, but saw nothing for a moment. All of a sudden, though, a figure materialized out of the darkness around the pond and into the beams of my headlights. It was a man. He was wearing dark jeans and a black zip-up jacket. His hair was dark and short, and I couldn't see his face at all. He was walking in the direction of the library, specifically in the direction of my car. I waited, not wanting to let my fear take over. Maybe he wasn't really walking toward me. Maybe he was just going toward the road. He kept getting faster though, and getting closer to me. All of a sudden, he was right in front of the hood of my car. I could tell beyond a shadow of a doubt he was staring straight at me. His face was expressionless, but the look in his eyes was intent, determined. The moment we made eye contact, I saw that look and just reacted. I don't remember feeling fear or panic, just suddenly being very alert. I never took my eyes off the man as I threw my car into reverse and spun out of the parking lot. I went the wrong way though. Instead of turning my car toward the exit, I'd spun around toward the back parking lot. Yes, there was another exit I could get to, but I would have to drive around the entire library to get there. Either that or reverse all the way out onto the road and risk hitting something. A tree, another car. I didn't want to risk crashing. Then I'd have no escape. I decided I would have to go around the library. It would take longer, but it was the safest option. All these thoughts went through my head in an instant. The man ran in front of my car. One of the biggest regrets in my life is not just running him over then and there. I put my car in drive and waited. He stopped running once he was right in front, then took his time and walked slowly around the hood of my car, staring at me the whole time. Our eyes followed each other, and he smiled the moment he was clear of the front of my car. Two things happened in that moment. He lunged at my car door, and I floored it at the same time. I remember the sight of my car sailing right past his outstretched hand. I drove as fast as I've ever driven, taking the corners at speed around the library. As I came out the other side, the exit was in sight, but the man no longer was. I drove as fast as I could toward the exit. As I got in front of the library again, I looked over and saw the man running as fast as he could to get to my car. I sped out of the lot and onto the main road. The police station was only a block away, so I made a beeline for it, still driving recklessly fast. I got to the police station, and that's when the fear finally settled in. I sat in my car and cried, breathing raggedly, completely frozen. I couldn't even get out. I was terrified the man had somehow followed me there. That as soon as I emerged from my vehicle, he would grab me. An officer came out to my car and escorted me inside. They must have seen me on their security cameras, I guess. I spoke with a female sergeant and told her what happened, gave her the best description I could. They immediately sent cars out, but found no one there. I assumed the man was after my car, my camera maybe. I said that out loud to the sergeant. She looked at me and shook her head though. What she told me next I'll never forget. I don't think he was after your car or your camera. I think he was after you. You ever work night shifts? I know some of you must have. I've seen things around here and there about people stuck working during the midnight hours. They're definitely my favorites. Normal people really don't know what it's like to be wide awake while the rest of the world is sleeping. It's lonely, sure. I find it difficult to keep up with my daywalker friends, and I'm pretty sure it's also cost me 1 or 2 girlfriends. Above all though, it's weird. Due to my own dumb mistakes, it's pretty much all the work I can get though. Yeah, I got a record. Now, many places won't even take me on, let alone give me any serious responsibility. When the local Walmart here in Nogales, Arizona offered me a position as a third shift security guard, I pretty much had to jump at that chance. The pay was awesome too. Well, as awesome as it's going to get for a guy with my kind of past anyway. So I'm sat in the security office one night, trying not to pass out from boredom. I'd given up on trying to read the gigantic Stephen King book I'd gotten for my 30th birthday. I kept telling myself to read more, but it's pretty tough. I didn't exactly do good in school, so I feel like I missed out on so many cool stories. Yeah, I've seen The Shining and all that, but I get sick of people telling me how much better the book is. It makes me feel dumb for not having read it. Anyway, because I'd given up, I was dying of boredom, so I decided to go on a little foot patrol. Maybe grab a bit of a smoke at one of the emergency exits or something. The boss man checks the CCTV occasionally, just to make sure we're not sleeping on the job. Can you believe some guys actually get fired for doing that? Anyway, I get up and wander around the store a bit in clear view of the cameras, before ducking out to the exit for a moment to light up a smoke. Now, parking lots can get pretty crazy, as I'm sure you might imagine. I've seen full-on fistfights between customers over stuff as small as a parking space. I've had to chase away couples getting a little too fresh in their cars, although that can be pretty hilarious sometimes. It gets even weirder at night though. Meth heads, drug dealers, people who met on Craigslist selling each other weird stuff, deciding for some reason to choose me and the Walmart parking lot to be their witness. As I'm lighting up, a single parked sedan catches my attention. The rest of the lot was completely deserted, so it really stuck out like a sore thumb here. This old battered Ford just sat there all by itself. Oh God, what now? I was thinking to myself, just preparing for whatever crazy shit was about to unfold before me. I watched the car for a minute or two, seeing the driver clearly in the front seat. Well, not perfectly clearly. It was almost pitch black, so obviously I couldn't make out their face or anything. But you know when you can see like the outline of a person in the front seat. He was not moving at all. He was sat perfectly still in the middle of the parking lot. I started making little bets to myself, in a little game I like to call drugs, nookie, or mental illness. Pretty much every encounter I ever have during this shift can be put into one of those three categories. Either they're high, horny, or completely insane. My first thought here was that this guy was waiting for a lady of the night, calling one of those dumb 1-800 numbers or jerking it to something gross on his phone. Either way, it was nothing I'd need to call the cops over. I finished my smoke and headed back inside. An hour or so later, though, the same deal occurs. My eyes were closing, and I was finding it harder and harder to stay awake. So I made one of those terrible tasting instant coffees and headed out for another smoke. Only when I get to the emergency exit, I didn't step out into the night. That same car was there, not having moved an inch. Obviously, I was starting to get a little bit suspicious now, mainly because I had no idea what it could be doing there. I can spot a deal or some shady stuff or a meetup from a mile away, but those are over and done with kind of fast. They don't hang around in the parking lot loitering for hours on end, especially not still in their driver's seat. Then it hit me though. All the exterior cameras were night vision capable. All I had to do was head back to the office and mess with the settings a bit. I could get a much better look into the interior of the car. So, with the Mission Impossible theme playing in my head, I rushed back to the office and started spying on this sedan. I zoomed in as close to the car as I could get with these cameras. The scene was more lit up by the light-sensitive camera lens as well. I could see the guy's face a little bit better. A big vintage mustache. The dude had these sunglasses on too. Sat in the car in the middle of the night with shades on? Must have been high as a kite or something. If it's something drug-related, I'm obliged to get out there and wave them away. No one wants the cops called on them when they have a vehicle full of something illicit or whatever. It's an easy enough task. I wander again out to the car, taking it pretty slow. 9 times out of 10 as I'm approaching, the lights will turn on and the car will speed out of the parking lot. Only this one just continues sitting there. The guy was not moving at all. I tap on the back window gently and say something stern along the lines of, "Hey, time to leave, buddy, this ain't a motel." Still no movement though. I turn on my torch and I see why. I didn't take in much detail. I didn't need to. There was blood everywhere inside the car. Things that clearly should have been inside this guy were festering on the floor. Trickles of blood were appearing from underneath his shades, where whoever had done this had apparently ripped his eyes out. I ran as far as I could before I vomited hot coffee into the parking lot surface. I was still retching as I called 911. It all seems like a blur now, looking back on it, but what I saw in that car still appears before my eyes sometimes. It shows up when I close them at night. It's burned into my memory, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. Nogales is a border town, and it didn't take long for cops to work out that the body was some kind of cartel-related incident. God knows what this poor guy had done, but he must have messed up bad enough to warrant this sort of punishment. These days, I carry a .38 on the job. I've never been interested in firearms, but I feel like I should carry one now, especially when I go out into the parking lot of the Nogales Walmart, just in case I run into the guys who turned that old sedan into something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. The scariest thing that ever happened to me was in the parking lot of the Walmart in Mount Dora, Florida. It wasn't scary because it was life-threatening or some big unresolved mystery. It was scary because it's true. It was scary because we did get answers regarding the incident that had us running from a dark parking lot on a warm summer's night almost 10 years ago. Those were answers I still dwell on sometimes in my darkest of moments. Anyway, back in 2011, I was just 17 years old. A dumb kid who cared more about smoking than getting educated. Life was good in our small, well-off Florida town. Mount Dora is kind of known for its small-town charm, being home to a handful of museums and many, many antique stores that sell quaint little trinkets to tourists. As you can imagine, though, that doesn't exactly make for the most exciting nightlife, and there's not much to do as a teenager looking for excitement. Instead of finding something productive to do, me and my friends would just cruise around in the evenings, getting stoned as fuck, and wasting time talking about the band we would never end up forming. So there we are, chilling in the Walmart parking lot one night, passing around a J and listening to some Zeppelin on my buddy's car stereo. The place was pretty much deserted, except for a few parked cars and some raccoons pillaging some nearby garbage cans. We were laughing at the little critters, watching them use their tiny hands to rummage around through torn-up trash bags, when one of the nearby cars caught my eye. It was an '87 Cadillac. That detail always stuck with me. It was absolutely filthy even from the outside, like seriously nasty looking, like the only wash it had ever gotten was from the heavy Florida rains. Furthermore, you could just visibly see the inside of this car was filled with trash. Not like fast food wrappers on the dashboard and some junk in the trunk or whatever. I mean like pretty much all you could see inside was all kinds of garbage. Legit, the stuff that belongs in a trash bag. The exact kind the raccoons were currently ripping up. I wondered what kind of bum owned this thing. How'd they let that stuff just build up and build up until their car looked more like a dumpster than a sedan? I didn't really think any more of it though. Not until I saw something moving amongst the garbage. I told my friends and pointed over at this mobile trash can. Something was clearly moving around inside. They instantly laughed at me, telling me I was just seeing stuff, and I shouldn't smoke so much if I can't handle it. At the time, I just laughed, thinking that they might have been right. I mean, it was late and it was dark out, and yeah, I was pretty lifted. As time passed by, enough for me to start relaxing again, we were arguing over whether to hit up White Castle or Arby's. Once again, out of the corner of my eye, I see something in the garbage pile, shuffling around again. Only this time, I'm 100% sure I just saw something. My eyes were not playing tricks on me. I didn't care if my friends saw it too or not. They asked me what I was doing as I slowly opened the car door and got out. I walked quietly across the dark parking lot, slowly approaching this filthy Cadillac. I peered inside it. It was a sea of junk in there. Old soda cans, newspapers, plastic bags. I still remember just how badly that thing smelled, like old milk and rotten meat. Nothing was stirring now, though. The whole mess was perfectly still. I reached up and wiped a little of the grime away from the window with my sleeve of my jacket. Yeah, it was gross, but I needed to see inside. There was something hiding in that car, something watching us. I needed to know what it was. I reached up with a fist and began to lightly tap on the car's grubby window, hoping it would spook whoever it was in there into revealing themselves. But still, nothing moved. The only sound was the chirping of crickets. I could hear my friend rolling down a car window. "Dude, it's probably rats in that thing. Get away from there." Of course it was. Of course it was rats there. I was stoned out of my mind and freaked out about a dirty old car full of rotten food. What else could be attracted to a mess like that? What else could find its way into a locked car and scuttle amongst the trash? Feeling dumb, I turned back to my buddies in the car and started to say something. All of a sudden, I saw their faces change. I'd never seen them look that way in their entire life like they did that night. Their eyes were so big I could see the whites of them. I could see the hairs standing up on the back of their neck. They were looking behind me at the dirty old Cadillac. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to turn and look, but I had to just for a second to see what it was. It was a creature with pale, scaly skin pushing its grubby claws against the window. It smiled back at me as I felt my guts tighten with fear. It blinked and licked its lips, then cocked its misshapen head in my direction. I ran to the car with my buddies, and they were screaming at me to hurry. I dived into the passenger seat as we rode off into the night, the tires screeching on the tarmac as we escaped. We were terrified, too freaked out to think about eating with our highs totally ruined. We headed home early to sleep it off and try to forget all about it. And the next morning I was eating breakfast, watching the local news, when a story came on that almost made me spit out my cereal. On the TV screen was that same old dirty Cadillac, the one that was filled with piles of garbage and rotten food. The news anchor was talking about what had been found amongst the junk. Something had indeed been living amongst the trash, the thing that had caught my eye just the night before. It was actually a kid. 3 kids, actually. Children left asleep in that car by their neglectful addict parents. The scales I thought I saw on that one child were actually second-degree burns from where the parents had spilled hot coffee all over the poor little man. The news anchor explained that because of the drugs and alcohol found in the vehicle, there was little to no chance the kids would be returned to their parents. I was kind of glad for that. It got me thinking about how much we obsess over fictional monsters and paranormal things that lurk in the shadows, things that go bump in the night. But the things we really should be afraid of aren't fiends that haunt our imaginations, but monsters created in reality through gluttony, sloth, and indifference. I'm a 32-year-old female, but this story takes place 10 years ago back in 2013 in Orlando, Florida. I was 22 at the time. One night, my husband and I decided to go to Walmart to pick up a couple of things. We'd brought along our daughter, who was about to be 2 years old. Once we entered the Walmart, my husband and I split up. He went over to the hunting and fishing section, and my daughter and I went over to the baby clothes. I was there for about 5 minutes when I was approached by an older-looking Asian woman. She came up to me and asked me if I believed in God. At the time, I was kind of a pushover, and I didn't like being stern or rude. I responded back with a simple yes. She proceeded to pull out a tablet and started to ask me if I believed God is a woman. She turned on a slideshow. I repeatedly told her no, but she insisted I finish this video she was trying to show me. While all this was going on, I was trying to walk away. She continued to follow me around the baby section. She handed me a card with a handwritten address on the back and told me her church was having a meeting sometime during that week. I should attend. I told her okay and took the card, just to try and get her away from me. She continued talking and asking about myself and my daughter though, and continued to follow us. With perfect timing, my husband walked up and began talking to me, with the lady rushing away as soon as she saw him. I still didn't think anything of this until about 6 months later. I'm scrolling on Facebook, and a friend from high school wrote this as her status. Please be careful at the E-Colonial Walmart. There's an Asian woman walking around asking people if God is a woman. She's also giving out a fake address disguised as a church. She's accompanied by 2 men. They approach women and children, so ladies, please be aware, especially when out at night and while you're with your children. If my husband wasn't with me or showed up at that very moment, God only knows what would have happened to my daughter and I. So yeah, thank God for my husband. This is a personal experience of my mom's, from her days working Walmart as a cashier in the liquor store section. The store has a liquor store inside the store itself. Between the vision center and the customer service desk, there's a door leading to the parking lot inside the liquor store that customers can enter and exit through. Okay, so now on to the actual story. My mom was on her 8th and final year at her Walmart store. She didn't think it would be her last year, but this event made her reconsider. The store wasn't in a bad part of town per se, but it did have the occasional creeps, drug addicts, and of course drunks as well. She was organizing the shelf of wine coolers when the door to the outside opened. A skinny, tall man in his 30s walked in with his head down, looking really distressed. My mom asked the man if he was okay, and said that he seemed to be really down. The man looked at my mom and said, "Sadly, not really. I've been having a really bad day. My girl left me, the car's close to dying on me. I feel so worthless. Can I have a hug? I need to feel a bit better." My mom was a little bit weirded out, but gave a very brief hug to the man. She smelled something like weed on his leather jacket, and she quickly pulled away. The man just smiled and walked into the store. About 10 minutes later, he came back and asked to buy about 4 small bottles of flavored vodka. It was called a UV, I believe. It comes in a lot of different flavors. When my mom asked for his ID, he gave it to her. So she gave him the flavors he requested, and he exited through the door leading back outside. About 30 minutes later, though, he returned and asked for more. She said she couldn't do it without her manager's approval. She then called the manager over her walkie-talkie she had near her. One of the service desk people answered instead. Her name was Sadie, and Sadie didn't really like my mom. She just gave the man what he wanted and he left again. Another 30 minutes go by. As my mom was ringing up these 2 young ladies, the man comes staggering back in, getting in line behind the 2 girls. He starts to make really rude comments about what he wants to do to them. And to my mom. He leaned over the counter, then whispered drunkenly in my mom's ear, "Give me all those little bottles, bitch. You better not say no, or I'll take that little ass and make you sorry you did. Now hurry up and give me all of them, you bitch." One of the girls ran into the main part of the store and to the service desk. Meanwhile, my mom was saying no, she couldn't and she wouldn't either. She was having an internal mental breakdown as this man walked around to the back of the cash register, basically trapping her behind the counter. It was right against the wall. Before he could do anything to her, 2 managers and another service clerk whose name was Jane came running in. As my mom cowered in the corner, the man, obviously drunk and feeling pretty ballsy, turned to the 2 managers and said, Don't even fucking think about stopping me. I'll knock your fucking lights out, bitch. One of the managers, the shorter of the two named Kyle, went to my mom's side. The other one, the taller one named James, looked down on this guy. Yeah, you just try it, buddy. I'll meet you outside in a minute. Then we'll see how tough you really are. The man looked back and said, "This ain't over." He then sprinted out into the main part of the store. Kyle tried to calm my mom down, but she was panicking real bad. He asked Jane to take my mom to the back and clock her out for the day, while he called her mom to pick her up. As Jane and Mom were about to leave, the man walked over. He tried to apologize for his horrible behavior, then asked if he could give my mom a hug to make her feel better. Jane shielded my mom and told the man to back off, or she'd make him sorry. He did flinch and back away. When they were about halfway to the back of the store where the time clock was, they heard the man yet again screaming profanities. They also heard a police officer yelling at the man to put down a box cutter. The psycho had grabbed the box cutter from a passing employee and was now brandishing it like a knife. My mom said that after that happened, she clocked out and just went home. She later found out the guy had been arrested. Not only was he drunk, he was also high on weed and cocaine. When she was asked if there should be charges pressed for all he'd done, her dad, being in full Papa Bear mode and wanting to protect my mom from further pain, said of course yes. Thankfully, she left 3 months later. She and I live a much happier life in the southern part of the United States now, but sometimes we still think about that crazy guy and how he tried to hurt my mom when all she was trying to do was her job. She was so kind to him too. When I was 15 years old, I had one of the most bone-chilling and eye-opening experiences I've ever had to this day. This was almost a decade ago, and I'd been smoking the devil's lettuce since before the story happened. I'll try to remember as many details as I can, though. I grew up in a small, crime-ridden Appalachian city, and there were a lot of dodgy characters growing up in that sort of environment. I was usually pretty good at handling those types of people, but this time it was all out of my control. It started on a fall night, in the most ridiculous place it could possibly start, at the local Walmart. My dad's sister and I were doing some midweek grocery shopping. My sister and I were naturally acting crazy and making fun of the local late-night Walmart creatures trying to make each other laugh. My sister spotted a guy down an aisle from us and pointed out that he looked like a stereotypical creeper. Boy, was she right. This guy was seriously giving off the lovely bones but in real life vibes. He had big glasses with thick frames and a weird thin greasy middle part in his hair. I can't remember everything he was wearing, but I remember he had on this oversized tan jacket. My sister and I giggled at him. To this day, I don't even know if he really noticed us kind of subtly mocking him, or if he'd even seen us before we noticed him. The rest of the shopping trip, he came popping up in the same aisles as us, unsurprisingly. I didn't really think that much about it. I was with my big, scary dad, and this guy was also grocery shopping anyway. Maybe he really was just shopping for the things he needed. Everything else was perfectly normal for the next few days. That was until I woke up in the middle of the night one night. I couldn't figure out what had awoken me at first. I had the overwhelming feeling I was being watched, though. My childhood home was haunted, but this felt quite different. It felt distinctly dirty. I couldn't go back to sleep. I was really groggy the next day. Now, this kept happening for weeks on end, and my mom kept blaming it on the amount of caffeine I would drink. That was until one weekend, when my parents went on a day trip to a town 3 or 4 hours away. That left me all alone in the house. I was used to being home alone, and I usually relished in that feeling, but this time, it was quite different. I felt really uncomfortable, and honestly kind of anxious. I texted my friend, who we'll call Mike for the sake of this story. I asked him to come pick me up so we could go smoke and hang out somewhere else. I walked out to his car and we took off, having a completely normal conversation. That was, except for the fact that Mike kept looking into his rear-view mirror. I asked him if he was okay, and he said yes. It was just strange that this guy appeared to be following us. He was driving around like a maniac. When we hit a red light, I turned around to get a better look at the situation. The car pulled up right beside my passenger window, though. In a bit of a panic, I scooted away, and what I saw chilled me to the bone and almost immediately made me break down. It was the man my sister and I had been joking about in the Walmart, and he was looking right at me. His jaw and teeth were totally clenched, and his eyes were empty and emotionless. And I started panicking as he laid down his horn at us, making us jump in surprise. "What the hell's going on?" I remember Mike asking over and over again, but I couldn't breathe or articulate the situation at all. Luckily, Mike was pretty quick on his feet without any explanation, and hightailed it to our local police station. We went inside and talked with the head officer, who was actually one of our friend's dads. Mike had actually memorized the license plate number, and they ended up running a report, sending an officer out to look for his car. After talking to the officer, Mike also pointed out the man had been parked across the street from my house. They sent an officer to my home as well, and called my parents too. The most horrifying thing about all of this was what happened next, though. When an officer arrived to my house, he found the man in my front yard digging through the bushes right outside my bedroom window. He was arrested on the spot and inspected by officers. The man had a crowbar and duct tape, zip ties, condoms, as well as a taser hidden in the bush right outside my room. That's when those eerie feelings I'd been feeling for weeks finally made sense to me. My grandfather had always said I was insanely intuitive, and this proved him right. It turns out this guy was a registered sex offender. The state pressed charges along with my parents. Nothing in my life has ever been so traumatizing as this, but I guess the moral of the story is to always trust your gut whenever you feel something isn't right, especially if it's waking you up in the middle of the night. So I was at Walmart today with a simple goal of buying some odds and ends for a business trip coming up. Well, as you might expect, I was at the section where they sell all the typical array of travel-sized toiletries. 1-ounce tubes of toothpaste, mini bottles of shampoo, etc., etc. I just wanted a few of those small plastic bottles you can put anything in. I was in the process of looking at a pack of them when I heard a gruff voice then ask, "Hey, are you looking for some good lotion?" I turned to see a middle-aged man who was quite red in the face. He was also very sweaty, as if he had just finished a rigorous workout. As you can imagine, I was a bit caught off guard by this unexpected interaction. I think the only response I managed to stammer out was, without skipping a beat or even waiting for me to finish my confused response, though. The guy grabs one of those mini tubes of Gold Bond lotion, then says, "This right here, this is a real good lotion. You just squirt it right on where it hurts." Before I even had a grasp of the whole situation, the man then squeezed at least half of the lotion in the tube onto his mostly bald head. I hadn't noticed at first, but his scalp was very scabby, and not typical scabs either. Well, I assume they were scabs anyway. They were quarter-sized, extremely crusty, and inflamed wounds on his head. After he squirted the lotion on, he immediately rubbed it into a particularly bad-looking scab, then started to moan. He tossed the tube right back in with the other mini Gold Bond lotions. Then he said in a matter-of-fact way, "This is for Caucasian people. Cocoa butter is for the black people." I didn't really know how to respond to this. I noticed a woman several feet behind us, looking at him with a bug-eyed expression on her face of surprise. I realized the polite thing to have done would have been to continue to stand there and listen to this interesting individual inform me about what lotions are most appropriate for each racial group, but it may come to no surprise that I was thoroughly creeped out by this fucking weirdo. For some reason, I grabbed a handful of compact toothbrushes, which I didn't even need, and tossed them into my cart. I then scurried down the aisle away from this man. I have to admit, I was quite scared he would start following me. I found myself zigzagging through random aisles until I eventually stopped somewhere in the automotive section. To my great relief, I saw no signs of him following me any further, although I continued the rest of my Walmart shopping a bit on edge, very worried I would encounter the strange man again. Thankfully, if he did follow me, I was able to finish shopping without seeing him or having any further incidents. I realize this is very far from a typical scary story, but it did personally freak me the hell out. That's why I'm sharing it. I live by myself in an apartment which just so happens to be very close by a Walmart. Because of this, it's easy to go out and get my shopping done at any time of day. It's less than a mile away, and all I have to do is leave my apartment complex parking lot, drive for less than a minute down a busier street, then pull into the parking lot of the Walmart. Because of this, I've gone to that particular store many times since moving into my place a little over a year ago. This story happened about 2 months back or so. It was probably around 8 or 9 at night. I'm not sure exactly when. All I remember is realizing I needed to go grocery shopping right now because I was out of a lot of things I needed. I had first planned to go the next day, but then I remembered I would be busy for most of it. I made the decision then that I would just get it over with and go shopping right now. It wouldn't take too long anyway, maybe only about 30 minutes or so. The Walmart was so close by, what could possibly go wrong? I left my apartment and walked out to my car. My apartment complex has several large buildings and a large parking lot in the middle. After I got into my car, I drove the about 2 minutes it took to arrive at the Walmart. On this night, things seemed very quiet. The parking lot wasn't too full, and when I got inside the store, things were relatively calm. There were a few other customers, but not a whole lot. I got a cart and walked around the aisles, trying to remember everything I needed to buy. I always tend to forget to make shopping lists, and that causes me to go all around the store sometimes. Finally, after probably 20 or 30 minutes, I had everything I felt like I needed. It was about 10 items or so I headed up to the checkout lanes and used the self-checkout. Then I left the store with my cart full of groceries. In the entire time I had been inside shopping, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I walked out to my car, put the groceries inside it, then started driving home. I noticed a car was driving behind me leaving the Walmart parking lot, and it seemed to follow me down the street as well. This didn't really mean anything though, since it was such a short distance. That was until the car turned into my apartment complex with me. Still though, it was not that big of a deal yet. I figured that maybe they just lived there too. The car was a smaller and older looking sedan, but I couldn't tell you the exact make or model. I'm not exactly a car expert. I found a parking space near my building and then parked in the parking lot. It's basically a free-for-all there. There's no documentation required or anything. Luckily, the parking lot's never full. I noticed the car that had been driving behind me parked nearby where I did, but across on the other side, facing another building. Meanwhile, I was facing my own building. I had never seen this car before, but also I'd never really paid that much attention to the cars around me. After I got out, I took all 3 of my Walmart bags I had and started to head inside my apartment building. As I did so, I heard footsteps behind me. coming from the guy who was driving that other vehicle. I assumed he would have gone into the other building. Now it was apparent, though, he was going to follow me into mine. He sped up a little bit as I got closer to my door. Now, I always went in the side door that was right by the stairs. I used that one because it was faster than taking the front door and walking down the hall to the stairs or waiting for the elevator. Because of that, I found it a bit strange this guy was also going to that same door. Most people would just walk in the front and not even bother. By the time I reached the side door, he was only 5 feet behind me. I was a little bit suspicious, but this man probably did live here, although I had never seen him before. He wore shorts, a dark gray sweatshirt with the hood up, and was carrying a Walmart bag as well. I didn't really want to let him in, but I didn't even know half the people that lived in my building. I figured he must live here. I did let him in. I held the door open for an extra second as he walked in after me. I was hoping he would continue walking down the hallway on the first floor as I went up the stairs to my apartment, but no, he followed up the stairs after me. The building had 4 floors and I was on the second. When I got there, I opened the door and headed down the hallway. The man behind me did the same. By this point, I was feeling really suspicious, but also telling myself it had to be a coincidence. I soon made it to my door, which was the second one on the left not too far down the hallway. There was a door directly across from me on the other side of the hallway as well. As I got to my door, I took up my keys to unlock it, and the man walked to the door across the hall. I looked over my shoulder and saw the man facing my neighbor's door, pulling out his phone. I felt a bit of relief and assumed he must be my neighbor's friend or something. I opened up my door and went inside. The first thing I did after entering was walk to my kitchen counter and put the grocery bags down on top of it. Literally right after I set them all down, I heard my apartment door start to open. I looked over and saw the man walking right in. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Out of pure instinct, I ran for the nearest room, which was a bathroom only a few feet away. I was able to get inside and close and lock the door. The man was now inside my apartment. I yelled at him to leave now, or I was going to call the police. He didn't say anything back to me. All I could do was hope he wouldn't try to enter the bathroom. Luckily, he didn't. He just stood right inside the doorway for a while. I heard him lock my front door, then move into the kitchen area, then the living room. I wanted to leave somehow, but I didn't think the man was far enough away for me to escape, and I didn't know if he would chase after me either. I was wondering what he wanted and why he was in my apartment now. It sounded like he was walking into my bedroom. When he did, I opened up the bathroom door and ran for my front door. I unlocked it as I heard the man walking back from my bedroom to where I was. I was able to make it outside into the hallway, then sprinted for the stairs. After getting downstairs, I went into the lobby and called the police. The lobby felt safer for whatever reason. It had a few tables, chairs, and the mailroom. I waited there the entire time for the police to show up. I didn't see the man in all that time. I would guess it took the police about 10 minutes to arrive. Soon they appeared out front, and I ran out to let them in. I told them my unit number and waited in the lobby as they went up. When they got there, unfortunately, the man was already long gone. I went back up to my apartment to see it quite messed up. The man had stolen a number of things from me. This was obviously frustrating, but also it was okay. The good part was that now he was gone, and I was fine in the end. I spoke with the officers for about an hour, then filled out a police report with them. Then they left. I was pretty scared for the rest of the night after what just happened. The guy didn't come back or anything though, obviously. I don't think he was ever found either though. After this, I'm extremely careful now. I also haven't been back to that Walmart since then. The man must have seen me shopping inside, and for whatever reason, decided to follow me back to my apartment. A few years ago, I used to work as a Walmart cashier. It was a job I'd only had for about 3 months or so. I would typically work afternoons and evenings, and it was only a part-time job. I should also mention I was a 17-year-old female at the time. I'm in my 20s now. This was my second job ever, and it really wasn't that bad, honestly. I would just scan items for customers, and most of my shifts were anywhere from 4 to 8 hours long. One time, I was working 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the checkout lanes. Things started out fairly busy, and slowly got quieter as the night continued on. I was kept busy for almost the entire time, though, with many customers going through my line. Most of the customers were very nice, but every now and then there would be a strange one or a rude one. I would always try to be polite and sometimes make pleasant conversation. Early on in my shift, probably about an hour in or so, a man came into my checkout lane. I don't remember what he bought at all. It was just a couple of items. When he got face to face with me to pay, he asked me what time I got off work. I told him I got off at 9, not really thinking much of it. I assumed he was just making conversation with me. The guy was a little bit taller than me, so not very tall at all. I'm only 5'3" myself. He had short dark hair like a buzz cut and was wearing baggy shorts and a t-shirt. After I told him when I got off, he said, "See you then," and then kind of smiled at me. He took his items and walked away. I took this as a joke because it honestly seemed like he was making one to me. The way he smiled and the way he laughed didn't seem serious at all. It was for sure weird though, but whatever. I kept on working after that. The hours went by and I'd forgotten all about that man from earlier. A little later into the night though, he actually showed up again to my surprise. I was almost done with my shift and still working at the same register. Things were much quieter in the store now. I remember that I was scanning items for a customer when I happened to notice that guy walking around near me. He was coming from a direction as if he had just entered the store. When he got close to me, he looked at me and said, "Just 10 more minutes, right?" I looked at my watch and it was 8:50. I was a bit confused but just kind of said, yeah. I smiled a little at the guy. Then he walked away. I was left wondering why he was here again and why he'd even asked me that. At the time, I was just glad he'd left all on his own. I kept working, not really thinking too much of it. 10 minutes later, when it was 9 o'clock, I was now done working. I left my checkout lane and went in and clocked out. I got my things and started walking for the exit. When I made it out of the store, I began to walk toward my car. I was parked at the far back end of the parking lot. It had been really busy earlier in the day when I'd gotten there. I made it no farther than 10 feet though, when a car suddenly pulled up right in front of me. It was this little red 2-door car, and it stopped right there in front of me. Before I could walk around it, the driver's window rolled down, and I could see the man that was driving it was the same guy who'd talked to me inside earlier. He told me to get in his car on the passenger side. I said I couldn't, and I started to walk around his car behind it. That's when he started to back up. It was before I could get all the way around. It was like he was trying to block my way with his car. He told me again to get inside. I tried to walk farther away. At a certain point though, I just started running. I was able to make it past his car and started running for my own. He began to drive in the direction I was running in. As I got to my car, unlocked it, and jumped inside, the man pulled into the space directly next to mine. I didn't even have time to start the car and drive away. I knew that now he would definitely follow me wherever I went. At least my doors were all locked now, though, and I was away from him. He didn't attempt to get out of his vehicle, but instead rolled down a window again and tried to call out to me some more. I ignored what he was saying, though, and texted a coworker, who I knew was still inside working. Before long, he told the store manager about it. I waited in my car and tried to ignore the man as best I could. Within a couple of minutes, one of our store managers had walked out into the parking lot and approached the man's vehicle. He asked what the man was doing and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave right now. The man finally started backing up, then drove away. I waited for a bit, and soon after I left and went home. After that night, I never saw that man again. I worked there for maybe another month after. Then I quit. Looking back, I'm so grateful my coworker and manager were there. I really believe this guy would have followed me home in his car. I don't know exactly what he wanted, but it was definitely a bizarre situation. Many years ago, when I was about 10 years old or so, I would go with my mother to the store quite a lot. If we were grocery shopping or doing whatever, I would tag along because I really enjoyed it. I have a younger sister, and she would usually sit in the shopping cart my mother pushed around the store. One day we went to Walmart, and I think my mom was doing the usual shopping for something or other. She had the cart like usual, and it was just her, my sister, and me. I don't remember a whole lot, but I do know that it was nighttime. I think the store was fairly quiet as well. I know that I left my mother wherever she was and went into one of the toy aisles. My favorite thing to do when my mother shopped was to go and look at toys, video games, and all the fish that Walmart used to sell. I would do this just about every single time we went to either Walmart or Target. At this time, my mother was at the other end of the store while I was browsing in the toy area. There were probably about 3 or 4 toy aisles. One of them was the girls' stuff. Another one was action figures, then Lego stuff, etc., etc. I remember that I went into the Lego aisle, and I was the only person there for a few minutes. I could have spent all day in that aisle looking at all the cool sets they had. Very soon, though, another man walked in. He was at the other end of the aisle, looking at the Legos for less than a minute. Then he walked over to me. He stopped right next to me, and I looked up at him. That's when he asked me which set I was looking at. I showed him whichever one it was. I don't even really remember, though. I was a pretty shy kid, so immediately I didn't really know what to say or do with this stranger talking to me. The man told me he would buy it for me. I knew immediately something wasn't right. I was really suspicious about this guy. I said to the man, "No, it's okay." He looked really surprised by my answer and asked me why not. I didn't really know what to say to deny him, so I told him that I didn't really want it that bad, or something along those lines. He just kind of said okay, but kept standing right next to me. I decided after a little while to leave the aisle and move to a different one. I went to the next aisle over. I had only been there for a few seconds when the man then entered that aisle as well, without saying anything at all. This caused me to want to move again, and I decided to go much further away this time. I wanted to find my mother, but I wasn't completely sure where she was at this point in time. I walked out of the aisle and started wandering around the store to try and find her. When I got near the groceries area, I saw the man again. I just knew now that he was following me. I ended up walking basically all around the entire store. I saw the man multiple times. The whole time I was walking pretty fast, and I didn't stop at all. I was afraid the man would approach me again if I did so. Finally, after probably 30 minutes of wandering around, I found my mother. I was really happy to see her. I walked over and stood next to her for the rest of the shopping trip. At one point, though, I did see the man again. It was shortly before we were leaving. He was standing about 50 feet away, just staring at me. We left, and after that, I never saw him again. I was just really happy to be away from him and leaving the store. I didn't really think that much about it. I was too young to realize how bad of a situation it really was. Many times since then, I've remembered it, and I'm really glad I decided to just walk away from him when I did. This is my true scary experience that happened this past May. It was a weekend, a Saturday to be exact. I had a lot of shopping to do, and not a lot of work, so I decided to get an early start in the morning. There were a number of things I had to get, so I'll spare you all the boring details of everything. Basically, I'd be going to about 4 different stores around town. I live in a suburban area where they have just about everything nearby, and most of the stores are only a few miles apart. Not all of them, though. When I got groceries, I would always go to the local supermarket, so I decided that would be my last stop. My first stop was Walmart. I don't typically go there. In fact, I hadn't been to this particular Walmart in over a month now. I made the 10-minute drive or so from my house to the Walmart and got there at probably around 9 a.m. The store was actually pretty quiet, so it made it real easy to go in and find what I needed to. And that's exactly what I did. I was in the Walmart for maybe about 10 minutes. That was long enough for me to notice a man staring at me for an uncomfortably long amount of time. He was wearing sunglasses inside and a black baseball cap with no logo or anything on it. I spotted him when I was in the electronics area. We were the only 2 people in this particular spot. I moved away a short time later, but I noticed the man again when I was up at the self-checkouts. I was checking out, and he was just standing a ways away. After I left the store, I walked out and got into my car. I didn't bother to look behind me. I wasn't worried about the guy following me or anything like that. As far as I was concerned, he was still back inside that store. So, after that, I drove to the next store I needed to go to, which was a clothing store about 5 minutes away. When I got there, I parked and went inside, only to see the same man appear a couple of minutes later. I honestly thought it was a coincidence at first. He was no longer staring at me so blatantly, but walking a ways away and looking in another direction. I went on with what I had to do. I was inside for maybe 15 or 20 minutes in this store. After I left, though, I began to get really suspicious. When I was walking out to my car, I could tell the guy was walking right behind me. This parking lot was a lot quieter and smaller than Walmart's, so it was a lot easier to tell. He wasn't like right behind me or anything. He was a ways back, but I could tell he was following me. I got inside my car and looked around for him. He got inside a vehicle that was a little ways away, parked off to my left. I left and kept a close eye on him as I did so. I made sure he did not follow my car out right behind me. Actually, he didn't. He was still parked even as I got onto the road. I went to another store and didn't notice or see him there at all. Now I only had one more place to go to, and that was the grocery store. The grocery store was not all that big and had somewhat of a smaller parking lot as well. After I parked my car and went inside, I shopped without seeing the man at all. I'd actually forgotten about him entirely. After finishing my shopping and walking out to my vehicle, it was as soon as I stepped outside that I noticed him again. He was sitting in his car, but I could tell he was watching me as I walked over to my own vehicle. It was obvious. There weren't many cars in the parking lot at all, and nobody was parked next to him on either side. I didn't know what the deal was here. There was no way this was just a crazy coincidence anymore. He didn't even attempt to go inside the store, but just waited in his car in the lot. For a moment, I actually thought about confronting him face to face, but I immediately decided that was a bad idea. I just went over to my car, put the groceries in the back, and started to drive home. As soon as I left the parking lot this time, though, the man pulled out right behind me. Now his car was on my tail as I drove home. I didn't know what to do. Obviously, I know now, looking back with hindsight, that I should have probably driven my vehicle to a police station. In the moment, though, I didn't think of that. I have no excuse as to why. I was stuck just driving home and hoping the man would not go all the way there with me. Of course he did. For 10 minutes he remained right on my ass, all the way until I got to my street. Now, when I reached my street, I knew I had to do something, so I drove right past my house. After that, I went to the next street over, then made a right turn. This put me back on a somewhat busy road. I knew this area pretty well. Not long after this, the guy made an opposite turn than I did. I was a bit surprised to see him give up so fast, but it felt good not to see him behind me anymore. I turned around at the next opportunity and headed back to my house. At this point, it only took me about a minute to get back to my place. After I got to my street, I pulled into my driveway, got out of my car, and grabbed a few bags to bring them into my house. It was at this exact moment that I saw a car pulling onto my street. It was the man. I could tell immediately. He was still a far ways away, but he would likely be able to see me as he got closer. My car was also right in the driveway in plain view of anybody to drive past. I sprinted to my house and unlocked the door. I got inside as quick as possible. I literally just made it in a second before he drove past my house. I watched from my front window as the car slowed down and almost came to a complete stop. It didn't stop completely though. It was going along at 2 or 3 miles per hour. This went on for 30 seconds as it slowly coasted its way down the street right in front of my house. Then, suddenly the car veered to the left and sped off. I watched it drive down the rest of the street and even left my house to make sure it was gone entirely. Sure enough, it drove down to another street. I went out to my car and brought the rest of my groceries and items inside. I went back in and checked out the window several more times to make sure the guy did not come back. I haven't seen him since then. I really don't know who that guy was or what he was doing. He was definitely following me around, but for what reason I couldn't possibly tell you. The creepiest thing is that he likely knows where I live. I'm hoping he never decides to come back and that I never have to see him ever again. I was just at Walmart last night, and something really crazy happened. I was driving to get some replacement Halloween lights for my balcony. It wasn't too late at night, but it wasn't exactly the earliest either. The Walmart near me was still open for another hour though, which was super convenient for me. Before I left, I wanted to check and make sure that the lights didn't work one last time. I was a bit hesitant to be going to Walmart so late at night. To give more context to this story, the city I live in is not exactly the safest. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff over the years, but this one event might be the wildest I ever saw. So as I'm driving down the dark road to Walmart, I was all of a sudden passed by a bunch of police cars and fire trucks. They were driving really fast. It seemed like something pretty serious was going on. When I finally arrived at Walmart, I saw it was surrounded by almost a dozen police cars. Everybody was leaving. When I went to ask an employee what was going on, he told me the story as best he could. A few minutes before I showed up, some crazy guy hot-wired an excavator at a construction site down the road. He drove it through a bunch of utility poles and even a storage unit. He completely leveled it before eventually making his way over to Walmart. He started ramming the excavator into the automotive section of the Walmart. After it stalled out, he got out and ran inside and pulled out a machete. When the police got there, he resisted arrest. It took 7 cops just to subdue him. This all happened right next to the Halloween section in the front part of Walmart, which was also near the automotive section. It's crazy to think about what might have happened if I didn't decide to test my lights one more time and showed up just a bit earlier. This is my story of when I went shopping at Walmart almost 2 years ago. I'm a female for some background. I went to a local Walmart probably about 10 minutes away from where I live. It was about 10 p.m. or so when I got there. The store was pretty quiet, with it being a little later at night than I was used to being there. I started shopping on one side of the store. Maybe about 10 minutes into being inside, I was alone in an aisle when a man entered it as well. I didn't even really look at him, but he approached me right away and said hi to me. I just remember he had really short brownish hair, and he was slightly taller than me. I said hello back to him, and then he asked me if I needed a ride. I told him no, and was honestly kind of confused. The guy asked me again if I was sure I didn't need a ride. He came across as a little bit odd to me. I told him no, that I was sure. I really did not need a ride. The man said he could give me one if I needed it. I started to just walk away from him in the other direction, but he kind of followed after me. He wasn't saying anything, but as I walked out of the aisle into another one, he followed me around like a lost duckling. I continued to move further away, but the man remained firmly behind me. Eventually, I stopped, and the guy stopped again. He told me again he could give me a ride if I needed it. It was really starting to get frustrating by now. I turned to the man and told him that for the last time, I did not need a ride, nor did I want one. I asked him to leave me alone. The guy said, all right, and then he actually walked away. After that, I resumed my shopping. Eventually, I made my way over to the grocery area and got several items over there. I was in that area for about 15 minutes or so. During this time, I did not see that guy at all. I went over to the self-checkout and paid for everything. The next time I saw that man was right after I was leaving the checkout area and making my way toward the exit. I started walking to the exit doors, and the guy was walking along them as well. He was coming from the other side, though. I tried to avoid making eye contact with him. Still, though, I wanted to know what he was going to do. If he was going to try and talk to me and follow me again or what. I stopped where I was and stood there with my bags in my hands. I wanted to see him leave the store first. The man walked out of the doors. Then I started to leave after him. I went outside and looked around. I didn't see him anywhere. I started walking back to my car. I was parked a ways down, about halfway back or so. As I was walking to my vehicle, though, I heard someone start walking from behind me. It all happened so suddenly. I was almost halfway to my vehicle when I looked behind me. Of course, the man was right there. He was staring at me with the most intense eyes and walking right in my direction. Maybe his car was also parked near the location of mine. But really, I felt like he was headed right towards me. I started walking even faster just to be safe. I felt like I could make it to my car before he could approach me because I was far enough ahead of him. I tried to ignore the man and kept walking faster and faster to my car. I arrived and opened the door to my back seat to put my shopping bags inside. As I was doing this, I heard the footsteps behind me turn into abrupt sprinting. I looked back and saw the man running towards me full speed. I tossed the bags in the back and moved to the front of my car. I opened the door and jumped inside as fast as I possibly could. Once I was inside, I locked the door just moments before the man arrived. He dove straight for the driver's door right next to me and unsuccessfully tried to yank it open. Then he started knocking on the window. I started driving away immediately. He kept knocking until I was out of his reach. The crazy man even tried to chase my car on foot for a short time, until I was far enough away that he could not catch me any longer. I was finally away from him now. I was able to get out of the lot before the man actually had a chance to get to his own car and follow me. Since that experience, I've not gone back to that Walmart. That man was sketchy from the very beginning. I can't imagine why he was asking to give me a ride over and over again. I would recommend anybody going to Walmart late at night keep a good account of your surroundings. I got my first job working at Walmart in the summer of 2014. I was a young 16-year-old who was still in high school at the time. This is something that happened about a month into the job. I was a cashier, so obviously I would just be working at the check lanes all the time. Because I was a minor, I wasn't allowed to work past 10 p.m. I would often work right up until then, though. I noticed that after 7 o'clock, the store would often get quieter and quieter, and by 9 p.m. it would be almost dead. Back then, we were actually open 24 hours a day. I was really glad I didn't have to work that late, though. One time, I was working a shift all the way until 10. I started at 4, and a few hours in, things were really starting to quiet down. The busy early evening had turned into a slow and meandering night. I had just finished checking out a customer and had nobody else immediately in line. A man then walked into the check lane. He was thin and average height. He approached me, and the only thing he was holding was a single Snapple, which is a bottled fruit drink if you don't know. He held it up to me and said he wanted to return it. He said he'd bought the Snapple, tried it, and quote, "It tasted like crap." I told him he had to go to customer service to make returns. The man refused, though. He said he wanted to return it right here and now. I pointed to customer service again and said he had to go there to return it. It wasn't that far away either. He didn't understand, or he just didn't want to, because the man told me exactly how much he paid and asked if I could just give the money back to him right now. I was sure he hadn't bought it at my check lane, because I hadn't seen him before. Obviously, making a return is not quite that simple as just handing the item back and being given money. Being the fairly new employee I was, I didn't want to go against policy either. I remember that the man took another sip of the drink, which was almost halfway gone by now, then finally walked away. I watched him start to head over to the customer service area. I wondered if they were even going to let him return it. Given the fact he'd opened it and was actively drinking it, I got another customer in my lane at that point, though. I turned around to help them instead of paying more attention to that guy. After a few more people got in line, I was kept busy for the next few minutes. I ended up sort of forgetting about him for a little while. About 10 minutes later, though, I saw the guy get into my line again. I remembered him. When it was his turn, he told me they wouldn't let him return the drink. What a surprise. I told him I was sorry, but that wasn't good enough for this guy. He demanded I give him his money back. I wondered why this guy thought this was my problem. After I told him I was not going to give him any money, he really started to lose it. The man cursed at me, then held up the Snapple. It was still about half full, and the lid was off. He splashed it right into my face. Everything that was left in the bottle hit me and got into my eyes and hair. I was really shocked. He then slammed the bottle to the ground, cursed at me again, and stormed off. I saw a couple of people standing around. There weren't many people over here, thankfully, but the few that were looked just as shocked as I was. After a few moments, somebody came over and asked if I was okay. I was fine, but extremely embarrassed. My boss came over and told me I could go wash up, then take a 15-minute break. He asked me a little bit about the situation as well, and I gave him all the details I could. I went and washed off my face. Then I went into the break room. When I came back out into the store after my break, I headed for my check lane. As I was on the way there, I couldn't believe my eyes. Down at the end of the checkout area by the exit, there were several police officers removing that same man from the store. I didn't even know he was still inside. He was yelling something as they slowly exited. I had to ask what was going on. I found out one of my coworkers had found the guy had been yelling at another employee near the electronics department. I don't think that conversation was about Snapple, though. The man was asked to leave, and he refused. He started yelling at the employee, threatening to kill them. The police were called. They arrived quite quickly. The man did not comply when they asked him to leave. It seemed to me like the guy just wanted trouble. I found out he had no receipt from the Snapple he got either, and that's why they wouldn't let him return it at the customer service area. The guy was by far the wildest customer I've ever seen. When the man was angry with me, I kinda just wanted to give him the $2 or whatever the Snapple costed, but I didn't have any cash on me, and I couldn't just give him cash out the register. I would get in trouble, obviously. That, plus the fact he harassed another employee for a completely different reason, I don't think it would have solved anything in the end. I worked at Walmart for a few more months before quitting and finding another job. I went to Walmart very late at night a few months ago. The Walmart was located just a few kilometers away from my house. It's the most convenient place for me to shop, especially late at night, as the Walmart is open until 11 p.m. One night at about 10:30, I found myself completely out of toothpaste. Instead of just putting it off until the next day like I had already done and forgotten so many times, I decided to just go right now and get it over with. I headed out and drove over to the Walmart. As expected, the parking lot was pretty quiet when I arrived. I got there maybe 20 minutes till closing, so I knew I had to be fast when I was inside. I made my way right over to where I suspected the toothpaste would be. I arrived at the aisle and started looking for the brand I wanted. Nobody else was nearby at all, and the store was very quiet at this hour. After I found the toothpaste, I walked past a few more aisles, heading to the checkouts. When I passed by one of the aisles, though, I did a double take as I saw what appeared to be a man on the ground. I stopped to see exactly what he was doing because of how unusual the sight was. The man had moved a few items on the shelf to the side. Then he got onto the lowest shelf, and it looked like he was going to hide behind the other items there. I was watching him do this. As he was going behind all the items, he noticed me and kind of stopped what he was doing. I turned and kept walking to go to checkout, but I only got a short ways away before I heard the man emerge from the aisle behind me. I looked back, and he was now walking straight toward me. I had a really bad feeling about this one. Instead of going to the checkout, I went right into a random aisle. I don't really know why. I guess I wanted to see if the man was following me for sure. Maybe I wanted to try and lose him somehow or something. I went through where they had the temporary stuff like holiday merchandise, then turned again into another aisle. I walked a little ways in, but I still couldn't tell if the man was following me. I didn't see him around anywhere nearby, but I was also changing aisles so often that it was impossible to tell. Eventually, I made it to the far side of the store. It was not the grocery side, but the other one. I made it to the sporting goods aisle and felt like I had finally lost the man. I looked to my left and right and didn't see him anywhere. I decided I would stay there for a minute or two, then leave. By now, the Walmart was closing in less than 10 minutes. I was thinking the guy had either left or maybe went back to his hiding place. Whatever it was, as long as he left me alone, I really didn't care any longer. I looked at a few items they had on the shelf casually. Then I heard footsteps coming from one of the main walkways of the store, going past the aisle I was in. I was near the end of the aisle close to this walkway. I wasn't sure if it was the man or an employee or somebody else. When they came into view, thankfully I saw it was just another customer. The guy walked past me and through the aisle, then out of it. I went back to what I was looking at. I got a bit distracted and was looking at some of the exercise equipment. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me. I looked back and saw the first guy who had followed me before. Now he was holding a baseball bat. He must have picked it right up off the shelf at the end of the aisle. He was walking toward me slowly. I heard somebody call out from behind us though. "What are you doing, man?" It was the customer who had walked past me. The man with the bat then turned around and headed for that customer instead. The customer started running away, and the man with the bat chased after him. I ran after both of them, but a ways back and got out my phone to dial the police. I wanted to make sure the guy with the bat didn't catch up to the customer, because that customer had kind of saved me. At the same time, I didn't want him to start going after me again. An employee saw all of us running. I remember they yelled at all of us to stop. Maybe they thought it was some kind of silly prank for a video or something, but this was extremely serious. The customer was able to get far enough away. This deranged man with the bat was not the fastest. I kept my distance. Eventually, he started taking a swing at products on the shelves. I headed toward the front of the store, finding every employee I could along the way and warning them about this crazed man. The police got there just minutes later. They found the man hiding once again in an aisle with his bat at the ready. He eventually came out without incident and gave up his bat to the police. This experience deterred me from Walmart for a while. I didn't want to go back because I was afraid that something like this might happen again. Recently, I've been back a couple of times. It's gone fairly smoothly, but I will never forget that night. I'm a female and was 19 at the time of this story. I went shopping at Walmart one time at about 7 o'clock at night. The store was not that busy, but it also wasn't quite dead. There were a decent amount of other shoppers. I was getting maybe about 5 things, so not a whole lot. I wasn't planning on being there very long either. As I was in one of the grocery aisles, this guy approached me and started instantly giving me compliments. Obviously, he was interested in me, but the problem was he was much older than I was. I was polite to the guy, but when he asked me for my phone number, I said no. I felt that this was just really weird. I mean, even if he was around my age, the way he was going about this struck me as really odd. When I said no, I tried to be nice, but after some obvious disappointment, the man walked away. He went out of my sight, and I returned to my shopping. I felt some embarrassment from the really awkward conversation. Luckily, no one else had been around to witness it. I was hoping I wouldn't see the man again. I continued to shop around the store. I was as fast as I could be, and only needed a couple of other things. I found them pretty quickly, and headed up to the check lanes. I didn't see the man during this time. I checked out, took my stuff, and then left the store. I got out to my car and started driving home. So far, everything about this was very normal. It took me roughly 10 minutes to get back home. I took the highway for most of it, then a couple of quieter roads. When I got to my own road, though, I saw a car pulling into it behind me. It was nighttime, so of the vehicle behind me, I could only really see their headlights, not the car itself at all. The car followed me down the street. I assumed it must be one of my neighbors, but when I pulled into my parents' driveway, who I lived with at the time, the car pulled in right behind me. This was really weird. I knew that both of my parents were already home. I had no idea who this person could be. I parked in the driveway, and the car turned off their engine right behind me. It didn't look like any car I recognized. The driver's door to the car opened, and I saw a man get out and start approaching my vehicle. That's when I recognized him. It was that same guy from Walmart earlier. What on earth was this guy doing here? He soon reached my driver's door, and he knocked on the window. I could hear him asking me to open the door. I wanted to get away from this guy, but he was parked too close for me to drive away. I got my phone and was going to call the police, but I first decided to call my dad. He was inside the house and already right there. As I was calling him, the man was knocking on my window and even tried opening my door. My dad said he was coming outside. Within a minute, he was out the front door. When the other guy saw him, he ran back to his car and drove away. I went inside after that, and we called the police, obviously. The guy was long gone, but I still wanted to report the incident. I had no idea the man was even following me at all when I drove home. It was much harder to tell with it being night out and all, but I wish I would have noticed it sooner. It made me worry for a while after that, knowing the guy knew exactly where we lived. Luckily though, I never saw him again.